Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi underhand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall. Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi underhand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall. Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase. And Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Poppy Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
for the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X. It was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. And there's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana's Mark, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well, low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X. It was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. And there's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana's Mark, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well, low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Simulan natin ang hapon ninyo by finding out which teams have what it takes to turn this tournament into a tournament. Aling team ang makakapagpakitang gilas, ang makakapitas at didiretso pataas ng ating leaderboards. Baka sakaling ang hinahanap na natin ito ay mahahanap natin sa Oasis Gaming, MVP Esports, GameLab.Alpha o kaya naman sa NAOS Esports. Sama-sama nating alamin dito sa day number 11 of VCTPH Split 2.
By now, as next he's prepared, he gets again. It just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Let's go, everybody! It's day number 11 of VCTPH. At dito naman sa ating panel ay kasama nyo ako, si Likeable, fresh from Japan, might I say. At kasama natin, of course, si Dax at si Black and Blue na hanggang ngayon hindi ko alam kung may tandem name ba kayo.
Bawal natin sabihin sa broadcast yun, boss. Yun na lang.
Hulaan mo na lang.
Hulaan mo na lang at huwag na natin pag-usapan. Pero ako, gulat ako, Laika, marunong ka pa mag-Tagalog pagbalik mo ng Japan. Sige nga, what did you learn in Japan while you were gone?
Konnichiwa, watashi wa tamago.
Wow.
Hi.
Dapat sa sunod yung cold open mo, Nihongo na. Diba?
Hindi ko kaya guys. Huwag na nating pilitin. Pero ang pipilitin nating pag-usapan ngayon ay ang mga changes natin when it comes to the maps. Black and Blue, nabalitaan mo ba? Icebox out, bind in.
I like the change kasi sa totoo sa inyong icebox, pati ako medyo nauumay na rin ako and I'm sure you guys as well. Alam naman natin na it's kind of gotten stale, so they're gonna try and add new things to the map. Bind naman ang may malaking pinagkaiba dito, yung portal placement, paano na ginalaw yung mga site, and yun yung pinaka nakikurious ako since the day makikita naman natin posibilidad ang possibly ang bind na may lalaro.
Hater ka talaga ng Icebox, ah. Eh, wala, guys.
Naman.
Well, ito lang yun. Yeah, we kinda have to say this. Mainit yung panahon eh. So, natunaw na yung Icebox. Please clap, please laugh. Thank you naman.
Wow.
Nakakatawa yun, di ba?
Oo na lang. Good job.
Ayan, nag-clap na ako. Isang piraso lang para sa'yo. Pero para naman medyo ma-relive natin yung mga moments natin dito sa Icebox. Baka sakaling makakita tayo dito sa ating series highlights. Let's all watch this.
Worship tries to go for a peek, but Walk on Water Hears gets his third. But does he know that Jet is still in wine? The Magician has the Sheriff in hand, but the positioning. Crossfire with his teammate Hot Sauce, but they spot him out. He has no weapon, but it's not going to be enough. Mid-Mathers lands the shot as Walk on Water gets the 4K. Equation, the null command popped out as well, but Hot Sauce already repositions here with the Crossfire from Mark L. They know exactly where they are. They go for the spray down. Hot Sauce goes huge with the 4K.
Narrows down the choices of Mark L at this point with only just the Sheriff, and Jumps will finish the job. And there we go, NCG.
RNT, they tried their best, and for both teams, they win the map that statistically they're worse on.
And comes on in. Owen still relatively safe over onto the corner. And GameLab.Alpha yet again. A pair of kills forces in the way. Save the operator for another round. Do they get the punish though? That squads to get that gun. Baits out the shot, and here in the hot, Boogie will bid him goodbye. A triple kill for the Sage. 5v3 even, coming in from Link, but immediately Fall Leg falls. Batman is going rampant. A 3K already for the Killjoy. Bridge, the only one left spotted out here by Kuriyawi. He's the one who decides to peek at the Trailblazer stick. Hands up, you're dead. Patman. But do they even have the time? Because GameLab is already there! In a blink of an eye, Zal Esports eradicated. Patman is the only one left still standing. They've been trying to find the right formula in this series. sugar, spice, everything nice, and the secret ingredient, chemical aggress. GameLab will take the series 2-1.
Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B side, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks. They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out 2. He spots out 2, and Nico gets it. Off angle lurks. Probably shows on him, Judge. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Fall down to V Black. And Poppy has put himself in such a rat position. He has his own smoke there. He has everything, and if all else fails, there's Wits. And that's going to secure this game, secure the series 2-0. NAOS with the dub.
Makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! He's shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. And I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over
30
the
seconds
barrier
left.
or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds
wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Landing a shot on the Georgie. 1v2 right now, and there you go. 13-3. Oasis ends this series with a bang.
Kahit anong mapa pa nga naman tayo mapunta dito, napakalupit talaga ng highlights na napoprovide pagdating dito sa VCTPH Split 2. At syempre, hindi mangyayari ang lahat ng yan kung wala sa ating tulong ng mga sponsors natin. Katulad na lang ng Riot Games and of course ng Mineski Philippines.
And let's not forget, guys, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
And the VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
There we go, guys. Nico, Black and Blue pala. Does it ever feel weird casting someone named Nico as well?
No, it's not. I'm not casting someone named Nico because it's me.
You're casting yourself.
Hi.
Oh!
Siya yun,
I'm the
ano
player,
ka ba?
it's me.
Kakaiba ka talaga si Black and Blue eh. Isipin mo, nag-uusap siya at naglalaro at the same time every single time naglalaro ang MVP Esports like. Kaya nga, ewan ko na lang paano nyo ginagawa lahat eh. Feel ko dapat rin report tong si Black and Blue eh.
I mean, pag inisip ko parang hindi
kaya pala
pa
panel siya today.
Oh, parang hindi pa nga magkasyado nagkakas ng MVP Esports kaya pala.
It's all starting to make sense talaga. And something else that's starting to make sense for us is yung day number 11 updating standings natin na makikita natin in just a bit. Nako, medyo nag-aalala ako dito, Dax, dahil may mga teams tayo na halatang nagsastruggle. MVP Esports, on the other hand, one of the teams na magko-compete din today alongside, of course, Nico. Medyo may advantage points sila dito, pero they're still shaky at the very least.
May pagkaalanganin talaga yung masasabi ko 6, 7, at 8 place. Effectively right now, they're honestly fighting for one slot unless magkagulo-gulo ang standings dito ng MVP Esports or ng Action PH. But in essence, I already see it here. Like yung number 1 at number 2 seed natin, medyo sure na sila pagpasok sa playoffs kasi may 4 losses na yung mga teams sa ibababa. But then again, yung middle of the pack talaga yung pinakailangan bantayan. Especially matchups like we are gonna see here, yung una pa nga, diba? MVP versus Oasis. Makita natin later, yung NAOS makikipaglaban rin. And it really just goes to show if sobrang dikit pa rin yung labanan so far sa standings natin eh.
Ayun na nga, and you look at dito then, especially knowing at MVP Esports, maglalaro sila today, GameLab is also playing today, and these two teams are gonna play their final game, at least for MVP Esports, next weekend dito sa group stage. So talagang pinaglalaban nila ang mga position nila, and if you look at the second game as well here, GameLab and where they sit, kung matalo man nila ang NAOS at kung matalo naman dito ng Oasis, that could leave GameLab to tie up with Oasis for that second seed.
Nako, ang alanganin lang talaga dito, sinabi kanina ni Dax, 'di ba? Na itong mga teams natin na nasa gitna yung standings, medyo delikado. Tapos biruin mo yun, ang makakalaban pa nga nila today ay yung mga teams natin na nasa top. At isa pa dito ay of course, yung reigning champs natin na yung NAOS Esports na makikita natin in the second series of the day. Pero mapabalik tayo dito sa una, nako, napaka-crucial na talaga ng matches kasi iilang araw na lang ang natitira dito sa ating regular season. 4 days na lang, including today, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, for these teams to prove themselves and to have a chance to make it to the playoffs. So, kailangan mag-ingat-ingat na lang talaga sila dito. Tulad na lang ng unang team na ipapakilala natin. Dahil these are the guys that need to bring in the most. They have to have the most value as well. At syempre, magpakitang gilas lahat ng players nila. I know you guys know where I'm headed. Here is MVP Esports.
Ito na nga ang MVP Esports. You got Exotic Kel at ang pinaka-MVP na si Nico. Slatham, V-Black as well dun sa dulo. At yung team na to, pag tinignan mo yung standings, okay, maybe tied for that 5th, 6th slot. Pero yung performance na I think really speaks above their current standing. We saw them yung kinalaban nila yung NAOS last weekend na close game pa nila yun. That was an 11-13 and a 13-9 loss. And that is against, you know, the top team dito sa ating regular season. If you look at what MVP really have, I think sila ang isa sa mga team dito currently in the top 6, so pwede mo talagang sabihin they have a dark horse chance to make it into the top 3 and beat some of the other teams na nandito pa rin.
Yeah, may pagka-similarity talaga nung nangyari sa kanila nung Abaddon Abyss pa sila. But then again, we saw this resurgence from MVP nung naging MVP sila when they had to shuffle around the roster, nung nadagdag nga si Kel, who has been one of the better additions so far, na laking tulong alongside Dico. And it's just that mix of having some of that other roster na nag-fit in lang sa roster mo na mismo. Adyan pa rin yung core ni V-Black, ni Exotic, ni Slatham. You know how well they perform with one another. Alam mo gaano reliable yung calls dito ni V-Black. And so far, the pieces that they have added, or effectively, yung pieces na meron na sila, tas dinagdag pa dun sa natitira dun sa kabila nung lumang MVP squadron, nagsama-sama na to be a force to be reckoned with. And that little bit of change is what has brought them back into contention dito sa playoffs run natin eh.
Buti na lang talaga, no, pinasok na nila tong changes na necessary na at this point kung gusto nila ng shot talaga dito sa playoffs. Tama yun eh. Kung babalikan natin dun sa split 1 run nila back when they were still in the Abaddon Abyss squad, nakita natin na yung trajectory nila pataas. Okay na. Yung mga things na nako-comment natin in the past about them, in-improve talaga nila at na-develop nila, especially nung nandun na tayo sa playoffs. Kaya naging concerning pagpasok natin dito sa split 2 na yung same momentum na natapos yung season na yon, hindi nila nadala dito sa split 2. But then again, ito na nga, naggawa na sila ng necessary changes at sa wakas, there is some momentum shift going on dito sa team na to. And yun talaga, they're gonna have to be really hopeful and they're gonna have to bring their A-game on as they go against a team that is known to be the fertile spot in the desert, kung saan nag-grow yung mga plants natin at kung ano-ano pa. Kaya hoping naman tong team na to na tuluyan ng mag-bear ng fruit etong Oasis nila. Heto ang Oasis Gaming.
Kung may fertile spot sa desert talaga. Grabe naman kasi ang init ng panahon at ang init ng team na ito. Oasis Gaming, alam mo naman yung rotation na nila. Nexi, Savvy 8K, Georgie, Marky, Wild Oreo, and Drax. All of them nilalaro per map basis. Depende sa rotation, depende sa composition. May ibang plano palagi ang Oasis Gaming. Hindi ko alam ba't ako yung nagsasalita tungkol sa Oasis kung nandito sila. Pero sa totoo lang, ang pinaprove ngayon ng Oasis Gaming is how dominant they can be. Sige, natalo sila ng NAOS, but dinidiscuss namin bago mag-start ng broadcast na ang Oasis Gaming, di ba, Black and Blue, sila yung pinaka-dominating in terms of their map wins mismo. Yung round differential ng Oasis ang pinakamataas so far sa ating buong, I'd say, regular season.
Oh, ang dami na lang talagang lopsided wins versus GameLab.Alpha yung buong series na yun. Parehong 2-0 at naging 5-13 tas 3-13 pa, and then they did the same thing exactly nung kinalaban naman ng Action PH. And no slouches of a team. And you look at you look at yung mga kalaban na like GameLab and Action, and you look at where Oasis have proven themselves compared to what have NAOS done yung last stage. At nakita naman natin, di ba, last stage, sabihin natin, the story came for NAOS, natalo sila sa Oasis in the regular season, then they went on that tear throughout the next part of the regular season hanggang umabot sa playoffs and grand finals. And Oasis, they could be on the same path. They lost to only NAOS as their second game, much like NAOS during split number 1, and now they're on the tear throughout this regular season.
Ang galing nga kasi yung mga problems din, katulad na lang dun sa pinag-usapan natin kanina about MVPE, yung mga naging concerns sila last split kung saan parang hindi sila as decisive as a team, mukhang nare-remedy na talaga nila going into this second split of ours. At siguro meron tayong mga spearhead dito tulad na lang sa upcoming head-to-head natin between Wild Oreo and of course one of our panelists himself, si Nico. Yeah. Natatawa na si Dax Sige, Dax, simulan mo na yung discussion sa iyong casting partner dito.
Ba't ako? Dapat siya, ba't ako? Pero
Talk
sige,
about me.
not to toot my partner's horn here. Sige, kita natin talaga between Nico and Wild Oreo, parehas silang impressive on the initiation. Sobrang cool, calm, collected, effective in the clutch. Pero one thing to really take note is, ito ay isang historical matchup pa. Hindi lang MVP versus Oasis. Ano na to? Zeal versus Oasis. Kung gusto mo pa i-turn back yung clock even more so, Wild Coreon versus 60-45 Pirates all the way back nung mga 2021. Matagal na silang familiar sa isa't isa. Matagal na naglalaro talaga ng mga players na to. And that might be one thing na kailangan natin bantayan because this matchup is very familiar kung nanood kayo ng stage 1. Nung Abaddon Abyss versus Oasis Gaming, 2 beses sila naglaban, isa sa regular season, isa sa playoffs, at tikit yung labanan. But with the new faces here for MVP, and in this case especially, na nandito na si Nico, on the other hand si Wild Oreo, mas marami yung playtime sa rotation. Ano kaya yung mga extra bit of changes ngayon? Ano magagawa nila sa matchup na to?
Yun nga ang tanong and they're playing very different roles but they give a similar value in being that rock for the team dito. Wild Oreo for Oasis and Nico for the MVP squad. And while Nico might be an initiator, you see Wild Oreo be on the controller or flex a bit more often. You can really tell that a lot of the team hinges on them being able to pivot well around yung dalawang players na to. They really are that rock, the glue that I talked about a while ago na sinasabi nga natin is what helps keep a team kind of together when parang medyo nasa scramble na sila, medyo nahihirapan na sila, kailangan na comeback. And you can see a lot of that starts from the fire of these two players.
Sorry, natatawa ko. Why do you keep talking about yourself in third person nito? Why?
It's my internal narcissism na lumalabas lang.
Pabida ka talaga, boss, Pabida.
Ay, di ako mapakali doon Every time sinasabi niya, they, them, are you talking about yourself? Pero, ayun nga.
Never mind.
Pa-humble pa siya
Pa-humble pa pa-simple pa. Pero yun nga, time and time again, pinatunayan talaga nilang dalawa, especially on that initiator role, na kaya talaga nilang how should I call this? Mag-contribute as a team para makuha nila yung mga wins na kailangan nila at yung mga strategies that they're trying to pull off. Ngayon naman, as we go over to our map veto, ayan, magpapan tayo sa map veto natin. Diyos ko, ang hirap pag-usapan lagi ng map veto when you have a team like Oasis Gaming that looks rock solid in every single map that you put them. Siguro magiging mas focus natin dito yung MVP Esports. Ngayon, Black and Blue, I have seen a trend wherein MVP Esports has been doing really well in Haven. The concerning part is isa rin to sa mga best maps ng Oasis
Oh, definitely. If you want to play Oasis, you have to remove that Haven. At tinanggal nila yung Fracture. To be fair, Fracture for Oasis has been a map na talagang nire-rely on nila throughout a lot of their runs dito sa VCT. And even though we see them lose sometimes on Fracture, it's been a very difficult map to try and take them against. 5-3 currently. They've beat teams like GameLab, beat teams like Abaddon Abyss, the former MVP on that. At Bind naman ang unang itinanggal dito ng Oasis.
Okay, so okay talaga tong bans na to para sa tarehong teams. MVP Esports, binan nila yung Fracture kasi ito yung binan nila against Oasis nung playoffs since nadurog sila nung stage 1 no, nung Abaddon Abyss pa. Pero on the other hand, MVP might have been the only team na willing i-pick yung bind kasi sila lang yung pumili ng bind last time nung stage 1 nung pwede pa yung bind. So sabi ng Oasis, hindi pa namin yung practice yun. Kung pipiliin nyo, wag na nga yan. So instead, we go on Split, which is a very interesting map para sa parehong teams kasi pareho silang experience dito eh.
We're gonna go to Split. Well, I'm very happy about this.
I think it's really
but
weird.
like, it's rare. So, we'll take what we can get pagdating dito sa mga maps na hindi natin nakikita as often. And I guess, in a sense, siguro masasabi natin etong MVP, they're trying to like, really surprise Oasis Gaming. Kasi nakita na ng Oasis Gaming yung iba't ibang mga playstyles na itong MVPE. However, ayan na nga yung sinasabi ko kanina na concerning part for me, Black and Blue, Haven is gonna be pulled out.
Whoa, well, you choose to play Oasis on Haven, you're asking for a difficult time. Pero tignan natin, yung MVP, to be fair naman, as of late, it's been one of their better maps. So, I think they feel confident para ikalaban ng Oasis dito. Split ay isang mapa na in this current stage, pareho silang natalo. 0-1 so far, but last stage nung kinalaban lang Abaddon Abyss on this map dito ang Oasis, they won on Split. They were able to beat Oasis on Split, and so maybe that core can retain some of that same parang mga successes na nakita nga natin last stage. Pero Lotus naman ang itatanggal dito ng Oasis, rather ng MVPE, which is a really strong map for Oasis. So I think they're shaping this up pretty decently well, if you ask me, para sa MVP. Those map number 1 and 2 can be wins for this MVP underdog.
Yeah, honestly, and we end up in Pearl na kaya pa rin naman palagan ng MVP ang Oasis, even though Oasis did impress against GameLab.Alpha last time around. And you can see it here, Split, Haven, Pearl. Etong map pool na to, very defined by the legacies of the two teams. So tackle na nga dito ni Black and Blue nga na yung Split, yung pagpanalo ng Abaddon Abyss versus Oasis. Pero syempre, yung Oasis naman, kahit bago pa mag-stage 1, willing na sila maglaro ng Split. We know Haven is gonna be a very contested map, pero syempre, Oasis pa rin ang very happy to play something that comfortable. And in the end, kailangan talaga mapakita dito ng MVP Esports yung improved performance nila. Kasi in terms of the map pool, pwede pang panalo, pwede pang palagan talaga ang Oasis. Pero syempre, ang Oasis yung may history mismo, especially on that Haven map, para makatulong sa kanila dito sa pool na to.
Saktong-sakto talaga yan eh. Kasi kinilabutan din ako dun sa highlights kanina. Naalala ko kung gaano kagaling sa utility usage etong Oasis, especially on that Haven. Kaya nga nahirapan na talaga yung Action PH during their last series na i-shutdown yung mga entry nila. Georgie, ganyan yung mga bagay na kailangan i-anticipate ng MVPE kung gusto nilang mapanalo etong second map at hindi na tayo umabot, if ever, sa map number 3. But as I say that, I am leaning towards my newfound home/org. I'm gonna be predicting Oasis Gaming for this one, but maybe si Nico himself will also predict for his newfound home/org.
I mean, I would love to predict for the underdogs, and I think talagang pwede talaga silang manalo dito. You look at that map, Vito, katulad ng sinabi ko, Haven, even though it might be an Oasis map, it's very winnable for MVP looking at their previous performance, and Split is a map that they could always take it on against this Oasis squad. Pero I still have to put against the number 2 team here currently in a regular season, the team na talagang, katulad ng sinabi ni Dax, the biggest point differential, round differential we've had, so I'm gonna have to still go with Oasis.
Okay, sige na nga. Ako rin, feel ko, kailangan ko makisabay dito sa Oasis. We've seen for Oasis, it's just one statement they have to make. Sige, natalo tayo sa NAOS, pero hindi tayo magpapatalo sa ibang team. Nagawa nila versus Action PH, nagawa nila versus GameLab.Alpha, and I do feel like mas may chance dito ang MVP Esports, especially with a map draft like this. But then again, meron pa rin talagang strength pinadala dito ang Oasis. And once they find the right composition and the right rotation para sa certain teams, nakakuha talaga nila yung mga dominant win. Ginawa nila versus Action, ginawa nila versus GameLab.Alpha, and I feel like yun yung magiging precedent moving forward ng Oasis Gaming.
Ayun na nga, meron na tayong precedent na inaabangan for these teams. But as we lock in our predictions, let's keep the ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Ipapasa na namin kayo sa ating mga casters so we can begin the game between MVP and Oasis Gaming.
Welcome everybody to the English broadcast of VCTPH. We're going to be your casters for today. I'm Riku, joined by Fluffy02, and it is going to be the battle between Oasis Gaming and MVP Esports. How you feeling today, Fluffy?
I'm excited because it's Oasis Gaming, but also MVP Esports. You know, we've seen these two teams play against each other in the past, and it wasn't that clean of a series. So now a lot of improvements have been made, but are they enough to really make a difference? That's the big question for me for today.
And I'm so excited to find the answer for later on this BO3 series. But before that, we just want to inform you guys that we're available in two languages, in two broadcasts. You're currently watching the English broadcast, but we're also available in Tagalog over at Facebook and as well as on YouTube.
And don't forget that if you want to grab a snack, you can always use our Grab Unlimited promo if you scan the QR code to get that free delivery on your first month.
Yep, Sari. And as we head on over soon to for the match that we have MVPE versus Oasis, these two teams, of course, they're still fighting to be the best currently in the regular season, but they have different goals in the current state that they have. We have Oasis, on the other hand, wanting to state their goal either to be first place or second seed in the current regular season. Meanwhile, for MVPE, it's a bit different now because they're currently 2 to 3 in the standings, and they're a bit worried that some of the teams can still catch up and possibly take them down and deny them entry on the playoffs.
I mean, I'm sure that MVP Esports has big dreams in mind. We've seen that this team is really proven themselves, or has really proven themselves over time. From coming from that split 1 into split 2, they've climbed out of the abyss and has really pulled themselves up into that upper echelon of teams, always managing to strike blows against top teams, but also positioning themselves pretty well, especially for a team that has only recently entered VCT. I mean, there's some experience here and there, and like you mentioned, for Oasis Gaming, they've always been that team that has struggled to secure the first spot. They've done it in the past against other teams in former splits, but this time around, especially coming from last split, they had that second place. And yeah, they are leading, quote unquote, but there is a chance that something might happen. They can go up and down, especially between these top 4 teams.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned, Abyss, because when we look at MVPE, most of their players did come from Abaddon Abyss in the last split. And just as you mentioned, it was quite close when Oasis and Abaddon Abyss faced off in the playoffs. It was, I believe, the upper bracket. It was a 2-1 score coming from Oasis's victory, but it went towards the double digits. So at this point, now that we see Split back in play, I believe Split was one of the maps where Abaddon Abyss ended up victorious in that series.
Yeah, I don't think Oasis in general has really... They have a good fundamentals as a team, but when I look at their split, there's nothing really stand out. And on the other hand, we see the former Abaddon Abyss squad MVP, they've really put together a better structure in that sense. So I'm sure that they're very confident in first picking that, pushing them, getting that early momentum for this best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be very important considering it is going to be our first map for the day, which is going to be Split. As again, when we look back at the players that shine throughout that series, I believe it wasn't exactly, the typical, highlight duelist players that we've been seeing most of the time. It was definitely more focused on some of the Sentinel players and as well as the flex players of the teams. Both teams had a lot of highlights, especially throughout that BO3. So I was wondering if there's going to be a repeat of the same performances or a repeat of expectations, especially when we look at, Savvy, Nexi, and as well as Slatham and Vanta Black in this series.
I mean, from Oasis, I think it's more apparent nowadays, especially as we move on to the agent select, that they're very confident what they pick, but also in how they play. They look a lot more cohesive together and more decisive as the tournament grows towards the end. And for MVP, we always see some standout players. For me, Slatham has always been one that's really done so well. Vanta Black, of course, with the IGL exotic, very explosive at times. But now we look at the split composition, something I think that Oasis hasn't brought out on Split 2, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a bit of a mix, considering the fact that I suppose Split is one of the least played maps when it came to the regular season of Split 2. So it's going to be very exciting to see with a mix that we have right now. Difference in composition so far, Fluffy. What are your first thoughts as you see it completed?
I think that it's very interesting that Oasis, I think we got a little preview there, was going for that Viper pick. I find that Viper is always something that is valuable because you have the ability to make a lot of lurk walls, especially on attacking side. The Viper Split and Split though, not as effective as other maps. It does provide you some control, but it's normally played in that double controller setup. It gives you a lot of post plant, but other than that, my bigger concern is Split is one of those maps that a lot of players are already familiar with. So the question really is just how do you play around and pull perceived pressure to force people to rotate? And I think that's something that we've seen MVP do before, but I am hopefully optimistic for Oasis gaming because again, they haven't played this on Split 2 yet. So a lot of surprises still for them.
Oh, I'm sure. I feel like one of the things that we've seen recently when it came to Split is that it's a very pivotal point to either give up mid control or keep it intact to make sure that they don't have access to a lot of the areas throughout the map. So I was wondering what kind of approach both of these teams have.
Well, if Oasis' streak has anything to show for it, I'm sure that they're going to go and try to do something explosive, but hopefully a lot more careful than what they used to have in the past. Sometimes I think they stumble on their own momentum as I stumble on my sentence. But also, MVP, I think Vanta Black has always had a good mind for the game. So I think the way that they move around the map has always been very solid. If Exotic manages to get 1 or 2, I think the early momentum pick really changes the tides and the momentum for everything in general. If Slatham gets more value than just the info or normal initiator things, if he gets those frags as well, that we honestly normally see him do, I think that it can be a very strong match. But I think overall, looking at the best of 3, it's a very important map for them because after Split, I know the game hasn't started yet, but after Split is going to be Haven, and that's one of Oasis Gaming's strongest maps. So this map has to be the one that MVP really tries to get.
Yeah, considering the fact that Pearl will be the deciding factor after this, after the first 2 maps, which is incredibly important because we all know that Pearl has been a bit 50-50 for most of our teams. So it just feels like on paper that it might go the long haul, considering that, again, when both of these teams faced off during that BO3 in the playoffs, it was Abaddon Abyss that was able to score victorious. I believe it was a 13-8 score against Oasis on this particular map. So, of course, MVPE will be happy to take this as their first map.
I mean, I'm sure they have the confidence in the past. They already have it written before. The question is, does Oasis Gaming adapt because they've played each other already? Do they learn their lessons from the past, or are they just going to repeat the same mistake? Because I think that one good thing that Oasis has been doing is changing up the way that they work as a whole. And also MVP, I think we've always talked about how this hot team has the heat retention problems, but recently it feels like they have been able to go the series, going the distance, and if they just keep that up, I think they have a good chance. And I'm sure that they're confident in it, because I'm sure in the minds of the player, like player perspective, you're looking at the map bans, you're like, okay, this is banned, there's no frac, there's no bind, so we can't pick Split or some other maps. What do we choose? If we pick this map, they're gonna, if we don't ban Haven, they're gonna pick Haven, so you're already expecting them to pick their best map. So you have to be super confident, is my point, into picking this as your first map and giving the side, more importantly, to Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, it just again, it's definitely a no-brainer when we look at MVP's perspective. The fact that they're able to get that big confidence boost and match up against Oasis is again a testament of that they can really do it. It's just that you mentioned being able to stabilize, being able to not overheat too much, making sure that they're always prepared to whatever Oasis is prepared to do, because what we've seen in, I guess, the pattern when it comes to every single map that we've seen in Oasis, they always pull a fast one in you. And I feel like that's the entry point for MVPE to brace themselves against.
Yeah, they really have to expect sometimes the unexpected, and always be prepared for any situation because Oasis, sometimes their pace is just all over the place. But
Yeah.
MVP, I'm sure that they're always ready for this because we take a sneak preview of what we saw previously on the Agent Select. We saw that for MVP, we have Vanta Black on that Omen. Very standard pick here for Split. Gives you the Paranoia, very important. We have Slatham, though, not necessarily playing that in any role, actually going to be playing the Battle Sage, which sometimes we see him not always play, but I like the fact that he'll be able to use his util and still be able to frag out.
Honestly, I love how you brought up Vanta Black and Slatham. I believe they, when they last fought Oasis, they were averaging, the entire map, they were what, 50 plus kills, both of them, not even combined, individual kills throughout that BO3. So these are the two players definitely that we have to watch out for. And I'm sure my dogs are very, very excited to watch the match. They're going rabid at the moment. But looking over at, again, the agents when it comes to Oasis this time around, I feel like it's the complete opposite. Like there's no other like similarities between the two agents that we see. I think the only thing that we see is just the Sky being the clones in there for the composition. So it's nice to see this diversity when it comes to Split.
Yeah, speaking of letting the dogs out, both Skies on both teams really has that ability because they have the Trailblazer to really get the info that they need. But I think it's more valuable for Oasis Gaming because they do have that secondary initiator. They have the KO with the Suppress. And I think the knife is way, way, way high up in value in combination with the Null Command because they only, for the MVP side of things, they only have the Cypher and the Sky to really do any delay. So the moment that they get suppressed, the Cypher has nothing to play contact off of. You can just walk into the site. And looking at the explosive firepower on Oasis Gaming side, they have 2 innies. That's at least 4 flashes. 2 can be thrown at the same time. They have the dog, just like Riku, and they also have double controllers. So they have a lot of ways to take space. And of course, they have a Raze. It's Raze versus Jet. Raze is split map. Kind of good, but we've seen Exotic on Jet and he's really popped off.
Yeah, I like how you say explosive, right? That it's very fitting of the Oasis's composition. The fact that they have, you know, double initiator paired with double controllers, it's just a lot of re-hit potential, almost unlimited ways to enter a site and stall for time and then re-rotate somewhere else. So honestly speaking, it just really fits the way that Oasis works.
That was interesting actually, because when you look at the Oasis composition, again, for those at home, it's going to be the double controller in the Astra Viper, but also the double initiator with the KO and Sky, and their only duelist is going to be that Raze. It does mean that they have no hard Sentinel, which is something that you can play default off of. You can use the pressure of the walls and stars, but if that's disrespected by the enemy team, it's basically nothing to really go for any delay. There's no big flash. Even Paranoia, in a way, takes space because it has a delay, but what they do have is that Raze. And one thing about Oasis is that it's savvy playing Raze. You know, normally Georgie's the main duelist. But if we look at this team as a whole, to be honest, aside from Nexi, all of these 4 players have been the star duelists of their previous teams. Wild Oreo and Marquis from formerly Oasis Gaming's old roster with Envy. Also Savvy from Bren and Georgie. So these players, they all can play duelists. So anyone can just swap roles whenever. That's the nice thing about this team.
So it's like, okay, you can see them as an initiator main, but then it's actually sub-duelists as like their title because of, again, what they can do and what their experience is. And this is exactly what MVP Esports has to face. Honestly, it's just, it feels like it's very tough. Like when you look at, you know, the utility that Savvy can work around with, especially that as a Cypher, how can you slow down these site takes with this explosive of a start? And speaking of start, here we go, Split, the first map of the day. And and Oasis starting on the defense first, MVPE on the attack.
And we see the round begins. The Viper Orb already getting some control here on the middle side. The attackers, Exotic works his way into that vents to get more control of the map, but still not a decisive hit for either team, just getting more space.
Yeah, nothing yet. It's just a stack on towards mid. There is that just 2 people, by the way, on the side of B. It feels like that's a more appealing choice, but look at that. They're going through Stewards instead.
Making sure that they have the flank already controlled because they do have the tripwire there, but a double peek may be possible coming here from Vents. Georgie goes up. He spots Exotic, but he gets traded out by Nexi instantly. That spots out the A push. The paint shells come in for delay for Savvy as they back off.
Really nicely done. The Pain Shell's gonna slow them down, but they're still gonna pursue this. But the Viper wall will block their vision momentarily as Black kills Xavier. Slatham gets a kill of his own. The wall right here narrows down the entry points of Oasis to get this retake 2v4. It's looking a bit dicey here.
Yeah, while the Oreo needed to fan himself to cool off a bit because here comes the retake. The wall already going to be blocking off Marky. The crossfire going to be broken. So it's going to be Wild Oreo alone. They have the info now that there's at least one player playing on screens. There's a couple stars here for the Astro and Marky. There goes the dark cover to remove the heaven angle. Clearing close. Does he spot it? Marky manages to find the first one. They're looking for the trade. Maybe it's still possible. 1v2. We've seen Marky do this before. He has the info of the first guy. But does he have the second? Time is ticking and only 28 HP. He's going to be peeking into maybe the double swing. Faces Nico, but he falls. And that's the first round for MVPE. They chose the map and they start strong.
Really nicely done pistol round on the side of MVP. A lot of control. Played the post plant really well. And yeah, Oasis. Let's see how they hold on to the stronger buy of MVP in this round.
See, that's the we were talking about in the panel previously. You have no sentinel for Oasis Gaming, so unless you try to take space, it's very hard to just instantly react. You see how deep Exotic is able to crawl into that vents area? That's part because they recognize they have no stage, they have no contact turret or trip or anything. They're just free to walk in this. They have to fight for it. And like when they had their A push, they're just so delayed, especially if there's no control. So Oasis is going to pivot themselves, stacking up 3 players here onto mid. Oreo with the paint shells and flash ready on the contact of Wild Oreo. He's going to be the target to mark off the exec. Actually 4 players, including Marky. There goes the nades. Doing some heavy damage. The flash to the punish maybe. And they're not going to be able to find one, but Slatham's Bulldog will be able to get a kill on Georgie.
Oh dear, that's just a lot of chaos in the middle. 3v4, just a bunch of chip damage on the side of MVP, but again, there's still free reign onto A side, and it's one of those things like, what can you do on this pistol round? Wild Oreo already very, very low at this point with 9 HP, with just a pistol in his hand. Gonna try to do the unpredictable play with a headshot on Vanta Black. Really nicely done, picks up a gun. And at this point, 2v4, it's still very dire for the side of Oasis to win this round, but they'll take what they can, and they'll take just 1 kill off the board.
Nico able to find Nexi, not that sexy, holding that angle, kind of not being able to see, especially with that classic. The firepower is just too strong on that Spectre. Moving on to the 3rd round, very important for Oasis Gaming because they have the tools now to really take the fight to MVP, as they will be able to control mid better, but they have been setting up this wall. The Viper wall on the defensive side means that it stops the lurks coming into vents, but it doesn't give them much control on that middle, which it seems that MVP has recognized and have started abusing. Will they keep the pace or maybe shift it? We'll see on this round.
Let's see what the plan is in mind now with a bigger buy, just as you said. Oreo on the vent, but is going to get smoked off.
There goes Savvy. He's able to find Exotic. That's the entry down. Momentum already first blood drawn for Oasis Gaming. While Oreo moving back onto the vent side, getting to play safe because they do have that man advantage. Slatham's going to be marking him though. Slowly, they're not going to stop this push. Relentless to keep pushing up on this middle side. And they even have the smoke already ready. But there goes the Viper Orb to block on some vision. But Nico won't be able to find the Wild Oreo, who just carefully backs away.
Yeah, without a duelist, it's a bit difficult now to skip or create a wide range of space. Kel now just trying to do what he can, get the orb. Gonna get flashed, but Nexi is right there lying and waiting into ramps, which makes it a bit difficult for them to take this orb space and farm. With a 3v2 possible situation, maybe there is a chance.
Oh, they only get 1 of the info off that suppress, but they will find out that there is more because of that Trailblazer. Georgie already ready, he's gonna back off and play safe. Dark cover is coming into heaven to block off the angle, but Nexi still has contact here on ramp. Breaks the Cypher camera and is slowly falling back. Oh, Georgie spots one. Might go for the flash here, going for the peek as well. Oh, the double coming in from Wild Oreo off the poison. The vulnerable just deleting the players off that chip damage. The slow as well, gonna stop some players. But Wild Oreo gets the 4K because of the lineup. Great play by Brienne.
Oh my word, that is insane! And now momentum is shifted back into Oasis. Now it's 1-2. And that is definitely what do you call this? I want to say a morale booster. I know it's just early into the game, but it is definitely a booster. that Oasis will welcome. And it all started right here. Everyone was just all lined up for Wild Oreo.
Everyone lining up to see what is happening, what is hot in you here in the kitchen, what is brewing, because here on Split, Oasis finding a foothold, getting momentum, but the fight in mid not stopping for MVP, going for a quicker exec here, disrespecting this push probably, I mean the orb from Viper, because you know, this is like a pseudo delay, because even though you throw something out there, you still kind of have to mark it. Some teams, if they push through this, I think it just makes your defense crumble.
Yeah, it all starts always in mid. It's always at 50-50, whether you lose a duelist or not. Will the duelist get a kill? That's the story. Nicely done. Flash as well to create space for Exotic to reposition elsewhere.
Low and steady. Here it comes. Exotic waiting in the corner. Does Wild Oreo know that there's a player? The dash is already popped here. Might try to go for an aggressive swing, and there goes Wild Oreo, and he comes up on top.
Oh, Wild Oreo is feeling it. That is I can confirm. And with that said, with them losing the duelist, now this will enable MVP to move elsewhere and decide for a different approach in mind.
Slowly readjusting the situation, but there comes the poison orb again. The pressure is gonna block off some vision, give them more space for the defense side to really make more rotates. But MVP is just gonna be marking that. They already have the dark covers ready. Are they pivoting to the left? Nope, they're going to the right, straight into vents, using the cage as well, just to make sure no one pushes through. Going for a burst here, 20 seconds on the clock, but this Viper wall is set up just for this occasion to stop any of these pushes. Nico has to flash through, but there's just not enough time. 13 seconds remain. Here comes the wall to block off some more entries. 9 seconds on the clock, but there's still one on site. Georgie goes for the swing, but they manage to go there. 4 seconds. Oh, they will probably get the plant off of this. I think it's going to be able to stick, and now 3v3.
They do get the plant down. 3v1 at this point. Hell in the high ground, and while Oreo once again denies that win against MVP.
While Oreo goes for the pop in there, able to go extra wide to swing for this team. What a superhero. Stabilizing Oasis Gaming. Their buy rounds working a lot better than what they had for that start.
So true, bestie. Sorry, that came out for some reason. Anyway, Viper's Pit. Wild Oreo, because of his heroics, now has the Viper's Pit. Definitely use a lot of space. Use that for a lot of space for Oasis. You go, bestie.
Okay, a lot of space indeed. I'm gonna give you some space to breathe as well. Here we go on the middle side. Slatham slowly crawling his way here. Not really spotting much info. Exotic is able to get the orb, but at least gets the rifle off, because that does give him the Blade Storm down deadly with the knives. We've seen him do it before. The boom bot already going to be broken as Slatham's there for the contact.
It has always been the battle in mid. It's always at 50-50. Who's gonna win first? And Slatham deals first blood. Beautifully done by MVPE. Double kill. Now they have control. Now they have a choice on where to go.
Slowly creeping his way, but actually he backs off just in time as Georgie's gonna go for the swing. Oh, the lineup though, but Georgie spots him out. The camera are gonna spot out Georgie as well. Just gonna see each other there, know exactly where they are. Oh, he's gonna go for the bait and switch. This is an intense 1v1 here, but Georgie ends up on top because of the rifle.
That was so intense. And now it's a 3v4. Still very much doable for MVPE. It seems to me this gravity well doing a lot of work for Marky and on towards the B site. It'll delay a little bit, but in the end, look at this encirclement. Marky is going to try to flank, but Phantom Black has sensed this is happening when Nexi denies and slows down the spike being planted, but in the end, can't get it down just yet. Exotic is ready with his knives, 6 HP, on towards the Sage player, onto Slatham. Can he do it? Nope, they get the plant down, but Oasis still wins this round.
What a great way closing out the round. Georgie holding from above, making sure that no one can get that spike down. But it's Nexi who really did a lot of the hard work, getting the first impact frag, making sure the spike is not going to be planted, even using the fragment to damage the Sage, which allows Georgie to get the peek off.
Yeah, it looked really good for MVP. With this start, this double kill start, but then Nexi, you just said, you mentioned, denies the spike being planted and whittle down away the HP of the rest of the team.
Now we're going to go a little pause here. Oasis 3, MVPE 2, and Oasis deciding to go for the timeout. wanting to extend their lead. I feel like this is a very valid move, especially that you're on the defensive side. You want to get as many rounds as you can.
Honestly, even if it was an eco round for the side of MVP, I think that was still a very, very good round. It feels like they're also having gathering some steam for themselves. So just as you mentioned, yeah, the timeout, very understandable. But looking at the ults, Seekers possibly in play from their shadows and Resurrect as well. But the Viper Spit's still intact so far, coming from Wild Oreo.
Honestly, Wild Oreo's gotten this Viper Spit really early because he's gotten that 10 frags on that Viper. But you're right. I think this round, it's more important that we focus on the Sky Ultimate because against a double controller, the Seekers really ruin a lot of that perceived pressure plans. So Nico having that available might be very good, but they are on a slightly lower buy. They are on the half armors, but they have the full util and they're equally as deadly.
Let's see if there's going to be a faster round. Time and time again, it has been constantly towards mid control, seeing that 50-50 duel. The fast-paced round so far. Exotic already passing through ramps. The eyes, Georgie, but he lands the headshot first. Now there's no duelist on the side of MVP.
At least they have some saving grace here, because from the heavens, we have the Resurrect on the Sage. Latham still has the wall as well, but gonna go for the wall back to try to destroy the Trailblazer pilot there. They already have the info of one, but it looks like the double swing's gonna come in. Oh no, just tried to bait the res, but at the wrong time. Georgie manages to find the res first, so technically it's a fine trade for them. They still have the Seekers to work with, as well as in range now for the Cypher Hat.
Yeah, they gotta make sure that Exotic is dead and Oasis succeeds in that mission. Sub-quest, if you will. 73 HP onto Kel. He's already creeping in closer and closer to see if he can 1v1 Wild Oreo, but having the neural theft activated, this pushes Wild Oreo to swing for that timing. Nicely done. 4v2 now. Not a good look for MVP in this current round. And as they're pushing towards that area, they're still forced to plant. VantaBlack has to guide himself and guard throughout a lot of these angles. And Oasis at the end will win.
It's a clean retake here for Oasis Gaming, able to segment the map and really isolate a lot of fights. I like the smoke though, coming from the attacker's side, the second dark cover up onto heaven, allowing Cypher to cross and get maybe some more information. Unfortunately though, it looks like this game, while Oreo just extra crispy on this Viper in general, able to find one and trade his teammate in case he did fall from the sky there when Savvy did go for the double satchel.
Yeah, super duper good coming from Wild Oreo. An absolutely really great performance so far from the first 7 rounds that we've seen. And we'll see now 4-2. Still no Seekers being used coming from Nico. Perhaps this could be the round.
Perhaps indeed, but the streak from Oasis Gaming looks like it's their plan to keep that streak alive. Savvy AK though, a bit more explosive this round. He does have that rocket in his pocket, and it's a lot of info, especially if they stack up, but they're actually going to be pushing onto that B side as Marky will be facing the other end of the barrel. Gonna spot him out with a jump peek, which means they have the info to work with. Slatham actually the entry fragger. There comes the flash, allows Marky to peek, able to find 2. A great teammate flash, the pop flash so good coming in from Oasis Gaming.
A Nexi Marky combo, and that's, imagine, the stars weren't even consumed. It was a flash into a peak and just surprised MVP.
That is the play. You know, Marky gets the info off the jiggle, calls for the flash. There you go. Boom. Teammate, 2 kills. Momentum already for Oasis. They just have to keep the lead right now. But VantaBlack is going to try to punish Marky as he creeps closer. The controller is trying to edge himself closer and closer to a bit more danger here. But does he know that there's 3 players stacked onto the B side? But the Seekers will surely tell them now.
Yeah, with 3 Seekers going through garage onto main, honestly, it's definitely a dead giveaway with the last 3 players in that area. And now again, 30 seconds on the clock for the side of MVPE. Very, very far from the other site, and they have to go through sewers for this big shortcut, perhaps with a headshot. VantaBlack with a spray transfer. It's not gonna work as Nexi denies that. 15 seconds on the clock. All they have to do now is try to kill as many Oasis members as they can. Time is running. Look at this. Oasis not taking the bait, and Wild Oreo peeks through the smoke. And 5-2 now. Oasis doing really well.
The discipline from Oasis Gaming really shining this game, because they're not just taking like these ego fights, which you see younger teams do. This time around, a bit more fortified in their resolve, using some jiggle, get the info, play off info, get a contact, and just swing off that. That's the way to play. Even here on mid, they already had 1 player playing deep, 1 going for the jiggle. Just the same formula, and it's something that MVPE really needs to find the recipe to success for.
It's just so good. Yeah, Oasis, the team coordination is showing right now. You may not hear their comms, but it's looking really clean with, again, the way that they've been moving so far.
Yeah, a lot more decisive in the way they're moving together. I like how last round they even used the Seekers to really secure it. This time around, though, without the Seekers available, a bit more difficult on the retake as the A push is very strong for MVP, getting a very clean entry. Their own Seeker is going to push them out of sight, which means that with that wall, they'll secure the plant.
With this, oh, showstopper. We'll greet Nico, hello. Now it's one man down on the side of MVPE. Spike now planted. The post plant with a 3-stack onto elbow. We'll see if they are eventually spotted, but with a wall on top of heaven, this narrows down the choice of Oasis to have an entry point through this retake at this point. But with the flashes, with everyone being slowed down, they're all pretty much stacked onto that backside area as Cal gets a 2K. 3v3 now, it's all even. Wild Oreo again, he's feeling it again. He has been doing a lot of work on this match. He gets the resurrect kill, but Slatham denies the ace against him and denies the momentum Oasis has built.
MVPE gets the round that they've desperately tried to find. And honestly, Oasis, a little slow on the retake. They had the plan. They had the 0 point already there. They knew where they exactly were because of that suppressing knife. Got the info off onto elbow. While Oreo, every time I look at the skill feed, I see him get 4 kills somehow, and it's been only a couple of rounds. So whatever he's doing, if they keep that up, it's going to be really strong, but they need to keep the pace. Because this round, MVPE capitalizes it because there's no resistance onto A, and they're able to convert around for themselves. And only 2 rounds separate both of these teams right now.
This is so intense. It's incredibly, incredibly close. I mean, when we look at the standings, it doesn't necessarily reflect the possible outcome of this map or even this series. Let's see, another decisive round coming from the side of MVPE. Exotic kills Wild Oreo, one of the biggest headaches so far in this map, and they've eliminated him right off the bat.
Vanta Black gonna make sure that there's no one gonna be there to flank them. The Cypher Cam from Kel as well gonna make sure that they have the area secured, but the lockdown is gonna come out from the A ramp side as the Boombot clears a bit more space for Oasis Gaming. Savvy leading the charge, still has the satchels available, but from the back there goes Marky, gets Vanta Black off his flank.
Elbow jump, Kel with a headshot. MVPE, they are on a roll right now, and they're slowly close to taking it even.
Exotic gets the 3K there, shutting down the hopes and dreams of Oasis Gaming on that jet. It looks like the aim and the confidence a little more back, especially during these latter rounds. But Oasis Gaming's economy is still pretty healthy, still will be able to buy up, but they need to get that magic that they had in the couple of rounds previously, because MVPE is surely catching up.
Yeah, it feels like the fast-paced style of MVP going in aggressively seems to be the answer. It's not the mid-control 50-50 duel. See if you can get a first pick. Hasn't been working out, but maybe the switch will throw Oasis off guard.
Maybe they'll go for the bait instead. Here comes the standard orb, though. A bit more delay coming in from Oasis Gaming. Only 2 players, maybe 3 if Georgie rotates for the middle side. Exotic going to be marking that because this only lasts for around 16 seconds. They have a gap to move right now when that Viper orb is down, but while Oreo gets a spot off the Jekyll.
Now with a lot of the stars, or rather the smokes activated already, Exotic moves his way closer to the rest of Oasis, but with Georgie shooting through the smoke, finds Exotic, and he is done and gone.
Gone already, a bit too early because they need that duelist for entry, and it's going to be Kel stepping up on that role, being the first man in, making sure that they have the space on that Cypher. Even though he's suppressed, still gun in hand, going to be able to guide the rest of MVPE into that A side. Slatham going for a very aggressive push here on screens, might be using this to wall off his teammate behind him though. They spotted both players, but will that be enough? Goes above the wall. It cannot be used against him. Will he not know? Their slow comes in, and it looks like it's going to be a scuffle here as they get flashed off. A bit more delay, a bit more patience as this stare down begins.
Yeah, the sandwich is possibly in play here on the side of Oasis. This retake going to be very important. Paranoia just captures a lot of the Oasis squad, but Wild Oreo is here again to save the day. And it's once more 6-4. Oasis takes back their momentum.
It looks like that there was that cheeky idea to take screens for the attacking side, get more space. I see the value and the idea behind it, but unfortunately, the timing just allows Georgie to jump onto the wall, use it against them, and in the time that they're pulling their attention, it causes the rest of Oasis game to get the crossfire between screens and A main, punishing the moves of MVPE.
Yeah, it feels like the again, the 50-50 kick-off potential towards mid hasn't exactly been working out, and that's what do you call this? It's just a lot. Oasis has been expecting that time and time again and has been winning that. We'll see as it happens again.
Here comes the Viper's Pit though. Gonna be spotted out by Nico, but he will be still in that poison pit. Gonna be pushed out. They have the knives as well to maybe fly over and get some cheeky kills here, but Exotic looks like he's not gonna find enough value off this right now. Still, a minute and 20 gives them a lot of time to rotate.
The biggest problem they have been encountering is definitely the B site. Most of the success comes from those A plants. It's only because of Marky. Again, the stars are just a nuisance.
Yeah, the stars have been aligning for him as he's been able to solo defend this B site, allowing his team to really focus more on A. But here comes the first frag, and through the smoke, there goes Exotic as Marky's disabled there. He's not able to use his weapon since he had to pop that star, try to save himself, but the plant gonna come down for MVPE.
There we go. Just as we brought it up, Cal is gonna be shot through the smoke. He had 1 HP because of the decay from the Viper's Pit. But now with the post plant in play, how will MVPE defend from this one? One is on top of the wall, a lot on backside, but as you can see, Georgie and Savvy AK already dropping down from heaven. Nico lying and waiting. They know someone's here. Nicely done headshot. Can he get the second? Yes, he can, because of this crossfire from Garage. And with that said, they still have to clear this with a double peek as Wild Oreo again. Every time it is Wild Oreo, the hero in this map.
Wild Oreo seals the deal, but it's no shortcoming from his team. It's a lot of part because they're able to just really break that crossfire. I think that Wild Oreo's wall slowly gave them the advantage this one so that they could peek into it. Unfortunately for them though, Nico is so good and is able to find some value, but at the end, Oasis still manages to come up on top even very slightly.
20k so far in 12 rounds. And very understandable, MVP wants this timeout. They, again, despite having the plant down, despite them already on post-plant positions for that crossfire from main to backside, it was still Oasis at the end of the day. A lot of discipline, just as you said.
A lot of discipline from Oasis Gaming, and hopefully that still pays off because MVPE are out for blood, using this stack to make sure that they get this final round of the half. Will they get that 7-5 dream right now for map 1, or will they start off at a lower 8-4? But honestly, 4 rounds on attacking is not that bad, especially considering that Split is so defender-sided, and Oasis Gaming has really leveraged that fact. If they're able to do as well once the sides do swap, MVP, of course, still have the chance, because this is Split. This is one of those maps that the score is kind of deceiving once, you know, the side swaps. That's when you can really tell what's happening.
That's true, considering the fact that they do have that double sentinel coming from Kel and Slatham later coming into defense. But as we can see, again, looking at the scoreboard, Wild Oreo on Split is a menace against MVP.
He has been really a deciding factor here for Oasis Gaming. Not to mention the fact that he's playing pretty aggressively on that Viper. But that's the advantage of having the double controller. Both of your players can really play scared. But there goes Marky. He's been playing around that same area. This time around, Salato manages to go for the spam kill through the box because Marky's just too wide at that point.
Yeah. They've figured out the formula to whittle down the defenses coming from B. But this doesn't immediately put MVP decide on hitting towards that site. Instead, let's see whether or not they can still take their time.
And there goes the Trailblazer. They get some info there. They still have the man advantage for MVP. They're going to pop the Seekers for the explosive strat. The Angels in response does come in through. Exotic drops low, and Oasis manages to stabilize while Oreo and Savvy getting to, but the trades coming from Slatham and V-Black. But they do have the Resurrection available if needed. Slatham should make sure that the site is clear before going for any heroics here. 3v2 now, situation in favor for MVP with a spike down.
Really nicely done there. The coordination as well coming from MVP. The crossfire setup. The tower from B main. And now Vanta Black. He might get flanked here by Nexi. So is he aware? There's the pop flash coming through. Nexi wins that one. 1v2 at this moment. 30 HP. Not so healthy on the side of MVP. A lot of chip damage on board already.
Oh, he
with the
spots
jump
out.
shot, he can see. But Slatham saves the day there.
Slatham coming up huge on that Sage. Gets the resurrection for the style points, but more importantly, secures the round, bringing that score ever so close because now we're in that second half of the game.
Crazy, 7-5. That's still very, very close on the scoreboard as we take a look at the replay there. Unfortunate for Exotic. Haven't been able to Slatham there, rather, still able to recover that round for the team.
Able to stabilize somewhat. Here comes the pistol round. If MVP is able to win this, they can equalize this fairly easily from that gap from Oasis Gaming. They had a strong start and they have strong rounds, but it seems like they're just neck and neck with each other. That's why MVPE, they are the team that did take Oasis, take a map off Oasis rather in the previous split, so they are equally as deadly as they are smart.
That's true. Kept as a reminder again, the scoreboard may look deceiving, even though like MVP is 2-3 in the scoreboard and 4-1 on the side of Oasis. It still isn't a primary measurement of what the matchups are going to look like. As now, you get to see Oasis penetrating through vents already.
Yes, they are, and they're slowly moving on as they get more space because they're kind of doing the similar tactic, taking a bit more of this mid control on the fight. Fanta Black, though, aggressive on the swing here, but with Slatham, the combination of bullets just able to take out Wild Oreo from the equation. They still have that second controller, though, but is it going to be enough?
That is the biggest question right now as Nico is going to keep through with his frenzy. We'll get the kill. Kel immediately with the trade. For the 1v2 situation with Nexi, not in a good, so healthy position. It's all up to him to get the plant down and save this round. He does have a ghost. He does have one flash left for this possible 1v2 situation.
Oh, here's a drop.
He heard the drop already. He gets to peek slowly as Slatham with a jump shot again. This guy is looking pretty fly.
Flying high in the sky, going for the jump shot, able to secure the round, which brings momentum back in favor for MVPE. They get the round that they need, secures them the better by next round, and now the pressure is on Oasis to keep the lead alive.
It's 2 out of 2 pistol rounds so far on the side of MVP Esports. It started off really close, but at the end, that 1v2 was especially the two last players. It's Slatham and Fanta Black, the two again players that really shined last time when they went up against Oasis. So again, eyes on these two.
Oh, for sure with Oasis, the aggression not stopping. Well, or you on the controller going for the Sheriff as well as Nexi, bringing some more firepower to the table, maybe hoping to give their teammates some extra weaponry if they can manage to find some picks. Early flash coming in from Georgie, allowing Savvy to go for a peek here as they move closer to mid. They have that frenzy at this range ever so deadly.
Get to see Slatham ready for the barrier orb. Or no, yep, he is. Georgie catches him off guard though. Fanta Black sees this coming. Already hiding slowly at Shirley already here at default. I try to shroud step away. He's gonna get concussed and Nexi lands a headshot. Again, this is an eco round for the side of Oasis and they're taking a lot of lives and possibly even a lot of guns off away of MVPE.
The momentum keeps going. They possibly can get this round. Already 2 weapons upgraded for Oasis Gaming. 1 Bulldog in hand. The Sheriff's also so deadly as we've seen. Here comes the swing. Georgie falls to Exotic. And you still have Kel up onto Heaven, aiming onto Hell. But the post plan from Oasis Gaming. Very, very wide crossfire here. 10 HP only on Exotic. And they're burning so much time. That's the most important part. The heal coming from Nico might not be enough for the sustain because he's holding his util out. There goes the swing from Oasis Gaming. Marky and Savvy as well. Goes for it. Kel finds 2. But he falls to Wild Oreo, securing another round. The Thrifty coming in for Oasis Gaming. That firepower, the extra bit with those Sheriffs just paying off.
Honestly, dude, the Viper wall coming down as a jump scare for MVPE. They didn't see that coming. The fact that they were all playing in close quarters. Actually, this entire round was full of jump scares, honestly. And I don't think MVP was prepared for that horror game of a round.
I think, honestly, MVP played that pretty poorly, to be super honest, because Latham was trying to raise the wall, but with no other contact, he just raised too slow. Georgie managing to find himself on top of that, and then Vanta Black, because the wall fell, stuck in an awkward position, gets dogged as well off of the TP. They just lose too quickly, but now they're going to go for a different strategy. Push up on this B garage side, but Wild Oreo's going to expect it, holding the off angle as Georgie clears mid.
Yeah, they are not going to expect this with the spray down. There's going to be another one as Wild Oreo kills 2. And that's a huge lead for Oasis.
There we go. And it's Nico. This time around on the sky with a frenzy. He spots out the early peak, but Georgie's there, and from the heavens he falls. Manages to find one at that range with the frenzy. Manages to save his life as well. They get one player, but is that enough to really delay this plant or retake?
That's the question. Marky now is able to eliminate Kel. There's going to be another player, but Exotic kills him with a Marshall. 15 HP, heading through the smoke, gets the spray down. Didn't expect the second coming through, but Marky at the end gets the 3K.
Marky able to survive long enough from that heaven flank to secure Oasis that 9-6 round. Now only a couple rounds separate them from that double-digit match point, 12-4. And now, well, Oreo again, the read. They knew that Vanta Black pushed this off in the previous round, but now he's holding the off angle. So these small adjustments paying off huge.
Yeah, honestly, MVPE constantly, it feels like they have to
tear them down. There.
Adjust after an adjustment. Oasis 9-6 now. The satchel, very swift execution. The gravity well activated, but I don't think that's gonna do much. It may slow down Savvy, but it doesn't stop him from taking space.
Doesn't have any satchels to really explode out of, though. He still has the paint shells to maybe get some space, but Nigo's playing this cheeky angle because for some reason that Viper wall does have a gap. Allows the players to see if anyone does cross onto that A main side. While Oreo gonna stay behind as the rest of the team might choose to pivot towards that mid side. Nico actually used this to re-clear just to make sure that no one's gonna be on that ramp side.
Yeah, no sneaky person on ramps, but it feels like Oasis has snuck their way onto mid. They're gonna get spotted, but not by the knives, but the paranoia. Instead, as Vanta Black shoots through the smoke. And they're able to get 1 kill off of that. Will this slow down Oasis's take onto B? That's the biggest question here.
That is the biggest question. And the answer in MVPE is already Nico on site. Kel ready for the swing, but will they expect this many players? The one-way actually finding some value, getting one. Will he be able to find the second? Kel finds 2. He still has the ultimate available. Trying to find the third, but Georgian Wild Oreo, the combination of players, just enough to really take him out of that site. Slatham tries to break the Seekers, but now players very low here on both sides. The double swing from Oasis Gaming. One falls off the trade from Exotic. It is an operator in hand, but he whiffs the shot. There goes the Seekers, pushing him so far back. He has the shorty, and Wild Oreo just going to go for a plant. We've seen him clutch this before, but Exotic now so hard to retake with his operator.
It's very possible here. 71 HP operator. He knows that it's possibly a default plant on the side of Wild Oreo. And it's so difficult. How do you entry from this? You do have 2 cloud bursts and 2 updrafts. Still very possible. Fortunate timing there. Gonna peek in, and Wild Oreo once again. This guy, ever so reliable.
Ever so reliable indeed. I thought he missed the timing because he peeked to the right at the moment when Exotic peeked, but he actually went back just in time to find the tip of that dragon. Speaking out, saying hello to him, and he got trained.
Crazy times, Oasis. It's very close, some of these rounds, or most of these rounds, especially after the switch. It's always coming down to either a 1v1 or a 1v2. It's just, again, a very clear sign that both of these teams are incredibly close when it comes to fighting power. But at the end of the day, who secures it? It is Oasis. As we take a look at a timeout coming from MVP.
This is a very important moment for MVP. Because this is their second timeout, and more importantly, Oasis already on the double digits. You look at MVP's economy, and they don't have much to work with. They are on their eco buy, but they do have the knives on Exotic. They have a lot of info. If they're able to pick off one player, they can use that neural theft to really gauge the situation and maybe pivot off and get a better positioning throughout the round. But still, facing against the firepower from Oasis Gaming, they have that full buy, they have the null command, and even the Viper Spit. And we've seen that Oasis Gaming is not greedy with their util anymore. They're able to use the Seekers in an early round when they were on that defensive side to really just secure the round. And I'm sure with only 3 rounds separating them from victory, they will not hesitate to really do anything to get any round.
That's true. They have been very disciplined. They have been more of a calculated, aggressive approach on the side of Oasis. They want to secure the rest of the rounds to, again, secure this first map win. Especially, this is MVP's pick on the map veto earlier.
Yeah, we mentioned during the map veto that with Haven coming up next, this split is going to be pivotal for the success of the series of MVPE. They need to get the rounds here, and this time it looks like they're going to posture themselves for that A hit for Oasis Gaming. The defense not really ready for it, and the null command going to allow them to not get smoked off as they go for the cross here. Vanta Black still getting some space off the screens, but there comes the smoke blocking that entry of Exotic. Going to try to do something cheeky here, but he doesn't have the Blaze Storm because of the null command.
That's a bit difficult. He may set up this flank, still lying and waiting for everything to expire a little bit. The time is ticking. Both of Oasis coming on ramp. They don't expect us to Slatham with a peek. And Georgie with a double kill. Nazi done trade anyways by Slatham. Now it's a 2v2. Now they have something to work with. Doesn't have a dash so far. 65 HP onto Slatham, but the headshot coming from Nexi makes it a bit even more difficult. The knives will push through. 1v1 right now as Savvy AK peaks. And now it's 11-6. This has been so close.
The right click not working out for Exotic, just too much to the right as Savvy goes for that narrow angle on this swing, able to find the kill to trade his teammate and hold the ground off of Nexi's headshot reversed previously here. I think Oasis investing that null command, knowing that they're on that eco, in a way has even more value because they have to be forced to use their utils instead, use that Blade Storm, and removing that just bought so much time and put all the pressure on the backs of MVPE. And Oasis now on a comfy lead, but is that enough to really get them the map? The knife comes through on this attacking side as well as the explosive start, the paint shells. I mean, the rocket actually gonna come through, but not gonna connect. Here comes the delay though, but every util in the world gonna be popped right now. The smoke, the fire, the flames, the one-ways, and no one's gonna see anyone cross through all the commotion. It allows them to get that free Viper's Pit.
It's honestly so crazy. There's just so much utility to secure this round, and look at that. Georgie with a flash gonna push through the smoke. Cal finds him though instead. 5v4 now. A lot of kills, exchanges here and there. 3v4. A lot of smokes, but the neural theft will reveal the location of a lot of Oasis's members, but still no kills will fall from there. With the resurrect coming from MVPE, they increase the advantage to win this match, this map rather. 7 HP onto Nexi, a bit difficult. They don't expect him there, but the op will finish him off. 2v1 now, all up to Marky. This time around, still has 1 star left, but with the op, it makes it so difficult to clutch this for his team. He's gonna hide through this wall instead, narrow down, make this into a 1v1, but the op again makes it so difficult, and MVP holds on a little bit more.
They invest so much on the attack to get the early space. They pop the rocket, they pop the ultimates, they use the Cosmic Divine and the Vipers. Well, against this operator, it should be a very good move, but MVPE, and I think because of Kelt's neural theft, they're just able to find the early pick, and more importantly, remove the spike from being able to be planted. They get that spike out of the equation, so while all that commotion was happening, nothing really gained for Oasis Gaming except for MVP surrounding them.
That's true, you mentioned it earlier. Neural theft was so important to just deny any of these line of sight blockers. All the smokes, everything in their hands as Exotic deals first blood, will reposition over towards this area. And I'm not sure if the flash will come through, but the stars will activate at least push everyone back to go to ramps as Nexi kills him with the Guardian.
Cute kill coming in from the Nexi there, just sitting in the open, not an angle anyone would expect. And speaking of no expectations, Georgie getting stuck here in the corner, fighting through everything at all odds, allows him to pull the attention though to allow Marky to move closer onto screens. But here on that lower buy, Oasis does get the plant, but the round still in favor for MVP as they have the firepower for this retake. But again, time still ticking for the side of Oasis Gaming.
It's a bit difficult. They're a bit sandwiched. At least, just as you said, one at screens. A lot on towards the site, but it's not going to be enough. Kel gets a lot of these kills. Marky trying his best with a shotgun, but MVPE takes it 8-11.
MVPE slowly crawling themselves back here, and now on that 8th round score, 11-8. Only 3 rounds separate both teams. And the momentum slowly shifting for MVP, capitalizing on a bunch of the mistakes that Oasis Gaming have been presenting to them. Every opportunity they are taking, and it has been working out for them, converting the rounds that they so desperately need. As Oasis Gaming now on the back foot, even though the score might say they're ahead, their momentum to try to find rounds has been behind because the last 2 rounds has gone in the way of MVPE.
Yeah, that's true. Even we were seeing a couple of half shields on the side of Oasis. We don't even see Savvy AK having his boombot available, trying their best to secure again this win to get it into match point.
This match point though, aggressive start coming in from the attacking side. Savvy manages to crawl all the way up onto vents, maybe get an early flank, but there's already going to be a Cypher chip there ready in case he does go all the way through. Nico gonna spot out the A main push. What this gap with this Viper wall, I don't know if this is good or maybe it's a bait to make them hold, but I'm sure that because they did this twice, that while Oreo must be aware that this is possible. Now though, it at least forces him to rotate because he's not sure if anyone crossed.
The fact that this also is a little bit of a pixel, 3 to 2 pixel gap for the operator, well, to operate on this site. So far, Oasis does have mid control. Null command now activated by Nexi, trying his best to push through throughout this site. Now the Molly is going to create a lot of space. Look at Marky just creating the sandwich, spots out Banta Black almost immediately. And look at Kel, he's trapped in this sandwich. And it's a complete control for coming from the side of Oasis. And it's all up to Nico versus 2 people. Actually, wait, hold on a moment. No way that just happened. I thought that was going to be a clutch on the side of MVPE. I didn't expect a lot of those names to pop out on the on the scoreboard. Actually, a lot of the names to disappear almost immediately on the scoreboard.
a lot of sandwiching coming here for Oasis Gaming, able to really wrap around the defense of MVPE, but it looks like Nico was hungry for the kills there, managing to still salvage it quite a bit. Able to, I think Oasis Gaming just biting off a bit more than they can chew on that round, but still, it goes their way. It pushes them onto that 12 score, and that's the most important thing for them. Only 1 round, separating their first map win into their confident second map if they do make it the distance. MVPE trying to change that story right now. All the ultimates aside from Bladestorm available, but it's not that far behind as the mid push does already come, breaking the wall for Oasis Gaming to get that pressure on really fast.
Yeah, very aggressive movements coming from Oasis. They're hungry for this map win on this round. They have Seekers available for Georgie. They can use it again, but the thing is, 4 ults on the side of MVP.
One of them is also the Resurrection, though. They can afford to be a bit more aggressive. Nico gonna capitalize on that, pushing ever so closely to Wild Oreo, who's already marking the situation. Pops the wall at the good timing to separate, but will he swing into Exotic because his teammate is already ready for the reswing? They're so close. Attention is building. The jiggle comes up, but it doesn't spot anyone. Here comes the first. There goes the wide peak, and he gets punished. MVP draws first blood, and now just from the shadows, gonna be popped by Vanta Black, repositioning himself. Instantly Slatham getting contact with V Black, getting 2. Next he finds just a trade, but Slatham finds another, and Kel ends the round. Still, MVP breathing life into the situation as Oasis tries to close it out.
Not gonna lie, I've seen this episode before, bestie. I've seen this episode before of VCT. Seen this before. And now with Oasis, it honestly feels like MVP can definitely do it again. They've now that was just so clean on the side of MVP. They managed to keep most of their runs. That's a fact. Now Oasis has to wait a little bit longer before they're able to, well, buy some more on their own firepower.
Well, we've seen Oasis take an ego before. If they just click heads, forehead, it will be a lot easier for them, especially because their aim on these sheriffs has been so deadly, especially when they can capitalize on a bunch of MVPs moves and really expose a lot of the gaps that they can have. Very interesting dynamic, but I'm sure this time around MVPE very ready for this kind of eco.
When we look at their ults, they're honestly, it feels like they're primed to win this round even more. They've got Neural Theft into the Resurrect. You mentioned that they can play a bit more aggressively, play their life, 1 life, for that extra life on their belt. But for Oasis, yeah, they've won their Thrifty literally in this map during one of the pistol rounds that MVP won. It's very highly possible for that to happen. Look at this force by Savvy AK on towards this rifle, the hero rifle on his hands.
That's our hero, Savvy AK on the side of Oasis Gaming, with the rest of his team bringing up the sheriffs. which still brings that deadly firepower in that pocket size in hand. Savvy 8K though, as he's the main entry, gets the flash run from Georgie. They really aggressively have been pushing the spray down already, just to make sure that that's clear as Wild Oreo goes for the aggressive push, managed to find us first, and that's enough. The value from Wild Oreo drawing the attention, forces the rotate off Manta Black, and the rest of Oasis gonna mirror him and go to the B side instead.
Nicely done jump scare on the side of Oasis, but yeah, it's still a 1-for-1, but without -1 controller. Oasis still has another in the form of Marky, but Kel finds Savvy and slap him again with the shots to the face, to the head. And Georgie has to 1v3 the rest of MVP. The fact that Slatham still has Resurrect, but he still has eyes on the spike. He's still complete with utility. He can pick up a gun. He can try to push this. There is that tripwire, and he'll get spotted eventually. As that's not gonna work. Slatham's still going to be there anyways with a headshot. And 12-10 now on the side of MVP.
Double digits for both teams, and very interesting way for Oasis Gaming to play, because they do get that first pick with the Sheriff kill on Wild Oreo. Even though he is traded, the value is still on the side for Oasis, because they're on that lower bar. Great flick coming in from him, but the spray down from Slatham just punishing them as they line up into his crosshair. So this time around, a pretty equal buy, but they have to be careful of this operator coming out from Exotic.
Good thing they've got 2 controllers to slow down the pace of Exotic on this op. Let's see, it feels like they're going to play swift and fast on towards ramps. I've seen this before. It's a very familiar scenario. But the difference is that Slatham now has switched over onto a site and having that wall on top.
At least it gives him the angle onto that heaven side, as Exotic is only going to be holding middle. Also the flash through, and it's able to fall back. In a way, this wall's also one way if you're playing site. So even though this flash goes pushed through, Slatham actually not going to be pinged out. Might not expect a one player onto the site. Nico, though, playing behind the Cypher chip. Does he expect Georgie to already be behind it? When this is broken, he can go for the swing here, but it's very dangerous as he has to drop down.
Oh, yeah. It feels like he's just going to play reserved, wait for someone to push through the zip line. There it is. Georgie. Oh! Georgie finds you first. Exotic, though, with a trade. Now it's 4v4 still. What is the approach? Exotic sandwich with a lot of members just pouring through the vents. And now it feels like Heaven is the approach. Kel decides to just back away, has no access to any bodies for that neural theft. But anyways, he has eyes and he sees the rest of Oasis just pouring down onto B's site. Waiting for the rest of his team to join him in this retake before anything else. Look at this. Oasis now has post-plant positions, different crossfires coming through. One across towards garage, backside the typical ones, but also towards the double box. And Wild Oreo finds it. Oh, he's not killed
Georgie
just yet. Georgie gets a 4K though. Hell, it's the 1v3, but no, 13-10. There you go. It is Oasis winning the first map of this series.
There you go. There are the boys. Oasis Gaming getting the first map, the map chosen against them as we move on to the second map. One of their strongest, Haven. I think it's a very good sign for Oasis Gaming fans out there. But also for MVPE, it's a bit harsh because this is the map that they were very strong in, and losing this out means that they have to play their best on Haven if they want to keep this series stream alive.
Like, honestly, I'm very excited to see again, Haven, when it comes to Oasis, it feels like they play much more faster, and it's one of those things where MVP has to brace themselves with. But again, that particular map, it seemed like it was close. It feels like MVP was already gaining a lot of momentum to deny that even match point, that even that victory coming from Oasis. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of plays from Wild Oreo at the beginning of this map that made it so much harder for MVP to win.
I mean, look at that score, 32. My God. I feel like the first couple rounds, all I saw was Wild Oreo get 3-4 Ks, at least for the first 4 or 5 rounds, even able to close out a lot of the later rounds. But MVP, no slouch as well, as Kel is their MVP, able to get a lot of value off that Cypher, using the neural theft to win a couple important rounds. They had enough in the equation, but they just needed that little bit more magic to close out the game.
Yeah, it was just so close. But then Oasis, you know, it felt like it was just like one difficult round, but the Thrifties have been so important and pivotal to again break momentum that MVPE try their best to gather.
I like the crossfire setups from both teams actually here on the B side. Very disciplined in the way that they play, forcing those 50-50, something you never want to peek into. These small reads like Wild Warrior showing of how he's able to adjust on the fly using Vantablack's early presence to punish him, and the operator from Exotic paying off a lot, but sometimes it feels like there's just not enough players on this side. I think the firepower is about equal, but the early momentum that Oasis has really proven to be one of the strongest valuable things that they have as a team.
Yeah, the way that they're able to clutch throughout these high pressure situations. Again, most of the rounds that we saw were very 1v1s and 1v2s, but we've got Oasis Marky delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
There you have it. If you want to avail of the promotion from Grab Unlimited, you can use the QR code beside that OAS text. Marky, of course, going to be closing out that game as he will deliver the win like you mentioned. Playing so well on that Astra, the B-site holder god, able to really defend against all odds.
And now it is 1-0 in this BO3 series. Oasis having a lead into after winning that split. Again, both of these teams are fighting for different reasons. You've got Oasis again having to want to fight that first and second seed and keep their place intact coming into the playoffs, but as well as, you know, MVP Esports, they also want to make sure that they have playoff secured, as the rest of the team still have a chance to either tie with them or take over their score. As again, we don't have a lot of weeks left when it comes to the regular season, but of course we're still in the middle of this BO3 series, and we're going to continue into Haven after this short break. we're back, everybody, over here at VCTPH Split Me. We're your casters for this series. I'm Riku, together with Fluffy02. Our current... You gotta love it, Fluffy. Anyway, yes, we're currently in the middle of a very intense series between Oasis Gaming and as well as MVP Esports. Just want to let you guys know that we're available in 2 other languages. You're watching the English broadcast, and there is the Tagalog dub of VCT Philippines over at Facebook and as well as on YouTube. I keep hitting the marks. Look at Fluffy's expression. And yes, that's all I have to say for now.
I'm just really happy because my Grab delivery is on the way. And if you guys want to get your own delivery, you can of course use your Grab code. Use that Grab Unlimited QR code that we flash throughout this stream if you want to get that first month for free. And of course, like Rico mentioned, we are on our second map. Map 1 went the way of Oasis Gaming, the map that their opposing team, MVP Esports, really just picked in confidence that they were able to win it. Unfortunately for them, didn't work out. And now we're moving on to what I would call the home grounds for Oasis Gaming. Haven, something that they've had very strong success in. The last match that I casted with Riku, they also played this map, and they also showed how strong their seaside attack was. That supremacy has always been something that they've played so well, able to pull the pressure all the way this map. Really masters of the Haven map.
I'm so excited to see this Oasis Haven again because it has been such difficulty for the rest of the teams to figure out how they can deny the Angry Birds Georgie. They always slingshot him across the map, able to get a lot of control towards the space for his team. And I feel like that has been the challenge for most of the teams to figure out how they can deny that from happening.
One great thing that Oasis has been able to really master above all else for other teams, against other teams or versus other teams, I think, is just the ability to really hold rotations and understand how teams work in order to get a more free entry. But speaking of entry, you're right. Georgie, if he's able to get those early frags, we've really seen him pop off in a couple of rounds here. Savvy was the duelist last game, but normally we do see Georgie playing that Jet, really being the angel for the team for Oasis Gaming.
Able to fly high in the sky, and MVP, they're definitely very familiar with the situation. I believe they've already fought them on towards Haven on what do you call this? Actually, no, in the playoffs, I thought they did. But because Haven is a very, just as you said, the home ground of Oasis, it feels like there's a lot of air quote information that MVP Esports can work with, especially when it comes down to the VOD reviews.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams do this against NAOS Esports. We've seen that they were the masters of Icebox in the previous split, and you can get the same concept, same story, where other teams analyze them, able to take off a map off them. So if MVPE does the work against Oasis Gaming, because they have shown Haven a lot of times already, if they're able to get that read, and we know that Vanta Black is a great IGL, always able to really find the gaps in teams' defenses. It might help Oasis improve their defense later on, or if they're not going to be able to, they can just run through the same thing, and it might be a good start and good finish for Oasis Gaming if they're able to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, and it feels like it may go down towards that direction, considering that, again, this is one of the best maps, especially the best performing team in the split when it comes to Haven, and that's going to be tall order when we look at MVP Esports' perspective. With that said, it feels like the pinpoint, the approach should definitely be how can they put Georgie on a very tight leash, considering the fact that, again, their biggest problem before was Wild Oreo in the first map that we've seen today. So the biggest question is, do they have to also deal with Wild Oreo in the next map?
Well, they probably can. I don't know. Oasis Gaming, they always have a way to really switch things up. We mentioned in the first map how all their players competent at multiple agents, especially when you decide to sign basically 5 duelists into your roster. So aside from that, it's really good for them because they can always mix and match their players, able to be really flexible, which innately, if you're able to play competently in most roles, is a strength over than just a weakness. You don't have to be a jack of all trades, especially since one thing that's universal, regardless of the roles, is aim. And aim is something that Oasis Gaming really has.
Oh, that's so true. I mean, it just enables a lot of the flexibility that Oasis can do as a team, and as well as the compositions in play. I mean, earlier we've seen them play, the double controller and as well as the double initiator into one duelist. The fact that, again, we see a lot of these shining players go through more, like back in Split 1, there was more of a fixed scenario when it comes to compositions. And we'll find out if that's truly going to be the case as we head on over to Agent Select.
Here we go for the map of Haven, MVP Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Hovering onto the agents right now. Gonna be Nico on the breach, possibly. Exotic, of course, gonna be locking in that Jet. And on the other side, Savvy 8K returns on the breach. And their Jet gonna be on Georgie.
Yeah, very familiar scenario. And of course, Sexy Nexi gonna be on that Killjoy. He has been creating a lot of impactful moments for Oasis whenever he's on this agent. But let's not forget about, just as you said, Georgie on this Jet. Let's see what MVP has in store for him to shut his attack down, considering the fact that attack will be the very first set of rounds coming from Oasis.
I'm very interested in why MVP decided to start on that defense side, especially because Haven attack is something that is generally slightly more favored, and Oasis Gaming has always figured out a way to really crack a bunch of these defenses on this attacking side. I like the difference in controller as well, Astra and Omen. Omen, a bit more flexibility and a bit more, cheeky plays, especially if you're going to be able to pivot off using that Paranoia. Paranoia plus Breach, a lot of these long angles really just alter, especially on the retakes. But now that we're in the game, we can see that Kel gonna make himself ready. Oh, a cute recon dart coming out from the side of MVP. Exotic gonna push up with it, get some early space as this A take with 4 players is gonna be mirrored since Oasis game again with a C primacy.
Again, yeah, this has been Oasis's approach time and time again, and it, just as you said, it is the complete opposite. 4 stack of players coming from MVP towards that A site, and now they're all stacked up. Look at that, with the first kill coming from the side of Wild Oreo, but at the end still able to eliminate 2 players of Oasis. With that said, let's see how Oasis is gonna defend this post-plant site, as most of them are playing towards the defender spawn. It's a swap of sides, as we get to see, with a lot of smoke slowing down time. And Oasis does have that luxury, as they do have eyes on that plant. Right now, a bit difficult because 1 player is going to be coming from Garage. And as they push through the smoke, Georgie gets the kill, Drax as well. And it's a clean round coming from Oasis. Supremacy, just as you said.
Still keeping up their momentum, sticking to the strat book. I like the way that they pivoted because they lost pressure on the outer side towards the T side, that they convert themselves for the defender side, make sure that the spike is planted for them, even though they had to push through the Nebula. Still good rounds. I like the play also. I think the overall strat was Wild Oreo, because I saw him measure up for the lineup. He's trying to go for the fake recon dart and play C, or the C players, as he will lurk into A, but unfortunately he does spot out that main push coming in from MVPE. He manages to find one, good value for him. Helps Oasis convert the round, as Nexi previously burned actually to the Nano Swarm in Garage, set up by Kel. But now this time Nexi, a bit more cautious here, sets up the turret as he falls back onto the team, waiting for this push. Do they know that the push is actually stacked up on that B side, because MVPE are ready to fight for mid?
Yeah, which makes it very easy for them to rotate towards C once more, which has been Oasis again finding a lot of success towards this site. As you can see on the map, Georgie already pretty much inside the site, doing the same strategy that has been working out for this team.
Ooh, Savvy getting a bunch of these early kills. I think the spike gives him more ores, but there goes kills as well. Slatham finds one with a classic. The flash so huge for MVP, finding 3. Nexi stabilizes somewhat, but still it's 2v3. And there comes another shot from Slatham. He gets his 3rd. It's all up to Nexi against 3 players. They won the first round. It's planted for him, but here comes the Nano Swarms as well. Has to go and be careful for the delay. Might be one on the flank, but he still has to get the spike. And there is 1 player, 3 players actually, going for the triangle crossfire. 69 HP for Nexi and 35 seconds on the clock. It's a high pressure situation with only the Bulldog in hand. Nothing much to do, because the moment you swing off, the rest are going to go for the contact. Almost manages to find one, but there he goes. Gets the 1v1, and Slatham actually from the side gets the 4K. What started with Oasis Gaming's great round comes in with an eco win coming in for MVPE.
And you managed to just give up space onto C and plan for that retake. You mentioned the flashes were definitely a key factor for Slalom to get a lot of these kills. And again, we keep talking about it, these 2 players, especially Slalom and Lanta Black, are the players to watch. And the fact that Oasis moving over, Georgie had to buy that rifle, and now it's towards MVP.
There we go. Here comes the recon dart. MVPE trying to extend that lead they had from the previous round off on momentum. Gets spotted out though. Exotic manages to find Georgie before the stun does connect. And now doubling up here, ready for a swing. The dark cover going to provide some protection, but maybe not enough info denial. Will they push through this? There's a lot of players waiting behind this. They're going to spot out
The
first,
flash!
the second. There comes the flash. Exotic finds 3. Gets shut down as Nexi. So sexy lands the 2. Equalizing the situation somewhat. They're not lower by, but the rifle is now in the hand of Wild Oreo.
And remember, Wild Oreo has been the biggest headache that MVP had to encounter back in Split. He had 32 kills at the end of that map. And with him on the rifle, it just enables just so much of the potential clutch as MVP Black, rather, Vanta Black, yes he is able to finish off the round.
There we go. The momentum slowly shifting for MVPE. The operator now bought in the hands of Exotic, changing the pace even more. The Nano Swarm is going to be set up by Kel on the opposing side, which is the site that Oasis looks like they're postured to attack. They already have the positioning. The turret from mid going to be set up by Nexi shortly, I'd imagine. But the recon dart, always important here on that long control. If they don't break this, they can get spotted out fairly quickly.
Let's see it again. Honestly, that combo with Nico earlier just paid a was so worth on the side of MVP. But Oasis now slowly coming in closer and closer, repeating the same movements that they did, except with less aggression.
The C side that they coveted in previous games, now fully in control of MVPE. The operator posted so deep onto that C, allows them to really make contact in case anything happens. And if they come out of garage right here, as Drax seems like he's posturing himself to do, can always swing back and hold that C angle. Georgie, though, ready for any swings here. Actually, it's going to be Nexi upping the Nano Swarm just to make sure nothing happens. But the stun, as well as that's going to do some damage up onto Omen. But Nexi going to come out unscathed.
Hey, Oasis already finished baiting out at least the Nano Swarm. Now the turret's gone on towards Garage. But it feels like a C stack for now on the side of Oasis. They are slowly creeping in closer and closer. There is that Nano Swarm and as well as 1 star. But with the dark cover, this enables and signals the rest of MVP to watch out for Georgie, as here he comes. Able to deal first blood on the side of Oasis and then full control once more of this site.
The attackers finally gaining some ground here. Oasis Gaming manages to get their situation in check. Exotic going to be forced to retake with the operator, but still very deadly here. 5 players for Oasis Gaming, though, is going to make this very difficult. They still have a couple of flashes from Savvy. They almost have the stun, but the Aftershock available, and he's already ready up onto Hell. They see the dark covers. Here comes the Util Fest. There goes the Aftershock. Only one person's able to swing out, though. Georgie able to get the 1v1. Has to dash to allow his teammates to peek off, and the spray down coming from Oasis Gaming gets them that flawless.
The timing, the coordination of between Savvy 8K and Exotic, or rather Georgie, the way that he dashed through and then Savvy 8K peeks right after to clean up that part of that map, was just so beautiful to watch. Again, Georgie's entry is so spotless.
Spotless indeed, especially when he's going to be able to come out unscathed like that. The way that he just baits himself in the open, knowing that he has the dash available, allows his team to get the peaks off, focusing the attention on him. And if he manages to survive, obviously the return fire, immaculate for Georgie.
See if they can do it again. Feels like deja vu so far with that fault line onto Long to slow down the aggressive push of Oasis. But they're moving in closer and closer, watching out for anyone pushing through that smoke. And here he comes, Georgie again with the same spot on the Cloudburst and into the smoke, but Sladom is prepared for him to enter that site. And with that said, Savvy AK quick with a trade, 1-for-1 so far as Vanta Black falls into Nexi's hands. The alarm bot will spot out Exotic from Long, and Wild Oreo just catches that information immediately.
Lockdown going to give them even more space here as time will tick for the side of Oasis Gaming. Next, you're going to set up even more defenses as the turret comes in to watch the heaven angle. I like how on the entry, Georgie went for the full confidence, but Slatham using that owl drone just able to spot him out. So even though he's hiding in the smoke, it still gets the frag. Now look at MVPE, forced to play so far back. Will they go for the retake? Because it looks like they're just going to go for the exits here, make sure that no one can really go past. They have the turret set up already. They're going to give this one, save this for a better day. Make sure that they have the savings in case they need to buy something. And here we are, 2-2. Looks like possibly 2-3 for Oasis Gaming, as they are already giving up the site with the Nano Swarms in play.
The invisible pressure of C and Oasis slowly, or rather time and time again, at least this map, just pivoted their strength and their pressure towards A instead. which again reveals that, okay, MVP Esports, despite having a powerful up on towards on towards C, narrows down a little bit on where Exotic could be.
Could be anywhere. But this time around, it's going to be A. They have 4 players actually stacked up onto this A side. I know they're on that eco buy, but it's just another sign that says whenever they're on the eco, they just go for the 4-man push. But this time, they're actually in front of each other as the fault line does come in. Exotic manages to dodge it. Maybe even going to try to go for some cheeky plays here. Savvy gets spotted out by the recon dart. Allows him to crawl even closer. But the defense, the anti-flak, not actually prepared for this A push. And no one's really marking it. So, have to be very careful as only the turret from Nexi might be able to spot them if he backs up close enough.
And the fact that the turret is quite far off, just as you said, only on eyes on garage and a little bit onto lobby. If ever MVP pushes aggressively towards this site, Oasis now pivots onto C. Now they have a lot of space. Let's see how MVP will retake this area.
Very clean plan. But here comes the 5v5. They have the Rolling Thunder as well on Savvy 8K. Knowing that they're on that lower buy, they can always play this long angle, but it's going to be Georgie creeping close. Oh, the flip from Exotic lands on Georgie. The reswing comes out for Wild Oreo. Is able to find 2. That's a lot of value for them, even though Georgie falls. His teammate able to pick up the slack. 2-3 right now on the scoreboard, and 3v4 on the current round. They get spotted out by the Nebula. The one-ways do come out, but it's still planted for them. They still can spam through this, and no one can really get on the spike here as the firepower from Oasis game is just going to rain bullets from above. Rax and Savvy able to find one through the smoke. Just gonna spam it out. Only one player, Kel, is gonna be saving from that middle side.
Exit
and
frag.
will they expect the extra frag? He's gonna swing out right now. He's gonna save the Phantom instead. Just wait out the round.
Gets to keep the rifle in hand. But yeah, that was a very good idea. You get to see that MVP dodge that turret. So they didn't really expect this from happening, but it was a stack coming from Oasis that led to, again, being able to deny more of the kills off of their team. Now it's 4-2 in favor of Oasis. But with 3 ults on the side of this team, it feels like they might even win the next round.
Quite possibly, as MVPE does go for the timeout here. They have to start getting the momentum. Again, they are down the map in their split game, so this is very important for them. They literally need to win this map to keep the series dream alive. And look what they're facing against. The Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder, the Blade Storm. A lot of util for Oasis Gaming to really push out the defenses of MVPE.
It's so scary to think about. It feels like they had an answer to Georgie's aggression whenever he's on these sites, but I feel like they were ready to give up a site, especially C, and play retake instead. It has worked out for 2 rounds. But on the succeeding rounds where the approach of Oasis was more on an A-focused side take, feels like MVP still had to pick up the pieces after that.
They have to find out what pieces of the puzzle that they need to figure out the image of this game, to get the read, a clear picture. But here comes some info for them. Already broken, I think. From the side of Oasis Gaming, it's going to be MVPE pushing out yet again, taking more control of these extremities. But the Rolling Thunder aggressively taking Garage gives more space to Oasis. The Hunter's Fury popped as well, and it's going to be a lot of delay, but nothing really connecting here for the side except for that kill because Latham finds one on Savvy.
Yeah, Savvy gone, but a spike is now planted at the side of Oasis as Kel will fall next. He finds him onto Garage. Nico, though, with the trade as Exotic also managed to find the sandwich.
Right here.
And with that said, this is definitely planted for long. So how will MVP strike at this, well, area? As that's the answer. Nico finds the kill onto Drax as Exotic will push through. Hunter's Fury to deny that defuse on the side of MVP. Wild Oreo, it's all up to you. It's all up to him. He kills Exotic. He gains more space for himself, but there's one more guy pushing him as the defuse will connect. And MVP will win another round for themselves.
There you have it. Another round for MVPE. The tactical pause paying off for them as they're able to find a foothold yet again during this game. Looking at how it's going though, the full buys on both teams still in terms of firepower, but slightly lower on the armor values for MVP. But with that round in their hand already, still the damage slowly building up And if they keep the momentum, the heat retention that they've always struggled with can be kept in check. They've always had this thing where they always try to take these extremities, and it looks like Oasis Gaming with the ping is going to go for a fight on A side. Bringing out that fault line very early, stops Exotic's early push, but there comes the restun from the teammates, and between both Jets, Georgie stun a bit less.
Yeah, comes out very healthy as well. No damage onto his shield or his health at all. And now with that said, numbers advantage on the side of Oasis at this point. They do have Rolling Thunder. They do have the Blade Storm, and as well as from the Shadows. Question is, where will they entry from here?
Looks like it's going to be from that short angle, but long control going to be on the side of the defender, especially when Savvy does fall like that. There goes a bunch of the utility on the entry. Initiator down, opposing breach spotted, but will they get the angle? Well, Oreo passes through. Slatham spots him out first, though. That drops the spike, and now control for MVP, knowing that there might be possibly one more player. Jordy tries to sneak around, manages to find the kill as well. Dashes out to create even more chaos. Swinging into a couple. Oh, does he spot him out?
Oh my gosh!
Walking back into him, but from the shadows actually pushes him back to the opposite side. Drax able to get the spike down as well.
Spike planted.
That was so scary. Nicely done on the side of Oasis, but Kel responds immediately. Nexi, though, has eyes on this spike, seeing if anybody's going to be peeking from mid or from late.
Oh, he dodges it.
You look at that! As Nico gets the trade. 2v1. Georgie, can he do it? There's still a lot of utility, but the defuse, Kel is sticking it, and he is on half, but Georgie with a 4K, with a clutch, crazy stuff from Georgie.
They lost the spike early, but because Georgie was able to get the kill onto Astra, dash all the way back onto the back of A's side, wrap around and find more kills. He pops the Blade Storm. That way he ignores the stun in case he gets hit by that Rolling Thunder. But also, his teammate not being hit by the Rolling Thunder cast here. Nexi is just able to find the first kill. The combination of plays for Oasis Gaming with the quick adjustments, finding so much as Georgie ends the round with a Blade Storm.
That was so good, so clean. Oasis now 5-3. Oh, the Rolling Thunder, or not Rolling Thunder, the Fall Line's gonna stun Exotic a little bit, but he's fine. He's kind of stuck here right now. How does he escape from this? He can't, or will he? Drax will find him though, and that's a numbers advantage on the side of Oasis.
First blood already drawn for them, but Nico ready for the stun as well. Goes to try to get a cheeky peek, but he gets spotted out by the Owl Drone and falls to Savvy 8K. The flash as well, supporting the 1-2 punch from Oasis Gaming. Wrap around short, up, especially above Heaven, but look at the mobility from the shadows. I mean, rather, the TP moving up onto Heaven as well, but he gets just punished onto Kel. Kel dropped low, though, gives the info of where they are, and that's another clean round for Oasis Gaming, only losing Drax in the process. But look at the space that they managed to get. They dash on top on the side, they flash for the teammate, one updrafts on top of the box to clear short, other guy TPs into the Heaven window. Just it's hard to expect these types of movements.
Yeah, I swear, again, Georgie and that fault line at the very, very beginning on long every time is just denies any sort of funny business on the side of MVP. That makes it a bit difficult for them to push through and have a lot of these unexpected plays that will enable them to play close, like, again, like this.
Oh, and that stops the operator as well. And both Jets staring down the barrel of each other, both stunned by the opposing fault lines, bring out their own shorties. It's like a panic button for all the Jet mains out there. Oh no, I'm stunned. Time to back away. There comes the dash. The first Jet out, the second Jet trying to pursue. But speaking of Jet, there goes Nexi like an airplane, taking out Vanta Black from the skies. And the re-shot coming from Exotic takes out Georgie with the operator, as Oasis does take control of that B side. But the plant not going to be stopped yet, or not going to be committed, as they're just going to push out Kel, who still has it locked down in case they do have to go for the retake.
Yeah, the fact that they went through B onto C now, this the Oasis play with a numbers advantage. Exotic still has that operator, so he can position himself to kill Oasis from long, but they have to creep closer and not more aggressively, as the expectation that Nexi could possibly, or there's a straggler onto B, is there. That possibility, and the possibility has been seen as Nexi removes the out player from the side of MVP, and now the clock is ticking. They don't have a lot of time. They don't have the luxury at this point, but they're able to reduce the members coming from Oasis. It's planted for long. One is around that cubby area. They still are able to clean up 1v2 at this point. One's coming from the flank. Will they peek together? He has to reload. He doesn't have a lot of time as Drax clutches this for Oasis.
Expensive round for both teams, but Oasis Gaming showing their mastery on Haven, bringing the score to a 7-3 in favor for them. And I think it's because Oasis Gaming, again, pulling so much pressure, rotating the way that they move around this map, just getting the correct angle to go for that plant, pivoting quickly from A to B or B to C. These quick decisions that they do as a team really strive, or is a big part of their success overall in this map.
Yeah, there's just so much chaos going on. It's like, what do you prioritize? Do you want to prioritize finding out where Georgie is? He's playing quite the opposite, far off the map, but as Exotic brings out the blades to see if there's anyone at lobby, and the recon dart will not spot anyone. But look at this Guardian angle on the side of Georgie. Very, very scary stuff. A rifle.
Ooh, they're going to use the Dissipate as well to maybe bait out a push from Exotic, but he's not going to fall for it. He's going to walk and just carefully sit there like the hunter that he is. He spots out the alarm bot. He knows that there's possibly one player there. He can actually smoke that across later on the round if they need be. But Drax, again, as they are putting pressure onto A, another player for Oasis Gaming slowly creeping onto C. Even players holding B. This map control from Oasis Gaming working out pretty well for them.
Is that turret? Now the alarm bot will spot him out. 70 HP now. A bit of chip damage. Cloudburst at least is there to safely escort him into safety. But this reveals the situation now. Exotic might potentially be all alone. This will move Oasis for the rest of the squad to be there. Rising on dash from that full click. Georgie with the immediate trade though, making it into a 4v4. Vanta Black and the rest of the squad already here. Look at this. He's playing through the smoke. He wants to push it with his frenzy. Close quarter combat as Nexi kills 2 though. And the lockdown as well will secure this area. Wild Ori with a plant already. With 2 members, with a Spectre, and as well as his Sheriff. It's not a lot that they can do as Kel deals damage onto Nexi, and now he's dead. 3v2 now, on towards Heaven. They know where the last player is. Actually, they know Kel's coming from sewers as Georgie narrows down the chances of MVPs to succeed in this round.
Here comes the last kill. Possibly Georgie, 30 HP, hungry to find some. Actually drops the rifle into the hands of Slatham. Still winnable for him. He was able to find the kill still. While Oreo has the ultimate to play for the post plant though, so time's not on their side. Doesn't spot out the player on the garage. He does actually. Slatham finds the first, but does he have the time? 33 HP. Anything can actually just remove his HP, but it's going to be Wild Oreo coming in from the angle of that long side to take out the round. Secure another one for Oasis Gaming, pushing their lead even further. I was laughing in the previous round because I saw the recon dart. And I've never seen that one get thrown before, where it just goes straight up into Heaven. Like, you actually have to peek out of hell and look 90 degrees in the air and just shoot straight up.
To remove it. Oh my gosh. And it's 8-3 now. Oasis does have a commanding lead throughout this entire map, and this has been one of the expected results for sure. As you did mention, Fluffy, it is the home ground of this team, this home map. Exotic, very, very aggressive. We'll get spotted out by this drone.
Ooh, it's actually so worth it. Next, he finds the spawn skill though, and they still manage to keep their way out the side, but the swings from Oasis Gaming just wipe across the board as they remove Exotic in a clean drive by 2-4 in players still remain for this round. 2 on the side for MVPE, struggling to figure out where Oasis did go because in all the chaos, Georgie manages to creep his way all the way back, even popping off the knives to get the last kill on the final round. 3-9, the curse activated, something that Oasis Gaming has faltered to in the past, but with these improvements so far have been so stable.
Let's see if they are immune to this curse for this particular map, but because just as you said, they have been improving so much. I mean, they are already scary by default on towards this map, but looking at the, you know, diversity when it comes to, what do you call this, strategy and as well as tactics into this map, it feels like they have a lot more into their pockets.
A lot more investment. And for Oasis Gaming's pockets, though, the Ghosty Gang activated yet again, bringing out less utility for more firepower. This time on the defensive side, might want to land the crispy headshots that they're known for, as his aggressive push from the A side might happen, taking both A and B long. Georgie securing the cross at all costs. The early shock dart also for the delay from Oasis to get him some more space. There comes the stun. to give him some more breathing room. But here on the B side is the explosion coming from MVPE. The aftershock coming in for more delay to cut off the rotations. But the rest of them might be pivoting onto that C side, wrapping around the defenders. Savvy's able to find one. Nico goes for the response kill, and Slatum is able to find another. But Wild Oreo lands two, and it's up to Vanta Black and his teammate Nico only against Georgie. Now in that 1v2, still has the Ghost full HP, but no util. Time is ticking against him. He can't assume that they're on the backside, but two players holding this close angle. They have no idea. Here comes the first shot, but the frenzy at that range is just so strong. Vanta Black closing it out with a quick pivot from B to C. What a great hit coming in for the attacking side.
Beautiful round on the side of MVP against Slatham, leading the charge there. Wild Oreo very close into clutching that round for the team. But at the end of the day, it was a powerful stack on the side of MVP.
Oh my. Look at that spray. The 9-3 curse. The 9-3 curse spray. They're trying to activate it as they are trying to close out this game, get some more rounds.
We'll see. As we see Georgie pushing closer and closer with his... Oh, there you go. Exotic finds the first kill. He might not expect... They're probably expecting the other one as Drax is still hiding onto Cubby. But he does have Savvy with his... having his back there with the flash and the aftershock. But Vanta Black with a trade immediately alongside with Kel. 36 HP. He just wants to escape. He just wants to reposition. And now it's Wild Oreo all alone. Can he clutch this? But with a Sheriff against a lot of the big guns, might not be possible. Slatham is just right there for the trade right away.
Able to find the first, but that's all he's going to get. Because that budget meal of a weapon is not going to be enough to feed the hunger that Oasis Gaming has to close out this game. They struggled in closing out the last map, but this time, with MVP winning the pistol in second round, it's ever more important for Oasis Gaming to win this third one. Getting that full buy this time, they have to make sure that they don't falter because the momentum shift can be so great in these pivotal rounds.
It has been and it's been very important to sort of deny and slow down the pace that Oasis has been doing. MVPE now doing their own fast-paced movements as Exotic is already towards sewers, the short end of the angle. And these two Jet players are playing really close right now. It's making me nervous.
I really love the safe spot. This short is just a Jet attractor right here, as both of them always just try to manage to get the upper hand on the other, playing with their teammates. This time around, though, Exotic has a flashing friend as he does get more control on the angle, but the opposing side does have Georgie peeking down, especially with his teammate doing the same thing. This is burning time, though. 1 minute on the clock, and still not many big map movements coming in from the attacking side. The defense not really forced to do anything as well. Looks like, though, they're positioning themselves to move towards that C side, possibly on the attacking side. But still, they have to make a decision because Oasis Gaming aggressively now taking A. That way they can use the process of elimination to really remove a lot of these options. The Smolly coming in from the Nano Swarms from Kel, gonna clear out both the close right side and logs when that does land. And it's gonna give them a bit more space here as the entry from Vanta Black actually being the tip of the spear here on the Astra. Knowing that he has less util, it's the least valuable player outside of his couple smokes.
And there we go. The plant has been done. This plant is for this long area, and it's a full long stack for the side of MVP. The retake is coming through. I have a very good idea where this is going to be coming from, so we'll have to see. With a lot of smokes on the side of MVP and a lot of spray down, Wild Oreo is able to deal first blood on the side of Exotic. Not a lot of guns in favor of MVP. Now they're sticking it. Now they're just zoning away the rest of MVP right now for that post plant. Spike Diffuser has been killed though, and Nexi will continue to defuse. He's going to stick it once more. Can they kill? Can they do it? Is it going to be? What?
Actually goes the side of Oasis Gaming because through all that firepower, somehow, I mean MVP rather, somehow they just don't have enough.
It felt like it was absolutely doable. But with that said, it's just the trust again on the team. Crazy stuff on the side of Oasis.
A lot of trust happening there. Take a look at the replay what happened. They got so many kills, bottom out there, and Nexi just had to go for the frag there. Unfortunately for them, though, that does mean that it is 5-10. Oasis Gaming leading right now with a confidence score doubling MVP's 5. And that does mean that they have a bit more breathing room to work with. They have this round, the Hunter's Fury as well on Wild Oreo, and the full utils coming from Savvy 8K. If they're alive for long enough, multiple uses of both the Recon Dart as well as Fault Line can prove very valuable, as Oasis Gaming looks like they're going to go for this push in response to the 8 take of MVPE.
It's so difficult too if they're going to commit towards the side. They kill Nexi though. I was about to say that there's a stack of all utilities in that area, but with Nexi gone, that utility is also gone with him.
And there you have it. Slow and steady is the way. Stopping him from a bit of that explosion, Nexi falls, which means the anti-flank is gone. And that does allow them to move over so closely. They're looking the wrong way. It's going to be Savvy able to find two, though, in response somehow. Just making his moves onto short. But Vanta Black's going to be there in response. But he's going to use the ultimate to actually get himself out of that situation and reposition. That's going to be painful. Gets blasted by Savvy. And he goes there like Iron Man. Here comes another stun from him, too. He's just providing value regardless. Allowing George to get a frag on Exotic. And now 3v1 against Nico. Nico finds one. Does he find the crossfire? No, it's going to be Drax. Savvy staying alive for so long was just enough to give Oasis Gaming the room to breathe and stay alive, gasping for air, somehow rising to the occasion.
His plays were just so insane, sorry.
Oh, god damn.
The zoom in and his hair is just going
That's what
crazy
happens
right
when
now.
the breach lives for so long. You're like, yes, I used all my util. I pressed all the buttons. I even killed one with Aftershock.
Value, sir. Honestly, that's what happened. Savvy AK, not only bringing the big guns, but as well as being the master of value when it comes to utility, using everything in his power and staying alive as much as possible. And now it's a very understandable timeout from MVP.
Yeah, I gotta figure that out, especially when the opposing breach is just playing like that. I mean, the character already has no arms, but apparently you have a big brain, because it's really all the utility in combination allowing a lot of these opportunities for Oasis Gaming, and they only need 2 rounds to close out the rest of this game. You take a look at the attack though, MVP, they're close to so many ultimates. They basically have all of them. I mean, the Blade Storm would be nice to have, but more importantly, the Hunter's Fury can be online. They can also get the Orb for the Killjoy ultimate, the Lockdown. They have their own Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide. Very good retake ultimates against Oasis Gaming, who have a fairly similar story. They possibly can get their Lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury nullifies that somewhat for Kel. So it's more like a battle of who can get the Orb here, and that might be something that they'll play out this round if they're able to fight for it.
And that's so important. You're right that Hunter's Fury will be there for either a deny and a plant, or just reserve that for Kel's lockdown later on. That is close. And Nexi again going to be staying towards A, but look at this. Georgie's so aggressive with the stun, but Exotic with ready for the shorty in hand. Just nice at aggression. But Wild Oreo though kills him with a Hunter's Fury.
Trying to flip the script there, going for the aggressive push onto window. Such a small entrance for this Jet to really thread through the needle. And he's able to find some value because of the Hunter's Fury, but really the shorty was just too powerful at that range, regardless of how you play that situation. In a way, I think it's not that worth it for Oasis Gaming. They trade Duelist for Duelist, so if they're able to play off the fact that they have to crawl through the map, Oasis Gaming might get some leverage off of this, especially with Wild Oreo slowly holding this garage push with Kel on the opposing side.
Able to spot out probably just a itsy bitsy pixel off of Wild Oreo with the ping straight through. And with that said, yeah, you're right, the Hunter's Fury gone, and therefore if Kel gets locked down, there's no particular answer to that from far away. And look at this, MVP already primed in position on towards C with a Rolling Thunder activated. Savvy AK is going to try his best to slow this pace down as Wild Oreo will finish the kill. Drax as well. That's a lot of kills on the kill feed, and Kel now having to decide, deny the match point if he is able to do so. They know, they have information on where he's going to be coming from now. And with that said, going into window, trying to deny any sort of vision. That's going to be the Recon Dart. It's not going to hit. Wild Oreo. Again, Oasis now match point.
Oh, the Oreo ending with the 1-2 step there, baiting out the wide swing, then stopping, then going a little bit further. Just enough to secure a kill.
Crazy stuff. It all began because of Georgie's aggression onto window. Oh. Sorry, just noticed the Recon Dart was on. on Kel's body.
Yes, sir. And now we're at possibly the match point for Oasis Gaming and the series. This is one of their more competent maps, and it comes to show their into fruition of how strong they can be. But MVP, they have so many answers to the situation, so many ultimates available, but that only works if you have players alive. And Georgie is going to take out Kel instantly as they go for the super aggressive push. But will they expect Vantablack coming up from the side? Georgie repositioning, possibly to find another, because he did remove that killjoy, meaning that the anti-flank is gone for the attacking side. He might be able to spot. It's a free kill for Georgie. He has eyes on Slatham and one more player onto long. He gets the double, the triple, the quadruple. He might go for the ace here. He has to find Vantablack. He passed him on that mid side. Will they give it to him though? A lot of space for him and a lot of places for Vantablack to run. This is the final round for them, and he has to pull all the heroics.
Vantablack all alone. There's not a lot of setup for him to do so. They want to give that ace to Georgie, and he's not gonna get it this time around. But against 4 players, let's see now. Vantablack gets the second kill. Now it's a 1v3. How can you isolate these fights? Now, that's going to be Oasis with a 2-0, denying any sort of survival. It's a clean from Split, and now onto Haven. This team looks very strong.
Next, he's saying goodnight there on camera, because that's enough, and that's going to be the start for our day today here at VCT Split 2. Oasis Gaming getting that clean 2-0 against MVP Esports, especially winning their map, not favored so much on Split, but also getting their home ground map, which is Haven, ending the series and delivering the win for you guys, and a very quick game for the series.
Yeah, I'm so used to all of these map 3s so far, because I know that the pressure has been building through a lot of these teams, because again, you want to get through top 6 to get through the playoffs, and you know, it feels like Oasis is able to still again manage to get that 2-0 against MVP Esports. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. It has been initiator versus initiator, and so far Wild Oreo continues the streak of his impactful moments coming here on Haven.
Yeah, Wild Oreo, MVP also for the previous map, but here on Haven, here again, as well as Mr. Slatham from MVPE, playing so well on that Sova, getting both impact frags from both of these players. But the consistency today for Mr. Wild Oreo has really shown.
I know. It's let's take a look at the replay and see more of that consistency in play, as there has been, you know, signs of life coming from the side of MVP at the very beginning of this map, but eventually it is Oasis that is creating constant chaos, and MVP is unable to catch up from that.
You know, you said earlier that when you unleash Georgie in this map, if he's not going to be able to be stopped, it's really just like a wrecking ball of a situation. And you really see that when he is unleashed, when his team allows him to make these big plays, he can come up in these great moments. Except maybe that one in the replay. But other than that, the rest of them, like this one was great.
This one too, yeah, exactly. This exact moment was just flawless. Having to decisively assess the situation, who to kill first, who do I go for first, is someone going to be at long? Those types of situations are just so pivotal to secure that map and as well as that series for the team. And of course, we've got Oasis Drax delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
And there you go. If you want to subscribe to the Grab promotion, don't forget to use the QR code on the side there and make sure that you get your free month on Grab Unlimited. Subscribe now.
Subscribe now, friends. Everyone watching the VCTPH. But yes, there you have it. That concludes the series of, again, Oasis winning over MVP Esports. Again, when we look at the regular season as a whole, there's not a lot of games left for a lot of these teams. Some teams have only 1 game left or 2 games left, and therefore not a lot of chances to put scores on the board, and most of it will be, you know, your fate is in the hands of other teams as well. It's getting really close for a lot of the teams here in the regular season.
Yeah, it's too close to call it right now, and with everyone neck and neck, it's games that are more impactful. You know, there's no time to test out the waters anymore. You really have to hit the shots, make your mark, and make sure that your strat works the best. You can't really care about how the other team plays. You really have to make sure how you guys play solid, because everyone in this competition is rising above, and the relentless pursuit to be in that top bracket has really been showing, especially as the game moves on.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like if you want to save your strats for the playoffs, if you're in danger when it comes to the standings and not even making it to playoffs, now is the time for the secret strats to come alive. And I know there are different stories in play, like for Oasis, of course, having to catch up and be #1 in the regular season, and as well as keep their standings into the second seed as well. But of course, the panel are excited to talk about the series that we had, so let's let them take this away from us. Go.
Nico, masasabi ko na lang, nice try. Nice try.
Oo nga
Nico.
eh. Good effort, good effort.
Salamat
Nangyari.
guys. I did all that I could, pero in the end, medyo malakas ang kalaban.
Wala eh. Hindi siya pina-signature omen kasi like, yun tuloy. Pero ito, dami natin naganap sa 2 maps, diba? Like,
Oo. Dito pa nga lang eh. Kahit sabihin mo ang dami nagaganap, parang ang bilis ng mga rounds. Paano ba naman kasi, especially dito sa second half natin, itong Oasis Gaming, nag-a-attacking na hold W together. Hindi hold W alone yung mga duelist natin eh. Makikita mo, 4 sila ditong sumusugod eh.
sugod kung sugod, laban kung laban. At talaga nga, di ba, nakita natin, especially no map number 1, may pagka-sintonado dito yung Oasis. But then again, MVP, nag-fight back naman sila, close yung game. I do have to say though, nakita ko all throughout the series, di ba, Black and Blue, Wild Oreo really performing map 1, map 2, talaga sobrang effective, especially on the defending side eh.
Kaya na nga naman, Dax, di ba? Kaya siya yung pinili natin kanina doon sa ating head-to-head kasi alam naman natin anong value ang naibibigay ng isang Mr. Wild Oreo. You look at Nexi 2 as well. Napakaganda ng performance here throughout the both maps. And Georgie doon sa pinaka-bandang dulo itong Haven na muntikan pa magka-ace para lang isara ang mapa. Pero talagang sarado dito ay ang tanong pa ba naman if Oasis really is that team to make it necessarily to be the top-seeded team na talagang masasabi mong should be dominating in the regular season. This is more of what we're expecting here from this Oasis squad. And MVP, although may good showing nga sila sa split, it was really a tough risk for them to play against Oasis on a map like Haven na talagang alam natin, mapa ng Oasis to.
Hindi lang yun eh, parang back to the standard talaga for Oasis Gaming. It was a better showing up from MVP on split, it was a better fight. But in the end, Oasis, they just figured out ano kailangan nila gawin, especially against the matchup that they have right now. In case in point nga, kung makakasugod, kung maka-group up, and kung makahanap ng pitas, that was very effective from Oasis between map 1 and especially map number 2. Pero itong guy na talaga, pinag-usapan natin ng highlights, pag-uusapan natin ulit. Wild Oreo, the MVP, absolute incredible performance. Nag-Viper at nag-Sova siya. Dito siya sa matchup na to. Controller, initiator, lahat na lang nakukuha mo kay Wild Oreo.
I guess pagdating sa series na to, it's safe to say na whoever was able to pull out the sword became the king in the end. At si Wild Oreo pa nga yung naging king natin sa specific series na to. Grabe talaga yung value na dinadala niya kanina, yung shock darts niya on point. And kahit sabihin mo na may slight role adjustment dun sa first map natin, nakakatuwa how they were able to just pull everything off. Ang ganda ng execution nila na nung nagsimula nga yung map number 1, medyo naging questionable pa sa atin. Ang daming rule adjustment kaya nilang i-pull off to, and the answer to that is yes. Simple as that.
I mean, eventually gumana, diba? Nakita naman natin na earlier on, MVP may konting kind of kumakambak sila, medyo bumabawi, but in the end, it came down to the long run, at pagdating sa pagbasa ng laban, it really was Oasis who had every favor.
Yes, they really did. But it just goes to show na marami pang pwedeng mangyari sa mga labanan dito. Lalong-lalo na nakatulad ng nakita natin kanina, Bind is back on the map rotation pool. So abangan natin for the next series kung ilalabas na kaya nila tong mapang to. VCTPH Split 2, we'll be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the third kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgie with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds
wait a minute.
Finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the third kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgie with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2, and Nico gets it.
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgie with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! He's shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or because yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds 2,
wait a minute.
Finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is, Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico
Sana naman nagising kayo dun sa first series of the day natin. Dahil kung hindi pa, huwag kayong mag-alala dahil saktong-sakto tong tandem natin dito sa panel. Ako nga pala si Likeable at kasama ko ngayon ang hashtag Koofy Tandem with Riku and Fluffy O2, of course. Let's go, guys. You guys just casted the first series that we had. Pero ngayon naman, panibagong series ang pag-uusapan natin. But before we go over there, kanina pinapoint out nila Dax at ni Black and Blue na there's something going on in the air dito sa panel natin because I just came from Japan Enrico, The reaction says it all. Sample mo nga kami.
Sample.
こんにちは皆さんようこそ。これは VCTPH スプリット2。
Oh, sinabi niya mananalo yung NAOS. Nice prediction.
Ready na for Masters tong si
Oh,
Rico.
wow!
Baka ikaw may hidden talent ka rin, Fluffy, ah.
Oh, wala. Kahit yung job ko nga right now, hidden LFT pa rin ako. Just saying.
Okay. Anyway, before we get too ahead of ourselves, pasalamatan muna natin yung mga sponsors natin for making VCTPH possible, of course. Kasi hindi to mangyayari without the help of Mineski Philippines and, of course, Riot Games.
And of course, you can celebrate your great wins with great food. Enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
And as well as this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much to our special sponsors for making this special event possible, of course. Ngayon naman, ang pag-uusapan natin tulad ng sinabi ko kanina ay yung second series of the day natin. Kung kanina may giant katulad ng Oasis Gaming na pinakitaan tayo ng Boracay Jet in the form of Georgie, alamin naman natin kung ano ang i-offer ng mga players natin mula sa team na gusto talagang mag-fly high. Here is NAOS Esports.
And here you have them, our first game for the second series today. NAOS Esports, of course, spotting the roster of Ja Modgers, Senior Carl, Papi Chulo, and Wits. With the addition of Senior Carl, as well as NDG, there's a lot of firepower between all of these players and a lot of coordination. Senior Carl, of course, played his recent debut game and has always had that top-tier performance. And now, they're playing on NAOS. And NAOS, again, the champions of the previous split, trying to keep the momentum up and making sure that they keep that streak alive.
I know, right? Like the fact, sobrang, again, undefeated pa rin sila dito sa regular season. And I feel like that trajectory is still going to be incredibly possible right now with the pace that they're going. I mean, pag nakita natin yung mga series nila, well, it's not the cleanest, so it gives like a bit of a possibility for that streak to win. Pero feeling ko that the way that they've been winning these games are just, so clean. Parang mahirap na hanapan ng sort of weaknesses dito sa team na ito.
I agree with you there. And something na gusto ko ring i-point out is ramdam na ramdam ko yung gutom ng NAOS na umabot talaga sa Ascension. Kasi doing a slight re-roster or adding someone to the team as late as now, di ba ganun sila ka-risk takers in a sense na gusto pa nilang mag-experiment despite their team just having an almost flawless run throughout the tournament so far. Mapa split 1 o mapa split 2 pa man yan. Kahit sobrang solid nila, naisipan pa rin nila na maybe we can add one more person to the team para magkaroon pa tayo ng extra helping hand dito. O kaya naman ng extra creativity dito. Di pa, Fluffy?
Yeah, and I think that also speaks volumes on Senior Carl himself, because you wouldn't make such a heavy decision to alter an already working formula if you weren't very confident in your new addition. And Senior Carl, his track record, especially on his former teams like NCG, has really proven that he's one of the players that's always been a top tier, even back when he was on Zeals. And it's just one of the small little adjustments and additions that, like you mentioned, are big parts and play big roles into their goals of reaching that Ascension level talent.
Yan, talaga yung gusto natin dito makamit. Sabi mo nga kanina, the formula is what they're trying to figure out even though everything has been working out so well. On the other hand, syempre pag pinag-uusapan natin ang mga formula, napupunta yung isipan natin sa mga scientists. And in this case, mad scientists pa nga. Heto naman ang GameLab.Alpha.
sobrang nakakatuwa silang makita every time they play dito sa VCT. Kung titingnan natin yung simula nila, they were, no-namers as a team last split, pero they solidified agad their spot as a team that can stand toe-to-toe sa mga veterano ng VCT. Again, from Ranked Demons to VCT Demons real quick, sa una, yung mga strategy nila, si Fall X and si Boogie, yung double duelist setup nila ngayon, parang nag-expand na yung horizon nila pagdating sa flexibility at pagdating sa strats. And that's what makes them very scary as a team.
I mean, tama naman si Rico. Dati, puro double duelist lang nilaro nila. Pero now they've adapted a bunch more things, especially running more killjoys, more setups, and we see that they're coming off of their win from Zol Esports. So that momentum hopefully carrying on in their series against NAOS today.
Yan, talaga yung gusto nilang makamit, yung momentum build up na kailangan nila. Because when we were back in Split 1, GLab was just very solid. Pero this time around, I think some of the other teams are starting to see cracks through their strategies. At gusto lang talagang patunayan ng GLab na hindi pa namin nalalabas lahat ng cards namin out on the table. Meron pa kaming pwedeng ibuga at potentially, ngayon nila ipapakita yan as they go against NAOS Esports. Dito naman sa head-to-head natin, pag-usapan natin ang ating mga pwede na sigurong mabansagan na Killjoy mains because we have been seeing them play on this agent a lot. And I think Rico, when it comes to Dreech or Mojer, whether it's on the Killjoy or not on the Killjoy, they're just heavily reliable players.
I think that really fits the description really well dito sa dalawang players natin. And the dynamic that they'll have for the team, their job isn't exactly to like shine, get highlight plays, but support the star players in the squad to be able to secure a lot of these rounds for the team. It's that consistency. Again, when it comes to battle of consistency though, I have to put it more onto Mojer. He has a lot of these, again, highlight plays and more consistent pagdating sa performance dito to secure and support the entire squad of NAOS.
Yeah, Dreech has always been that type of player that has always kind of been a bit more passive if we compare him to Mojer, who's always very active. I think it's just in fact of the former duelist blood in Mojer's veins, and it shows that he really goes for these more aggressive space-taking skills, which in a lot of cases works out for him because he has the aim to back it up. But when he doesn't, that conservative style that Dreech does bring to the table plays a more consistent role overall for their team.
I think something na gusto ko ring i-point out for either of these players is yung discipline. And I think mas highlighted siya when it comes to Mojer kasi katulad nga ng sinabi ni Fluffy, he did come from that duelist role and then napunta siya dito sa Sentinel role, which arguably is a slower change in pace talaga. And ang ganda nung pagka-adapt niya kasi despite, having that potential, alam niyang may tutok siya, alam niyang kaya niyang sugurin. Pero kahit paano, may disiplina siya at pinipili niya pa rin mag-hold down ng sides kapag kailangan talaga. So yun yung nakakatawa when you look at these head-to-head players. Now, as we go over naman sa kung anong mapa nga ba ang ipapakita dito dahil napaka-crucial neto. For the longest time, lagi nating nakikita tong NAOS Esports na binibring out yung icebox. Pero Fluffy, this time around, we're not gonna be seeing an icebox. A bind maybe, but no more icebox for sure.
I mean, no more Icebox for sure, but they're still good on so many maps. NAOS Esports always had a pretty decent ascent. They've had a good fracture on the times that they played it and an amazing Pearl so far, which is why GameLab's going to start out removing that Pearl from the equation, figuring out the formula already and writing down the ingredients to their own success for the series. It seems like GameLab are just too threatened by the Pearl win rate of 100% of NAOS Esports.
And now it makes you wonder if kayang-kaya na i-leave open itong bind as a map selection para sa side ni NAOS. I feel like it's one of those things where, syempre, you do have a lot of groundwork to work with, not only from the players, but the support staff as well, to boost your, information gathering. Kahit sa mga changes ni bind, it's no problem for it to be a part of this map selection pool ni NAOS.
Yan na nga tayo. We're not gonna be looking at Lotus. Marami pa rin namang options na open dito. Ang hirap lang talaga eh. Kasi for the side of GLab, they had a good thing running for Icebox as well. Oo, they're gonna go up against NAOS and hindi yun yung ideal. Pero yun nga eh, now nawala na rin yung mapang yun. Kahit sila, nabawasan din sila ng potential map dito. Which is why it's not so surprising that they actually brought up Fracture. Kasi one of the points that I did want to point out, kasi nung naglaban sila against Zol, maganda yung run nila. It was a 13-6 and it just seemed like GLab had everything under control in this map, which is gonna be a challenge, syempre, pagdating pa rin naman sa NAOS. Kasi kahit saan naman natin idaan dito, Riku, nakita natin time and time again yung mastery ng NAOS across all the maps that we have here.
Honestly, I'm so surprised that GameLab.Alpha very confident on Fracture. Kasi kung titingnan natin, dati feeling ko si Oasis yung pinakamalakas na team pagdating sa mapang ito. But it slowly took over by NAOS. So this, honestly, GameLab, I'm really excited to see this matchup in that particular map.
I just want to say rest in peace to this bind map. I know Laika really likes this map, and the first time I'm seeing it with her today, it's gone out of the equation. And speaking of that, there goes Ascent as well. That already makes our decider map already decided, but the first two being Fracture and Haven and Split as the last decider is very interesting because since NAOS had the last ban, that means that they in a way opted to give the Split decider, Split as a decider and give GameLab the choice, which surprisingly they're also going for the attacking side. We've seen Split being played earlier today, and we see how dominant the defense side can really be. So it's a big move for NAOS to really give that map away for the deciding map.
Okay, let's talk about that, Fluffy. Since makikita na naman natin yung Split, nakita na natin kanina with Icebox out of the equation and people seemingly really want to avoid bind at this point, do you think na ito na yung oras na makikita natin paulit-ulit yung Split being picked in the rotation?
I think that now, because there's how many games left for every team, like it varies, but it's so limited, you can't really afford to make any risks anymore. A lot of teams are vying for their positions at this point, and they can't really have the time to experiment on new things. The new bind has a couple important changes that a lot of teams, I'm pretty sure, are not that well versed on. So moving back to something like Split, for sure, is a good fallback opportunity.
When you put it that way, it puts things rather in a wider perspective. Sa bagay, ang dami nga namang changes, and I think maybe hindi pa nga ready yung mga teams dito kasi they were eyeing na itong earlier maps natin, yun pa rin yung uulit at uulit. Pero sa wakas, andito na yung bind. So far, we haven't seen it. But with that said, naka-lock in na yung mga maps nila. What are your predictions? Let's start with Fluffy.
Oh,
Me?
wow.
Of course, diba pinagawa mo to before? Like this means that now's the time.
Yeah.
Because I think that they're on the hot streaks. Senior Carl, I always thought is an amazing player. I feel like he is the type of person that adds not just the firepower, but a bunch more discipline into the entire dynamic. So I think, yeah, now's a good time to really step up.
Feeling ko it's gonna happen for the second time dahil ako rin. Now's the time din ako. Dahil I feel like, my heart wants to say that, GameLab will probably be like the hero to end NAOS' streak. It feels like, a fantasy fiction tale. Pero at this point, NAOS just feels like they have no signs of stopping at all. Kaya, now's the time talaga pa rin.
Sige, bago ko ibigay yung prediction ko, a thought just popped up in my head. Bakit?
Staller yarn.
Hindi, kasi inisip ko, back in Split 1, yung Oasis yung may solid running, yung nag-umpisa yung Split natin na yon. Tapos yung GameLab.Alpha, yung parang naging kryptonite nila, diba? Sila yung nakasira ng momentum. What if yan na naman yung role nila this time around, diba? NAOS looking ever so solid, pero baka naman GLab na ngayon. Tingin nyo?
Honestly, it's like one of those things where I want it to happen. Just it's because it's like I feel like I'm in an esports like writing fan fiction. Like if there's a team that I want to beat NAOS, for me it feels like it's just much more dramatic if it's GameLab.Alpha.
Damn, fan fiction. Ganun talaga pag may fan page. Pero for this game, I think that in fairness, GameLab. Last Split, they were able to go all the way in that best of 5 against Oasis Gaming, who was one of the top teams of that previous split, still is right now. And against NAOS, I'm sure that they can bring the same firepower to bear because this is one of the two teams, I think, between them and the former Abaddon Abyss roster, who's now MVP, are the ones that really are underdogs and have really been the dark horse striking against these top two teams in VCT.
Sige na nga, bibigay ko na nga yung prediction ko. Masyado ko nang pinasuspense. Yes, I am predicting NAOS Esports as well, along with you guys. And I feel like, magagalit na sa akin yung mga boys over at GLab. Kasi time and time again, pag merong panel curse, quote-unquote, laging 0-3 yung prediction. At nalulungkot sila doon. Pero, gusto ko lang i-point out, finally, may chance ako dito sa broadcast i-point out. Every time na nagpe-predict ako with GLab, natatalo. So, hindi naman dahil ayokong i-predict sila. Feeling ko talaga may sumpa ako paminsan. Ilang beses na yun eh. Anti-strat pala.
Yun
That's very
pala, yun pala.
It's very scary, guys. Pero ito na nga, ang una nating mapa, medyo mainit, Fracture. Ano ba dapat i-expect natin going into Fracture? Rico, any thoughts on how this map is gonna be played? Because honestly, kung ako lang tatanungin, I don't think a lot of people have Fracture as their favorites talaga. So, okay lang naman kung tanggalin muna sa rotation yan. Okay lang para sa
Parang may ayaw sa Fracture. Pero honestly speaking, every time when I see the word Fracture, the map Fracture in general, pagdating sa VCTPH, I always think about Oasis and NAOS, the grand arena for both of these teams to do well. And I feel like, honestly, I think it's because of the mastery again of both of those top two teams currently in the standings. And speaking of standings, napaka-importante nito para sa GameLab.Alpha na ipanalo dahil nga konti na lang yung games na natitira and they still have to, grab that second seed away from, Oasis pagdating sa playoffs.
Yes. Sorry. I thought may ano pa si Fluffy. Pero
Okay.
with that said, guys, pwede na tayong mag-pass sa ating mga casters so we can begin with the games para magkaalaman nga ba totoo kaya ang curse ko. Hindi ko na tatawaging panel curse baka ako lang talaga yung may sumpa or hindi. With that said, it's time to get the game started. This is gonna be GameLab.Alpha versus NAOS Esports.
We've seen what the best can do. Can we even see more moving forward? NAOS Esports now gonna be facing off yet again in battle. But this time, it's against GameLab.Alpha here. But first things first, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dax here with Black and Blue. And we're seeing, of course, our #1 seed take on another potential contender. And that's something we were talking about backstage there, Nico. Especially the fact that you look at this map pool, there's a lot of challenging going on right now between both GameLab.Alpha and NAOS.
Well, it's putting it lightly. It's kind of a head scratcher and why this went the way that it did. You look at here the opening pick on Fracture, and that's been one of the most formidable maps for any team going up against NAOS, right? And then you go on over to Haven, arguably the worst map statistically in this past year for GameLab, and the painting isn't really giving us the best picture possibly of what GameLab has up in store. But I'm hoping that they can maybe prove something here, that even though they might not be the favorites to win, they can give us maybe a good map and then be competitive throughout the series.
Yeah, it's a wild draft right now that we're looking at. I look immediately step by step into Fracture, right? And what happens for NAOS in Fracture, that is where they just decide to face off against Oasis again and again and again. And the last 3 times that NAOS and Oasis did fight, it has gone to NAOS's favor. But GameLab is willing to pick that and say, we have a strat that can challenge you. We have a way to actually beat you right now on this map. And you look at their statistics so far, they had that success versus Zol Esports. But on the other hand, here for the second map, NAOS picking Haven, which is usually the permaban against many other teams, including, of course, the likes of Oasis and whatnot. But you tackled the two. The stats there for GameLab, not the best on Haven. And with a new rotation perhaps here for NAOS Esports especially, maybe we'll see some changes moving forward, especially for both squads.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, even though it did work for NAOS last time around, when they fielded Senior Carlin, they want to know, sure, that worked, but will it work against GameLab this time? I think he's starting in this series. He's going into map #1 in that fielded position, over NDG. And we've seen how, those two young guns, NDG and Mojer, have consistently improved their game from stage 1 to stage 2, and they've really kind of fit into the mold really well here and made this team such a chemistry powerhouse. And Senior Carl might have worked out versus Zol, but there's still that question of if that chemistry is retained coming into this, because it's a very different opponent they're going up against. A team that can really shoot the lights out, shoot the roofs out if you're not too careful. And while he is such a proven player, an incredible player alone individually, it comes down to how the team plays as a whole, and that is what I think the curious thing here, and it could be the breaking point of NAOS in this series, specifically if they can't get it right.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion point right now, and in that matchup versus MVP Esports for NAOS, right, slotting him in, it worked out, as you mentioned, but I'm honestly in the camp of it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They're at the top of the standings. They have a perfect run. They were the champions of Split 1. Why did they make these roster adjustments now? Is it because they have that time and leeway, since they're pretty much guaranteed for the playoffs anyway, to do this kind of experimentation? Or have they seen something that we haven't seen as of yet here in, of course, the tournament setup? Scrims are one thing, the chemistry is another, especially in their gaming house right now. And I do wonder what look will we have for NAOS, especially in their starting 5 for the next few weeks here near the end of VCTPH Split 2. It's the road to Ascension, man. It's the slot for the international scene, and we've seen some drastic changes from teams, but the last team that I didn't expect that to come from would have been NAOS.
Yeah, especially at how, you know, the changes specifically that they made, like getting Senor Carl last time around. He was on the Omen, a role that we know a lot of players on NAOS already can play anyways. You obviously got Poppy Chul on that Viper, they ran the double controller, but somebody else could have picked up that role and arguably did just the same. And I'm in the same camp, or at least similar here to you, Dax. I think there could be some benefit, yes, with the 6-man rotation, but we see a lot of times that the best teams in the world, they stuck to that 5-man core for good reason. And I'm not throwing any shade to NAOS because I think they're still the best team here, but you know how adding more factors into something already working could cause problems in the future in terms of fracture points and places where it can mess up. The more kitchens, I guess, rather, the more chefs you add to the kitchen, the more hands there are to potentially confuse things.
Yeah, of course there's no shade, brother. We just need to talk about something smart before we start into the game, right?
Yeah.
It's something that we have been wondering around for NAOS. But then on the other side, GameLab.Alpha, that's the other side of the coin, that they haven't made those changes from Split 1 to Split 2. They stuck with their core, except of course bringing in Aeonic. So they did go for the addition. They did make the change. I'm gonna retract my statement real quick right there. That one. But it's still that familiar face. It's still someone they played with in the past. That's someone that they're very familiar with back in their formative days, especially for some certain players. And for GameLab.Alpha, it's still that similar style that they're slowly trying to figure out if it works or not against some of the Titans. That was one of the, I'd say, check marks or checkpoints rather that we were looking forward to for GameLab.Alpha when they faced off against Oasis. Would they put up that incredible fight? And unfortunately for them, it did not come to pass because Oasis read them like a book and countered their strategies very efficiently. Then you go back to their previous matchup against Sol, and it was a bit more the usual GameLab.Alpha style. There were a few instances though that they tried to adjust and to no avail because of that discomfort. So it still feels like GameLab.Alpha, even though they made it to that podium position last time, right, in Split 1, it's still that work in progress that we're trying to see refined week after week.
Well, I think it's a very, I guess you can say there's similarities in that they both have change-ups in their roster, but ultimately I think it's a very different kind of situation they're both put in, because now everything was working. They're at the top, nobody even close, maybe Oasis, but everybody else faltering against them. But it was GameLab who kind of seemed like they needed to change something. They needed one more additional piece to give them a different look. Now, they got to that top 3, yes, during stage number 1, but I think adding Aeonics is exactly what they kind of needed, and we've seen that performance really kind of improve upon when it came to the regular season here during stage number 2. And for him to be kind of like that sentinel on the back line, that's exactly what they kind of needed to let the other players come to the forefront. Now, they've changed some other stuff in terms of the compositions they're running, even though they have the same roster. Like, we see Boogie kind of shy away from the duelist sometimes. He'd go onto a Sky, to a Sage, a bit more of a flex. But I think for GameLab, it's a lot more justified here, just looking at the bigger sense of things in generalities for them to add Aeonics, especially since it was in between kind of the 2 seasons instead of during the middle of a regular season like NAOS are doing here, which is very, very difficult to work on out. But props to them, they made it work. Versus Zol, I'm just still, you know, kind of questioning or maybe pondering, looking forward to the future, if that will continue on true, starting here today versus GameLab, and more importantly, deeper into the playoffs. And if they ever qualify, will it still kind of work out if they ever, you know, progress further and ascend?
But then that's where we can talk about that Zol example also. It was a 3-map series. It went 2-1 in favor of GameLab.Alpha. But when we saw them play on Pearl yet again after getting demolished by Oasis Gaming, they changed things up. They played that Sky, as you mentioned, and they still ended up losing against GameLab.Alpha. Now we're not going to see Pearl into the rotation anymore, or we're not gonna see it because it has been banned out, because GameLab.Alpha has lost twice in a row on it already. But then again, I do wonder in what other map have we seen these small adjustments made by GameLab.Alpha. They had that roster adjustment, sure, but it was still a similar look that was being refined. Now they're gonna be readjusting yet again for certain instances, and perhaps especially against NAOS. But then I do agree with you. We go back to that conversation. It's still that big change by NAOS at this point in time. We know Senior Carl, he's incredible. His history from Zeal, he was part of Zol for quite a while in this same split anyway. But what will happen now to NAOS? Does it make it better? Does it make it worse? Because individually, perhaps Senior Carl might have that history behind him. But as a unit, when chemistry was our biggest concern about NAOS last split, does it need to be reforged yet again? And especially against the chemists on the other side, that is GameLab.Alpha.
Yeah, especially when it seemed like they worked so hard to finally get that going. Let's not forget regular season during stage number 1 that there were some woes there, and the chemistry, we were seeing that, and they were even talking about it openly during their interviews that, yeah, maybe they'd win a series, but they still feel like they're kind of fielding things out. And they talked about, you know, that loss versus Oasis early in the regular season, and even before the regular season, as I said, they were kind of going through the working pains of being a newer team. And once more, additions to this, we're kind of tooting the horn once more, because it really is, I think, a big center point when it comes to this team. Now, to be fair, they've had some success in adding players, rather, and adding people in general to the staff, to the team, in terms of the coaching staff, like when they added Elle as their analyst midway through the season last time around during the playoffs and all that, and it worked spectacularly. But that's a different conversation compared to an actual player fielded in the game. And as you said, it worked, I guess, versus MVP at the end. One could maybe argue that it should have been, you know, an even more decisive series than it went to. And even though they're the #1 seed right now, you see a team like Oasis able to, you know, have a larger kind of round differential because of those rounds that they did lose there in their last series coming on up. So if you're NAOS right now, I think you do have to consider, you know, where exactly and who exactly you sought out for which map. I'm pretty sure they're going to keep their stars being, you know, Ja and Wits and Papi Chulo. They're probably going to be in the game for the most part, but knowing them, they're probably fine with not playing a map or two either way as well, just, you know, for the sake of the team, if that's what they feel is right.
Is it that? Is it really that? Maybe it's a matter of, hey, someone else can play. I can still just chill around here. I mean, wonder if,
to be fair, they've both been part of like 6 roster teams.
Yeah, exactly. So do they not enjoy having breaks in between, Mr. SBE?
I would like to think they do. Not Ja though. He'll never get time off.
Ja is stuck to his monitor. Okay, I have seen NAOS at their former boot camp playing a scrim, and I'm just like, I aspire to play like Ja, to be probably like a single inch away from the monitor every time I play. But we're straight into the game. No draft threat necessary. Yeah. So you can see it here. Brimstone Breach on the side of NAOS. It's pretty much the KO. That's something to watch out for. On the other hand, GameLab.Alpha, they're going to be running that Fade. They're going to be running that Brim Breach as well. And it's something we saw last time around when they played against Zol, I believe. So GameLab.Alpha, they say this worked last time. Let's try to do it yet again.
They're going to continue that trend here on Fracture. No real change up here coming from NAOS this time around in terms of the composition. They have everything going. He gets the opening pick here in the Fall X, and that should signal them to continue towards his B site, which is completely open. They leave the lurk there on the Mojo, though, towards A.
Well, obviously here for NAOS, the big adjustment is it's no longer NDG playing that Breach. It's Senior Carl, everyone else on the roles that they were in last time. But NAOS, they do get the plant down now towards that B side, and Papi Chulo finding Boogie, finding Aeonix too. Step by step, they're just auditioning right in front of him. Dritch now trying to play counter, sure, and no one does find a tag now from spawn. But beyond that, now it's Esports. They have a handle of all the angles, and now they'll take the pistol now.
Papi Chulo just making sure their flanks are protected. Nothing to worry about, guys. I got this, he says. And
what's new?
Of course, ever reliable Daddy.
Daddy Chulo is ready for any younglings who are walking right in front of him. It just goes to show for NAOS, there's always going to be that core. There's always going to be those strats, and it's tried and tested. Now, with a different part in this machine, does it work the same way? First time here on Fracture, that's a big check mark. Now they go with a better buy. Wit's actually going to go for the close knife. thinking if someone might come through the doorway there. And beyond that, NAOS, look at the investment here, Black and Blue. 4 Bulldogs and a single Phantom already.
They really do not want to be outgunned in these type of anti-ecos of theirs, don't they? Especially in a map here like Fracture, where you want to secure every attacking round as you can in the opening half. Opening stack here towards that drop position, but once more, they love to send Mojo out on this lurk, and he's been doing really good adjusting into that Sentinel here in the second split of the year.
Yeah, he's realized that he can play in the back line and still be very effective. Allow Ja to be the front line itself. Now that 8-6 looking to happen, Mojo though in the meantime doesn't notice that Boogie's a bit closer to him. After that point on, GameLab able to pick up a gun. NAOS though with the plant, it's 5v4. Small numbers advantage in favor for GameLab. The struggle though with the guns themselves. And with the fault line now into play, seems like GameLab looking for an opportunity. Papichulo though shuts the door here already. Spawn gonna be the advantage. Never mind, Wits finds 2 instead. And from the drop, it's GameLab trying to at least find a way down. But NAOS is just keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, gonna be a difficult drop here in the crossfire. Wits on the 3rd, and Papichulo secures that 2nd of his. Both of them gaining the kills they needed in the round, and you see there were NAOS. They were down the man, they knew they had the gun advantage, they knew 2 were drop, and so it had to be a lower player count towards that CT. They go aggressive instead, and they take that control they needed, especially when they're outmanned.
And that's really the NAOS situational awareness that is very effective. Quick shout out to Ling, who says we are both play-by-play casters. True, by the way, as categorized by award shows. Factually, even though we are a pair. And she's also asking when will Bind be here, when someone decides to actually play it instead of banning it. If you guys don't know Ling, she is also an incredible caster, content creator, and everything. She gets the biggest shout out of them all. All the titles, by the way. But we're back into the game. We're not talking about Oasis Ling anymore. We're talking about GameLab with the rifle round.
No, we're not done. We're not done with Ling. We're not done.
Okay, say go ahead.
You know, when I started casting too, back then in the years ago, one of the first people who asked me, "Hey, you want to cast?" is Ling herself. Back then, people called her Lingy, and she was like, "You want to cast?" I'm like, "Yes, I think." I try.
Damn. So she's not just the hope of the audience, but also the hope for anyone looking for a job. But Ja, though, his job is already kaput as Boogie and FallX do find the takedowns here. Main control for GameLab.Alpha. Great aggression, but the realization that the pinch was a possibility allows GameLab.Alpha to stabilize so well.
And the spike taken away from the control here. NAOS leaves now GameLab in such a great position to close this out cleanly here on their anti-bonus. Maybe NAOS can get a few kills, but that's all you can really hope for here. Papichulo, we know him to be one of the most deadly players with a sheriff in his hand, but even this is a bit out of the question.
Yeah, it's very difficult right now, and GameLab.Alpha playing so disciplined instead. 4 of them stacked up towards that A site. They know the spike is on site itself, but Mojer finds the opportunity as FallX might be a little too eager. Time running out. This should guarantee the GameLab.Alpha win. Only question is how much damage can NAOS still do. Boogie though mitigating those losses. 3 for him already. Make that a 4th for Boogie even. And GameLab.Alpha, they get on board this time.
Yeah, pretty nicely done here from the GameLab squad. Not much lost in that round, and that's exactly what you kind of have to do. As GameLab, they secure that drop position there isn't going to come idly by, and to have control of that A main throughout its entirety just makes that plant so much more difficult. You don't have that option of going for the post plant towards A main anymore, and GameLab knew that. To hold on to that just pretty much helped them secure the round tenfold.
Yeah, they watched the tape, that's for sure, and they realized that if they hear the blast packs behind them, then that's NAOS going for the main pinch itself. Here we go again, though. Suppression guaranteed. FallX gonna get hit by the knife, and NAOS this time is trying to go for a bit of false intel towards that A site. Seems like the GameLab.Alpha, different plan, aggressing already towards hulls, and it's really the anchor here for GLab that's going to be important as the execute is looking to come their way.
Yeah, pressure here on the Onyx to perform, but Owen comes out of the smoke right in time, and the Onyx, perfect help on him as well.
Oh, spikes in front of them, and Mojer picks that up. That's a sign, a signal for Owen. If he peeks out the smoke, maybe he can find someone. But now, slowly trying to reel back their forces. Mojer, though, stay in cover, but he's the only one left as for GameLab.Alpha. Sweep away the rest of NAOS tower, the only position he can play, and he's able to at least beat one in contact. Another challenger appears. This time it's Stritch, and Owen, of course, tags out with a backstab himself. GameLab.Alpha tie things up.
individually here, kind of getting picked up a piece apart. They got those nano swarms, which helped kind of isolate the team from the rest of that push. You saw Ja already onto the site, and the rest of the team kind of pulled further back, and because of that, NAOS kind of getting separated when they needed to be together the most. Without that, you know, without that separation, they would have been able to trade, but it never came.
And is this going to be where we ask those questions for NAOS on familiarity with this 5-man rotation, and perhaps maybe just fighting Oasis too much on this map allows a different contender to try a different kind of strategy against them. GameLab.Alpha, though, securing the north side of Fracture and making sure that everything is safe and sound. Now they know NAOS is only going to come from one direction. Only question is, which site will it be? Owendo finds contact to begin with.
That's good info, though, that they've pushed up that far. That allows NAOS to continue towards this A push now and get the plant off at the very least. Now, it's not going to secure the round, but it gets them a bit of economy, more to hold on to. If they maybe are able to kind of respond to this flank push, never mind, it doesn't come through. They just opt to go for the safe option instead and go through CT.
Yeah, NAOS is gonna have at least all the members available. But GameLab.Alpha, they're ready for the clear itself. The Prowler to lead, and Dritch will follow it up from drop itself. Paint just a little too late to slow down the peak itself. And a Nightfall even used by GameLab.Alpha. Efficiency looking prime and proper for GameLab.Alpha. And yet again, they are able to clean up house. Mojer, the only one left to fight back, gets one. But one more time, that's the only one he will take. GLab will... Oh no! This is a problem for GameLab!
There's no time!
Because of the nanoswarm! The nanoswarm burns one down, and since no one else was nearby, GameLab.Alpha cede the round to NAOS! And they lose even more members because of it!
Dax, I thought the round was done!
Same.
It was! But not in the way that we thought! NAOS just somehow off of that nanoswarm and even realized that they had one off of it, pulled the diffuser away, and yeah, just gave them much more needed time that they needed. They didn't even get the half defuse at that.
I mean, I noticed the nanoswarm kill, but I was like, well, GameLab has another guy there, right? I glimpse at the minimap, and then they look at each other. Oh no.
Oh no.
Two people sprinting back, realizing the mistake, and this is the thing about NAOS. NAOS doesn't make those kind of mistakes. They're able to enforce those errors instead on other, I'd say, less experienced teams. And for GameLab.Alpha, that just rears its ugly head, and what could have been their lead, NAOS will take back.
Not exactly a C9, but
You should run.
one I'm sure the fans would love
Wrong
to call.
game!
I know.
Wrong game!
I know.
Okay.
You get the reference. Now, so here, they got that lockdown here for the site. The counter lockdown, though, not being placed by Onyx just yet. I think they're going to use it for the retake.
Yeah, there you have it now. Space created, and NAOS will be able to make their way towards that B site. They're trying to anticipate any aggression from GameLab.Alpha with the nanoswarms, but GLab actually just backing on away. Decide to go for the lockdown, as you mentioned, of their own. Orbital Strike, though, gonna be the answer. We hear the null command as well. And Ja finds first blood versus Fallex. Ja even spilling another one. Send your Carl on the board, too. And now Esports just so prepared for this. Does Ja find contact right beside him? Yes, he does. Realizes Boogie was in breathing distance. And Dritch, the only one left, trying to reach for any kind of semblance of a possibility. Wits, though, looking to be resurrected. Maybe timing here from Dritch. Gets one takedown, but Mojer is there for the trade. And now NAOS get another one on the books.
Ja, like, barely saw the barrel stick out from behind him, like right by his ear, and still landed that flick through it. I think the smoke must have made it awkward there for Boogie on his position, but even better response here from NAOS to come back from a round like that where they barely scrape by on the eco. And then, you know, they have that orbital strike to destroy the lockdown. Ja playing towards the generator, and GameLab, they're the ones who seemingly were sapped of steam.
Yeah, some good resilience from GameLab, though. No one being too aggressive. They're still trying to stick by their guns, but these last 2 rounds has to have hurt their mental so far. Now, their economy not going to be, well, the best here. Ionix in such a bad spot because of the pain shells, and Ja will flush him out and take him down. Owendo now playing danger close with that stinger. NAOS in the meantime, yet again finding targets left, right, and even by spawn. What can Boogie do? He has to dance away. And in this instance, NAOS showing how overwhelming they can be again.
Just complete dominance here in the round so far. And you for GameLab, you know, after this next eco round, coming into round number 9 perhaps, I don't think it would be a bad decision to call a timeout. You do not want to let this lead kind of get out out of hand. Even though you are in the defensive side here in the first half, you still got that second on the attack to come back to. But we know that NAOS are one of arguably the best team really here when it comes to playing on Fracture in the PH.
I would honestly say the best time to have called a timeout was this round, because you could see that they kind of force bought and some of them went for the half buys on the other, and the rhyme and reason that we were trying to get from GameLab.Alpha, it has fallen apart because of what NAOS has enforced on this map. That round really where they got away with that spike detonating was such a big shockwave to GameLab.Alpha. And perhaps now they're thinking, if we can play a bit more aggressive, if we can find these picks earlier, that won't happen again. And that's where it falls into the hands of NAOS Esports. That's a way they want their opponents to play.
You know, certainly those type of rounds, that can affect a team, especially a younger one here like GameLab. Now, it doesn't have to be a tilt, but it can certainly be something that looms in the back of your mind every now and then during a calm, and just the emotional shift it can do to a team and have lasting effects throughout the half or throughout even the game. They have a single Vandal in this round to apply, and it's all the way towards the other side, as the B site is what NAOS are taking.
Yeah, Boogie looking to be the hero this time around for GameLab.Alpha. Yet again, though, rhyme and reason so important now for GameLab, but NAOS in the meantime having their own rhythm here. And 2 beats on that drum to fall down on the GameLab.Alpha side. NAOS already effectively have this B site under their control. GameLab is just implying a bit more presence from spawn, but beyond that, this is still just NAOS holding things down, finding the targets just like that, and case in point, GLab is completely suppressed here.
Yeah, it's a difficult position for GameLab to be in at the moment. Wits portrayed here on the Fall X. They have to know that Boogie is somewhere here. I think he's a shot out, so they're aware. Fault line comes, and Senior Carl swings off of it too. They connect, and NAOS are winning, arguably a lot more, I guess, cleanly than we would have expected.
Absolutely. From the pace this was going at the beginning for GameLab.Alpha, there was a lot more hope. There was a lot more of a precedent in terms of the setup, and now NAOS has understood how they can actually maneuver throughout the map, where they can worm their way in, and then from that point on, just take some good angles. And that's the thing about NAOS, when they play Fracture, they try to utilize... Okay, fine.
Call
okay, no, they're not gonna do it, man. Don't worry about it. Just to wrap up my point, look at NAOS again and how they're just circumventing the map. Always ready to go for the rotation. Nice shot though by Ionix. That's a big blow to NAOS this time around. And even Cinder Car will fall, so the gamble from GameLab pays off so far, and they're swarming around the spike here.
Okay, don't call a timeout. Good job here, GameLab. Sorry to cut you off, buddy.
No,
but
it's okay.
That's at least they tried something different, and that's what they needed to do, right? Go for that pinch, rather, towards that spawn side, towards the attacking spawn. And with that, it gives them a lot more to do here.
Yeah, they force the aggress and they force the clash. Perfect timing here for GameLab.Alpha. Fallix and the Ionix yet again stepping up, but it's all Ja now in the 1v3. Find the isolation, he can do this, but Ionix will shut that down. GameLab.Alpha, no times out talents needed. They will get the round here.
Rounds finally gotten here, gained by GameLab. And off of that, that was a really great push to get them with the off time. And I see why you don't call the timeout now. My bad. I realize that, you know, in hindsight, good job.
They're just trying to prove you wrong.
They really were. But
yeah,
at least, you know, if you're not going to call time out there, do something different, and that's what they did. They just completely shook NAOS, so you can see how they weren't prepared. NAOS were trying to play that slow default, but as a pinch came towards that spawn, they're going to try the same thing here towards the bridge instead on the arcade side. Ja making that contact, but he finds the kills, and that just dismantles his push.
I mean, technically, GameLab.Alpha did try to do this a while ago, but no one was home on the north side. And NAOS wasn't ready for it because they didn't realize what happened per se. This time around, well, they understand what's going on. They understand what's coming their way. And Ja able to hold things down. But the showstoppers do clash! And Ja flies even higher to soar into greater heights. A 3K from Ja! Make that a quad! The ace denied by Dritch! But GameLab.Alpha, they're struggling here versus the forces of NAOS. Mojer and Wits holding things down together. And the double peak is enough to get the round. What a showing, though, from Ja.
My goodness here. Ja just flying above any sort of hazard, any sort of danger. Well, their tagline is Is it Fly High? Is it Fly High or is it I forget which one.
One is Talon, one is
exactly.
NAOS.
There's two teams with a pretty similar tagline, but they're certainly reaching different heights.
Well, Fracture is their temple, buddy, and well, the head priest that is Ja ready yet again for the rites of passage towards the site. Here we go again. GameLab.Alpha stuck on an eco, shaken and stirred by NAOS. The peak comes, but Senior Carl expects it immediately. And well, for the lack of the better term, I think NAOS, they're very good at the anti-asim, no? They're very good at finding these kind of angles and understanding when the aggress will come and when to shut it down.
Anti-asim? More like the...
Like,
how do you English that? Anti-sour?
Exactly. Anti-sour play?
Yeah, it doesn't really translate that well. But what all you have to be concerned about is that it's kind of basically, you know, stifling these kind of off-angle, these type of off-tempo, these type of rat plays that you'd see a lot of teams try and apply against, you know, a team like NAOS. But they're good at shutting that down, making sure that they don't really give up, I guess, windows of opportunity too easily.
Yeah, they're kind of like the rat exterminators. They're very good at finding those timings. I'm really trying to find the better translation for it. Poison pill. I think it's like, that's the closest one. If you play a poison pill play, right, you're just trying to take people down with you.
I guess.
I guess, but honestly, Filipino just has so many of those terms that don't correlate directly in English.
I blame English instead.
I do blame this language. But we are the English casters. This is the English broadcast, and we are back now to try and end the first half. Can GameLab.Alpha, though, get on the board yet again? Or will NAOS make it 9-3? 4 ultimates available, though, for GameLab.Alpha. The B site, though, looking to be pretty tasty for NAOS.
Impress X here and potentially get all the control that they want and then some, potentially for that retake. B site here trying to be pushed in by NAOS. And we've been seeing this a lot from them, where they kind of treat that arcade as a B main. That's a tendency we have seen internationally moving on forward. And they kind of forgo some of that B main control every now and then. But this time around, they go for a different option. They go through the underpass, wanting to, I guess, not replicate themselves too much so they don't become easily readable.
Yeah, they're also making sure that the south side a bit more clear this time around, though. We go for the null command and shot through the smoke even. Just expects that Aeonix is nearby. The Odin, though, here from Owen, bringing it out to try to spray things down, but the Cross cannot find any of those takedowns whatsoever. Spike now planted. Polix trying to get in position. Nightfall used here by Boogie as well, and GameLab.Alpha desperate to get back towards the side, but the Rolling Thunder is the answer here from NAOS. NAOS just getting in the way again and again. John the corner, and Mojo playing protection. Polix eventually does get the takedown. The lockdown, though, is pressure. The orbital strike there for the answer, but GameLab.Alpha, they're losing their members left, right, and center, and it's Rich all alone yet again. 1v3, the lockdown buying space and time, and really for GameLab.Alpha, I don't think there's any way to make it back. The fault line in the way. Now it's just keeping their opponents at bay.
Such a great stagger here of utility and ultimates from NAOS. That's 4 ults here coming from GameLab compared to the 2 of NAOS had in that lockdown and in that Rolling Thunder. But you see how they use that Rolling Thunder after a bunch of util was thrown in by GameLab, and I think that was their big crucial thing. They threw in the Nightfall, and then immediately after they threw in that Rolling Thunder as well. And those are both nullified in an instant by the counter Rolling Thunder here of Senior Carl and NAOS. And then they had a lockdown to further secure the round. And off of that, just the shutdown here of the initial retake coming from NAOS is so beautiful to see. That's where you see that experience just really stomp GameLab in the end.
And you could see that the tunnel play was just to allow Arcade to be, I'd say, less looked after, right? Because they had one effectively now on that lurk there from Arcade. They put that pressure from main instead. They caused all that chaos, especially with that first frag from Ja. Positioning yet again from NAOS as effective as per usual. This is a team looking to just go into even higher and higher heights in the PH scene. Now they start on their defense. GameLab.Alpha trying to recompense, and the pistol, it will head for that A site here.
9-3. You know, superstitions are something of the past, but NAOS here, pretty sure they're feeling pretty confident in this. Oh, look at FallX just hopping his way into that CT. Senior Carl gets a kill on him, though, from that drop. And there's no way they can fight against this.
These guys are the turrets of NAOS. They're just so prepared in the best angles ever. And the Boombot gets a spot. Aeonix, a nice kill short on the Senior Carl. But it's only a highlights in, well, a sea of kills for NAOS instead. 10-3, and this defense looking even better than the attacking side just from one round.
I mean, you go against NAOS on Fracture. The map that, you know, starting off, especially last stage, I don't think anybody would have called this to be their best map, but it kind of turned out to be in the long run.
I think my
Aside from
NAOS
Icebox.
power rank... Yeah, no. I think my NAOS power rankings is Icebox 1, and then Pearl 2, and then Fracture 3. But maybe
Really?
it's a little... Yeah, because Fracture is always contested by Oasis. And yes, NAOS has found the answer against Oasis. It's still...
Well,
It's
you're
still,
right.
you know, it's still
9-1.
contended. Yeah, I think they're just
90%.
really good maps. And now since Icebox is gone, you're technically correct because they're not. It's now their second best map.
Oh yeah, you were right.
Yeah.
Haha, I was right in the end. It's all that matters to me.
Congratulations.
They're going to Haven next, and that has been the statistical big question mark for this team.
Well, for both of them, GameLab.Alpha in terms of the losses.
No,
sure,
there's
but they're
no
willing to play
questions
it.
about GameLab's Haven. That's a thing. It's all
Oh, well.
it's just you're just sure it's kind of rough.
I mean, they're happy to play it. That's the thing. So they have an answer. They have that confidence. It just seems like the other teams are better at Haven. But now, as you mentioned it, it's always been their ban ever since they lost to Oasis back then, and they rarely let it pass until now and against Action PH last time around. Anyway, though, enough speeches. GameLab.Alpha fighting here by Arcade, but NAOS has already intercepted. And as per usual, with the gun advantage, NAOS cleanly mows them down. Owen, though, puts up a fight towards that A site. Unfortunate for him, the spike is all the way across the map.
He does good damage, and Mojo and Witsy are a single shot to the body from being taken down. He's trying to hide that Bulldog.
Oh, come
He
on.
can do
Owen.
it.
Can we just have this cam? Please don't leave this cam.
Don't leave
You can
it.
do this. This is the real game.
Yeah.
Yeah!
They can still get
Owen,
it.
another.
They can
Owen,
still jump up
another
if
one.
they know where it is.
If they know to look up, that's the thing.
He's gonna save this.
10
No,
seconds left.
he's gonna go for it.
I mean, he's gonna
He
get
should.
more money this way.
He should go for it, yeah.
He's making a lot of noise. He's like, kill me, someone take me. And now is just gonna let this
save
go.
me? Yeah, they know it's better to just leave him alive.
Well, I do feel like it's because of their HP. But you see everyone
Aside from-
teleport back in
true.
position?
Yeah, that happens.
It's like, what? Okay. But yeah, now they want to keep 3 guns at least. They didn't want to risk dying anymore to the hand of GameLab.Alpha. And here in their bonus, at least they have a bit of firepower. But GameLab.Alpha, it's now or never.
They know death is a mercy, Dex. They let them
Well.
suffer through life. That's what it
me
really
every day.
is.
Uh,
A resident cynic. NAOS here, though. Nothing to be cynical about for GameLab. They're going to need all the hope that they can in this case. They have the same exact push here that the NAOS were applying with. You have that Killjoy coming on the flank, but Alarmbot will keep him busy. Fall X, it's a good catch here in Wits.
yeah, there's that firepower for all X, but as soon as he runs into the sidelines of Mojer, he's immediately mowed down there by NAOS. The only problem now for GameLab is they had that first pick, but it doesn't actually lead into the opening. Now it's just so fortified on the opposite end.
Yeah, they just rotate immediately, and that's the thing about Fracture. You have a quick rotate here for the defensive side, and so if you can have your wits about you, no pun intended as they lost their wits, you can really make sure you get back on time and still be present on both sides.
I mean, hug the circumference, right? It's a perfect circle here on Fracture, but then again, Aeonix and Mojer, 3 blows. Boogie, though, keeps an eye out, and Rich is there to help out too. GameLab.Alpha, they have the firepower, and now that they have the numbers, Senior Carl, wrong arm is out. Try to fight with a Sheriff, why don't you? Stuck in the corner here for GameLab.Alpha. They're a bit suppressed so far, but Owen has a better plan. The push coming in from Senior Carl. They want to try and make the pinch happen, and Boogie will find the timing on Senior Carl himself instead. So 4-11, seems like GameLab is still alive here.
Very dangerous, though. He got the tag through that wall, and it would have been enough to take both of them down if he lined another shot potentially, but still the bonus there from NAOS. Okay damage at best. I guess you could say 2 kills for some armor buying up here, but you can see that even on these kind of bonus rounds of theirs, they're really still in control, and it never seems like anything's too dire, even if they lose a round like that. But this is where the swing has to happen for GameLab. You can't give up match point with a deficit like this.
Yeah, the tactics here from now are seemingly more sound. GameLab.Alpha, they always have that firepower though with the talent that they have, and it's something they've relied on to bail themselves out of these pinches. We begin though now for Hall's control as Volex wants to lead the charge yet again. But Wits' suppress is such a big bother, it slows down GameLab.Alpha's pace yet again.
What was that ping? Almost like there was a hawk or something. Might have not just come in true at the right time. Senior Carl, he's just a wall that they can't break through.
Yes, stunning, stupefying event. Senior Carl silences the push, and here we go yet again. The last word said by Senior Carl in the quad. 12-4, this is match point for NAOS.
As I said, you give a match point in this case. Statistically, you're pretty much assured to be done. Now, I don't want to call it before it ends. And I want to see more from GameLab because honestly, from all the teams we had during Stage 1, I was the most impressed by GameLab by far compared to any other team, even versus, you know, a team like Abaddon Abyss who did well. It was GameLab to go all the way to that top 3, especially for them to be, you know, their first time. And you really want to see that development more. It's just unfortunate in this case that one of the final games they have to play in the season is against NAOS.
Well, it does feel like after what we saw from Oasis and now we're seeing from NAOS, things are still under construction. That next leap forward for GameLab.Alpha is not just making to that top 3 anymore, but replicating and improving on what they did in that lower bracket finals last time around and contending with the heavyweights that we have. And we know the talent is there, but really the tactics and the calls from NAOS has just been a bit more sound so far. Case in point though, Volex, a sharpshooter himself, gets that first takedown.
Great shot, and that's what GameLab are always so formidable with, right? The amount of firepower that they can bring to the table when it comes down to it. Senior Carl had a good position there to actually catch maybe 3, potentially even 4, all of them with that fault line, but takes a smarter option, pulls back instead. The lurk here towards B is going to confirm that GameLab, they want to continue that way. It's only going to be Mojer to make this contact. Now he doesn't have his alarm bot towards that arcade, no turret either, and they don't really have much presence that way, so they're kind of blind here.
Yeah, Orbital Strike though thrown towards tower, and they're trying to see if anyone would evacuate towards arcade. Mojer though burning down Volex to begin with. Another instance where Volex falls so early on. GameLab though with the plant, rolling thunder. The answer from Senior Carl, and look at the backstab here from NAOS. They catch GameLab off guard until Ionix is there to pick up the pieces. 2 takedowns for the Killjoy. Owen also on the board, and GameLab.Alpha shoot themselves out of a bad situation. It's 5-12 to stay alive.
Yeah, great recovery here coming from GameLab in the round. To get that pick there, to drop down Ja, just allow them to have that map control that they need, to have them, you know, have a man count above NAOS, and we see that a while ago, especially, right, when they went towards B and went to A, and they did the same opposite of that here. It was Ja to be one of those players to be one of the first to rotate in, as a duelist typically would, and because they took down Ja, there's just no one there to immediately back up Mojer on the site.
And now it's Esports. How will they try to finish things off? Well, GameLab.Alpha,
Like
they
that.
aggress, but Ja is so ready to. Papi Chulo on the board. Now it's giving GameLab.Alpha a taste of their own medicine. And suddenly, a wild Ja appears to take you down. Now so prepared yet again. They have a good handle already on the north side of the map. They have the spike. They have the positions. And well, it should just be the kills coming their way too. Ionix, the only one left to fight back. Wits will silence that immediately. 13-5. Now finish the job off on Fracture to begin this series.
Incredible end here coming from NAOS in the performance. And we kind of wondered, you know, how will Senior Carl slot into this team? Now, maybe a few rough rounds in the earlier part of it, but after that kind of seemingly giveaway win that we saw in, what was it, round 5, where they won against that, you know, the time running out, everything just continued to waterfall against GameLab.
Yeah, it just feels like one major mistake there from GameLab.Alpha was a slippery slope that led to an avalanche of problems. Now, so Esports, cool, calm, collected at the top of the mountain. And from what we just saw, it was the standard fanfare there from NAOS adjusted bit by bit after they were getting read by GameLab.Alpha. And case in point, Ja there, an absolute MVP. We saw how he finished the job off basically in that last round, how he would be able to contest the aggression there from GameLab.Alpha. And really for NAOS Esports, we see so many times if they get that plant down, it's already secure. What a commanding way to effectively win out these kind of games here, or these rounds rather, from NAOS Esports, because it's not just mastery of the map, but it's just understanding of where to position at the right moments and what kind of information they can give to their opponent.
Certainly not much that they're giving up in this case, though, because now they're really quick on the rotate, but they're really quick as well to try and go for a different option, if especially on the attacking side, if their initial idea doesn't work on out. And when the push does come from GameLab, they're always just so much more prepared. You can see Senior Carl here always ready with a flash or with a fault line for the most part, just to help on out. And they have these set plays that they've surprisingly been able to slot Senior Carl in really well, where you see Jop push out early maybe in the round, and that followed up here with a breach utility, and then more of the same from the rest of the team, like with Papi Chulo and Mojo both kind of being able to swing off of each other many times on over as that backline, and it gives you just such reliability in every end, both on the front and the back. Then you got Wits here from NAOS delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. His calls, I could say, were on point.
Yeah, he was also delivering some incredible suppresses too, and really for NAOS Esports, it was just the usual fanfare that we see from them. This is the #1 seed for good reason, how effective they have been. And I'm really wondering right now, what else can GameLab.Alpha do right in this kind of situations? They're so good at finding these picks. They're really good at having these contact situations. But how do they even get there in the first place? That's the problem so far. Because if you've noticed, right, especially when they were on the attacking side, Folex, he'd find a pick or he'd make that space. But as soon as that happens, NAOS is in position to shut him down and close the door on GameLab.Alpha before anything even begins on the site itself. But guys, we're gonna be ending Fracture off on a high note with a bit of a break, and when we return, it will be that map #2 in Dax Black and Blue. We'll be back in just a bit. We'll see you guys for more of VCTPH very soon. Come on, guys. We know NAOS Esports can fly high, but Ja took that pretty literally and flew past showstoppers and everything else alongside the rest of the roster to take that fracture win. Will we see a repeat now in Haven, or will we get a little bit of a different formula, a different equation brought by GameLab.Alpha? We'll find out as map number 2 is coming your way. First things first, though, my name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and come on, man, this is gonna be Haven. We rarely get to see this from NAOS Esports. This is usually one of their bans in pretty much the PH scene, but now it's their pick.
Yeah, that's, I think, the real, I guess, entertaining part of this, right? Because we know that GameLab have kind of struggled, not even kind of, just straight up struggled on Haven by far in comparison to almost every other map that they've played. This is one of their worst maps, and then you look at NAOS, where it's not even a bad map for them, it's just one that statistically has no evidence of what necessarily they bring. They lost to, Oasis 9-13, and then they beat Action 13-8, and so you're not really too sure which way they stand as of the moment. Not a winning record, but not a losing one either, just not really much of a record at all. And if you're coming off of that map number 1 here from NAOS, you know what kind of makes me wonder why they would pick this, and I'm going to assume that it's maybe because they have Senior Carl now, and he gives them something different that maybe they can play a different composition that they previously weren't too comfortable with.
Yeah, perhaps, right? That the addition of Senior Carl opens avenues there on Haven. And you look at NAOS Esports, just before we wrap that topic up, the last games was all the way back in February. They played against Oasis and Action PH that you mentioned, and they were like, we're done with this. We're not playing this map anymore. We're banning this to make sure that we don't have to deal with this for the rest of the split. So now, letting it pass, putting themselves in a pretty delicate situation in terms of the series itself. It's quite the gamble, but something I'm very interested in on the NAOS side. On the other hand, though, well, for GameLab.Alpha, it's something they're very willing to play, but the results do speak for themselves. Losses so far, this split versus RNT and Oasis Gaming, hefty losses during the playoffs and the regular season against other teams, also last split. And it's really been interesting because if you think about GameLab.Alpha, this should be a map that they're good in. This should be a map that suits their style and their way of play, but it just hasn't really resulted in the victories that they've been looking for.
That's the thing, Dax. Should is a key word here, but does it really come into fruition? Does it work out that way? We're going to actually get an agent select this time, so don't you fret. NAOS here, I believe they're supposed to be starting on the defense as they should. Now, Senior Carl, this is actually one of his better performing maps that we've seen on his previous teams, prior to NAOS, and he goes for the Sova in this case. Typically what you'd see NDG be on. They got Wits on this breach, so kind of swapping around who is where, and they got Papi Chulo as that smoke on the Omen.
Okay, so the big shift really here for NAOS is they used to run raise compositions because Mojo was on the duelist. They tried playing the Killjoy, they tried playing the Chamber, but now with Ja as that tip of the spear, NAOS is going to play something a bit more tried and tested for themselves. Double Initiator looking to be the way to play. On the other hand, GameLab.Alpha will be running the same kind of case, and I do believe this is their usual composition on this map. It's what they played against Oasis and RNC, but the last showings they've had, 5 points and 8 points respectively against Oasis and RNT. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done and needs to be proven by GameLab if they want to contest in the series.
Excuse me, there is no RNT, only Rambutan ni Tatay. You better get the full name right or not say that all. And to be fair, that is one of the best maps as well of Rambutan ni Tatay. So this is a mirror matchup, by the way. And for NAOS here, they also forgo that fade that we kind of did see combined with that raise that you talked about when Mojo is typically at the front line. They combine that with the C's, the nade, the pinch of the combo. You know how it goes, tried and true and tested. But we've also seen Wits have great performances in the past here on this breach, and I'm wondering if they can continue that up now here, coming into Haven, a map that they just are not even faltering on, just inexperienced on in comparison.
I mean, come on. What's this from Team Secret? What is the map of Team Secret, right? It's Haven, so it's no surprise that he's...
Bind to me, honestly.
Well, Bind is back. Bind is back now. We'll find out. But then again, there's these bits and pieces, right, from NAOS that can be good on this map. Will we see the whole unit be effective on this map? I think that's the question that they're trying to answer in this map pick. But here we go again, guys. Round number 2 in this series. NAOS on the defense. GameLab.Alpha swiftly on the attacking side. They go for that B site. They fake it out though. They don't actually commit onto it. Dart comes up towards the garage, but now so stable, still on that seaside. Ja priming the dash even. Fallex will find the duel, but Fallex and Owen Cutie with the takedowns that they need, and it's GameLab taking that seaside for themselves. The lurk from Ionic spotted out, but he still gets another takedown before he falls.
The wide swing there coming from Fallex, just completely throwing off Ja in his angle. Not expecting it to be that wide. It's going to be difficult to try and go up against this Wits. I mean, they're paying the position there towards CT where Fallex might be, so you can see that they have some notion of it, but they're just not entirely sure. Oh, I think he might spot his toe, and that he does!
Finds a pixel, and that's enough to get the takedown. Paranoia thrown on out, but the fault line gets connection onto Wits himself. Papichulo fights back. 1v1 now. Owen backing on away. Do they realize that Papichulo is a single bullet pump demise? A smoke not to try and play cover. Taps it out for the fake, but Owen finds him immediately, and GameLab takes the round.
Yeah, they're just way too low HP there, so GameLab, they get the round they needed. Came a bit close there in the end, but it's a good sign for them to go that confident here in towards this, especially with Fallex winning that fight. He absolutely needed to be able to make that push work on out. If they were even kind of stalled for a few more seconds there, the defensive rotation would have been a problem in of itself for GameLab. So NAOS, they lose the round, but they're not, I think, too desperate just yet.
Yeah, NAOS, they weren't faked out by that B take itself. They anticipated the garage push, but they were still caught out by the lurk there towards that C site. A few things to really work on here for NAOS. We're already seeing it immediately. It's something that isn't as familiar to them compared to the other teams in the PH scene. Jado priming the dash, wanting to force that contact towards Owen. The Bulldog though bites back even harder. Ja falls, maybe a trade there courtesy of Mojer. Not gonna happen as GameLab is on the hunt and is rushing towards that C site.
Well, okay, nice overrun here coming from NAOS! A double with a classic from Senior Carl, okay. But, I mean, low HP, still don't have the guns. GameLab here, I think they're staying pretty tight. Now, if they get another pick that goes untraded, then that could be dangerous.
Yeah, well, the rotation there from NAOS moving towards the CT side instead means no guns can be picked up. GameLab eventually, they decide to commit towards that C side, but there you have it. Papichulo with the takedown. Mojer too! And the pistols! Unbelievable already here from NAOS. What's happening is NAOS Esports is trying to take command of this round. Dritch the only one left in a 1v3 slate. Bulldogs picked up and he finds the angle towards Senior Carl. He was low HP though. Dritch with another one. Maybe one more fight, maybe one more kill, but Mojer will deny it from him. And NAOS just steals it away from GameLab.Alpha.
You saw what Dreech tried to do there in the end. Now, he got the 2 picks, okay, but he tried to get him with, like, the pop-and swing, where you just wide swing for days and don't shoot up until you get to the very end to maybe throw off the aim there, Mojer, but Mojer's just way too quick in that situation. They almost line on up, and look at how those kills came. There weren't, like, necessarily bait and switches or, you know, off right clicks. 2 of those kills just came up from a straight-up classic 1v1 duel against a free gun. What happens?
Well,
that happens.
Infinite value for Senior Carl. What a pickup and what a showing so far. And really for NAOS, they understand what GameLab is thinking in those situations. Maybe they're gonna try to trade for those guns. They back on the way, and it's GameLab's rotation that is stifled instead. Now, speaking of stifled things, economy, not the best here for GLab. They have 4 sheriffs, a classic in the hands of Fallex, and they're slowly creeping their way towards that A execute.
Well, all they got is a bunch of sheriffs here. Paranoia, that connects perfectly. That catches Papichulo out, but Senior Carl is there at the ready, and by the time it expires, Papichulo is ready as well. Boogie on the double, on the triple with him!
Oh, Boogie, baby, where'd that come from? Well, he still puts up a fight, able to pick up a rifle too. Phantom in hand right now. A possible 1v2 scenario if NAOS is caught off guard by Boogie's position. He's putting up the spike though. Actually gonna go for the commit itself. NAOS creeping their way towards Link. And Mojer swings and so close from Boogie. Could have saved the day there for GameLab.Alpha. But Ja just stays stable instead. NAOS will get the round here.
He flicked back too immediately. If he literally just held mouse 1, a lucky stray bullet there could have killed Ja. And that would have been the ace clutch of a lifetime. But how close it came. And Boogie, man, this is what I'm talking about here, and as I've been saying about GameLab, I think like 2 stages for now, they just have
incredible firepower in some of their players, especially, you know, that front line in Fall X and Boogie, who just out of nowhere can give you these type of rounds where, like, bro, it's a 4v1. What are you doing? Just die. But he doesn't. He doesn't go down, not without an incredible fight.
Good aim, yes. That was that summarized. And truth be told, GameLab.Alpha, we see it again and again. They're put in an awkward scenario. They're able to find incredible frags from it. Now, because of the damage done, they do effectively reset the economy of NAOS. Operator, though, in the hands of Ja, and Wits instead realizing that this is a B take. Good call from GameLab.Alpha to cut through the middle, and Owen even finds a takedown. Wits, though, slowly trying to play towards the back of sight. He hasn't been spotted as of yet. Not this Fury forces Twitch out. Now he realizes that Wits is nearby. Boogie, though, with a takedown yet again. Papi Chulo with a flag, but Polex even better on the shot. And whatever now tries to throw at GameLab.Alpha. GameLab.Alpha responds with bullets. Senior Carl in a 1v5 slate. Isolates and finds Polex to begin with. Maybe another one here versus Twitch. Yes, he does. Senior Carl slowly but surely making his way towards the site. The shock dart, though, doesn't get the connection. And here for GameLab, they're just backing on away, waiting for the flag of Owen to just get that final kill. Owen's creeping. Owen's got the angle. Are you going to go for the knife? Are you serious?
He is.
Oh, he is. The backstab to end all backstabs. And GameLab.Alpha will get the round there.
Painful for Bagstab himself, probably to watch. That's his own team. But
Shoutouts, manager.
Shoutouts to the manager, yes. But, man, GameLab, they're one of the best team. Really, argue one of the best at shooting themselves out of a bad situation like that. They just gotta minimize how many bad situations they find themselves in, but I'm surprised there. Like, you know, Dreetra's able to still stay alive, even with that Hunter's Fury raining down upon him, with Wits trying to creep up on him. He gets away from the last shot, and GameLab just tie the game out of nowhere.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha still there to fight. Ja, though, dashing in, bringing the aggression. They got the intel, but they couldn't get the kill. Boogie still, after that Sheriff round, he's finding these incredible shots. And the rest of GameLab.Alpha will follow suit. Aeonix on the board. Senior Carl shutting down the blade, sure. But now he's stuck here by A-Long. GameLab.Alpha watching for him. Paranoia gets the connection. Desperation with a shock dart. They want to get the knife. They get the nanoswarm instead. But Senior Carl still gets the takedown. The round's not over, GameLab.Alpha. Mojer's in position to fight on back. He's trying to find that timing. Find the headshot. Maybe even a second, but no. Shut down by Owen QT. GameLab.Alpha take the lead.
Could have been it, and GameLab.Alpha here shutting down. You can see no holds barred. Just wanna run down Senior Carl there towards that long position. Now, good initial idea here coming from NAOS. Maybe if they delayed a second or two longer, the fault line would have connected a bit more than they wanted to. But just the alarm bot there by Onyx as well. Recognition of that potential. It catches out Ja, and they're able to spam through and find a free kill off of it.
I'm worried, though, a little bit for GameLab.Alpha. You could see that round very raw in the emotions. They're feeling the heat, they're playing momentum, but going for the knife in that situation a little too early. Call me a spoil sport, but you know, the round wasn't over yet, so GameLab.Alpha, they're gonna need to be a bit more careful moving forward. They have the lead now. They have the guns to fight back, but now it's in position towards heaven. The Rolling Thunder, even the answer, but look who's appeared. It will be Ja fighting on site. Ja just runs them all over. 3 down, make that 4. Almost got the ace. Owen shuts it down, but NAOS, they had the eye in the sky, and they had all the intel and the position in the world to just fight back against GameLab.
My goodness. Who's this player? Who the hell is this Ja?
You know this guy.
What are you doing? What do you do? Why your monitor so close to the screen, huh?
Why your face so close to the monitor?
Why your face so close to the monitor? Why you
No,
get this kill?
Look at that. That's how he plays. That's how close he plays in real life.
And they line up too. Man. I mean, it was the perfect time for Wits to throw that. No, I think he knew that Owen Cutie was in the smoke. He probably heard the TP up top to heaven, and then he was like, well, I gotta throw it now, otherwise I'm dead. And he still dies, but it bought Ja the space that he needed to exact his revenge.
And this is what I'm talking about, GameLab.Alpha. They can't get caught up with the momentum because now they're honestly just that experienced team with more of that discipline who can temper those emotions. GLab, they do still have the firepower, they have the guns, and they bring out the Odin yet again. Interesting call for the past 2 maps. Let's see what that can do as it spams through the window, through the garage. A window found out by Papi Chulo to begin with, and now it's stabilizing slowly on those initial duels.
Phantom.
Better gun?
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say, Phantom.
Okay.
Continue on.
Well, we continue now as GameLab.Alpha. I'll take
did.
your... Yeah, of course. You passed it back to me. Sure, why not? GameLab's going for that C site anyway. Fallex spotting out the turret to begin with. That backside control still something to watch out for here for NAOS. A dash on in, logs for Mojer. Boogie knows it, and they double up on him. Timing could have been good for Papi Chulo, but Boogie and Rich to fight back even better. 4v2 now. NAOS, they're stuck here by Link.
Odin, big.
Okay, I'll continue from
Retake
that. Carl and Wits, they get the takedown, sure, but Aeonix and Boogie will contribute a bit more compared to my partner there in that round. Two still survive from GameLab.Alpha as they take the lead back.
Hey, that was your Sulit round, don't worry.
No.
3-4. GameLab. See, look, it was a body shot all the way. So definitely Phantom Diff. It's Senior Carl here. Maybe gets that kill, but ultimately enough, GameLab. That kind of garage push that they've had towards that C site when they just suddenly pivot, it's been pretty effective here so far on the attacking side. That's 2 rounds now they've won that exact way here against NAOS.
Yeah, and you can really see for NAOS that this map is still a struggle. Let's be real, GameLab.Alpha had incredible duels, and from that space, you can see that NAOS on paper, they have the right angles, but the timings are a bit off. The chances and the spaces themselves taken instead by GameLab.Alpha, and Mojo trying to get in position towards Logs, finds the kill onto 2 with the Spectre. Close quarters, happy to play that. Papi Chulo behind the platform even. But this has been a problem for GameLab, getting stalled on that initial push, losing Fallex too early on without the space that they need to create. Papi Chulo in position, Mojer already gets a 3K for himself. Aeonix in the corner, flushed out by Papi Chulo, and it's a tie ball game, a tied scoreline yet again.
A great response here from NAOS, and Mojer able to rat himself into those positions. The second kill is what surprised me, even though he kind of got a bit of an angle right before he did get blinded there. Low HP as well, so single bullet is all he needed, and the Spectre just spits out at such a rapid rate to fire ammunition. As soon as you get tagged, you're taken down. GameLab though, eco here for them, build more economy into this, and they got, a lot of ultimates for the next round coming up.
Yeah, you must construct additional ults here, perhaps Fallex and get an orb and a kill, and give him the Blade Storm to bring in the firepower this time. But since NAOS, they have the advantage, they're willing to play a bit more confident towards that A-long angle. They also put up the Killjoy setup here towards that B site, knowing the fact that GameLab loves to come in and out of that B site if ever.
This B site, it's only going to be Mojer to fend him off. They do have a Nano Swarm toward that A-Link side, but it's a C-Link that GameLab want to take here. NAOS happy to give it up. They know they don't have the man count. And luckily, thank God, they're removing that yellow border when the lockdown is placed.
Yeah, it's gonna be gone. I think it's gone already. I haven't updated my Valorant yet. But the Owl Drone looking on around, searching for a target. Someone close by now. His name is Aeonix, and he wants to duel immediately from window. The flick away from Jado leads to his own demise. GameLab get 2 for the troubles. NAOS fights back to get 2 of their own. 3v3 now. Boogie, the shots again and again! Boogie Wonderland, every single time he holds that sheriff in his hands. And Papi Chulo's the only one left standing for NAOS. It's 1v3. Firepower in the hands of OQT, and Boogie just does not disappoint. A 3K with a thrifty. It's GLab keeping this lead intact.
Let's groove tonight. GameLab here and Boogie. 13 kills as a Sova. Sometimes you wonder, why isn't this man on the duelist as he usually typically was during stage number 1? And DNC can perform, even being on that back line with a sheriff in his hands. He's been very formidable. That's the third 3K second 3K he's had here with a sheriff on an eco.
Oh, Boogie, he just does not disappoint. I always honestly say my hymns and praises for this guy. Low-key,
yeah,
I'd say the best player that they have on GameLab.Alpha, and now high-key, proving it again and again with stellar shooting like that. Here we go, though. Now NAOS is on the eco, and by the way this game is going, I wouldn't be surprised to see thrifty after thrifty from both sides here.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the map veto, and I think this is really the one where GameLab, they can start to upset NAOS in this series through this map number 2. And as you said a while ago, you can really see that there still are some struggles for NAOS, especially in the defensive side here when it comes on Haven. Now, I don't know if that will continue in the second half once NAOS are on the attacking side. I'd wager maybe perhaps not, but GameLab, they're in a good role right now. And if they can, not let this eco once more be converted by NAOS, then they're on pace to get a pretty good half.
Yeah, now I was picking up this map too, knowing the stats of GameLab.Alpha. But to quote another team, well, the magic is preferred and being found by GameLab.Alpha instead. Spike's not planted on that B side. Dritch with the find on Jaw to begin with. And the swing comes from Papi Chulo to get that takedown. But Boogie and Dritch, look at them go. Play by window. 0-2 watching the doorway. It's 4v2 now as Senior Carl tries to play the front line. The Bulldog finds 2 for his troubles. Well done even through the wall to get into cover. But the flashpoint's there. Putting up the suppressing fire. Dritch trying to mow them down. A 3k from Senior Carl still doable by him. But Ionix, he's ready now with full armor and full receipts on the angle. Gets the ping, goes for the jump peak. Senior Carl gets halfway done, and Senior Carl does it anyway! Goes for the full send, and we'll take it all for NAOS Esports. We are tied up yet again.
No way, Senior Carl. He just brings it back. The pirate that he is, looting the booty off a GameLab there.
Bro, I called it! I called it. We get thrifty for thrifty.
Well,
it's good.
You got a premonition, Dax, and it's been Sova after Sova getting these thrifty clutches out.
No. They are the hunters. And look, this is a great showing for GameLab.Alpha.
Yeah.
And this is a great showing from NAOS.
Yeah.
I do feel like the way this game is going, this is going back to the ban list of NAOS. Not gonna lie, but we're not done with this match. GameLab.Alpha, they have at least a few more rounds to go on their attacking side, where we always say that it's more preferred by these teams. Ja don't knows Fall X is there, and Ja will find them immediately. Rolling Thunder, the answer though, to flush them out from C-Link. We hear the Hunter's Fury as well, and Senior Carl already mowing down and just evaporating Boogie there. So it's 5v3, and the usual frontline from GameLab.Alpha gone in a blink of an eye.
And you see why they feel free to use a Hunter's Fury there, because they know that the lockdown, that's not going to come anytime soon, as GameLab used their lockdown in the previous round. No, the timing here, it's going to come off the swing, but Papi Chulo always so at the ready, so reliable here for the rest of NAOS to capitalize off of, at least rely on. And when QD gets himself within the sight, Wits on the swing, he helped Papi Chulo out, and that's the beauty of this NAOS team. Everybody at the ready to help the rest of the team out when it comes to a pinch.
Yeah, the only hiccup there, what we saw Papi Chulo going for the paranoia, no one watching towards long, and well, that was the only demise they had in that round. But this is the stations that you expect from NAOS. This is the kind of teamwork that you expect from them in the first place. And most of that round, very synchronized. They even stacked up like a Tiki Tower to bring the lead back towards them. Operator, though, in the hands of Ja. One last chance, GameLab.Alpha. Tie it up yet again, can you?
I'm not sure if you were able to watch the NAOS Insider video that they put out, but halt on that, Ja. He's got Op in his hands. He's the most terrifying, arguably. There it is. The second goes his way. At this pace, you wouldn't even be too excited to expect a third.
I want to be hyped up, but Wits denying any kind of flag. There's the third from Ja. See, that's the hype there. And Ja maybe a quad here. Rolling Thunder into play. Wits, he'll give it to Ja. 7-5 NAOS, and that pretty convincingly with the operator.
NAOS or Ja? It's a team effort.
Both. I mean, Wits helped too.
Yeah, he did.
Look at Dritch.
You can't
Look at Dritch. As soon as I saw him like that, he was like, bro, what happened to you? Oh no, I'm dead too.
Yeah, and then the camera pans away from the duel here between Ja and Ionix to what's happening on the site. But like, I was expecting that kill feed to pop up with a Ja number 3.
Yeah, you wanted to like low-key it, and I was like, I'll hype it up. Only that one though, because we expect it. Anyway, it's gonna come, and now NAOS is gonna be coming into their attacking side here. GameLab.Alpha, I do feel like that this is where they really need to prove themselves per se. It has been a bit of a struggle against other teams we've seen so far. And let's see what they can do. Do they play the same pace that they did on the attacking side? Do they hold back a little bit more? But here we go again in black and blue. Very committed position, but Owen sees the two lined up. And before he falls, he gets advantage here for GameLab.
Well, GameLab, as of the moment here, got that early advantage. The retake, it can definitely work on out. Nobody coming in from the flank. Because they lose Mojer there, they have to dedicate somebody to watching that flank, and instead, it makes it so that they have less presence within the site itself. Now, they got to smoke for that heaven, which is very important for the help on the post-plant hold here. fault line prepared towards that flank, towards the CT rather. Here comes the paranoia. They're all dropping, but look at the angles it's working out for Papi Chulo here. He knows where Fallex is, does not have the ammunition to follow up though. And GameLab.Alpha the retake take around.
We just watched the synchronized drop into perspective there of Papi Chulo. Finds those 2 targets, but the rest of GameLab.Alpha having the intel, having the know-how to play around the site, and allows them, of course, with that numbers advantage to get those takedowns. I love the fact that you had Fallex here far forward. He wasn't gonna get victimized by the corner graffiti position. GameLab.Alpha, they needed that pistol round, and they got it there.
Well, I mean, GameLab here so far, that's where you really see how formidable they are when you just throw them into an impossible situation and come out with absolute value like there. Owen gets that double. He's up to 15, by the way. A very quiet 15, I might say.
Yeah. More kills than rounds. Always good to see. Well, GameLab.Alpha, though, they have the Spectres now in hand. It's a different kind of, I'd say, commitment compared to what we see from NAOS. A dash on away from Fallex, and just that extra bit of distance, forcing Ja to dispense that ammo a little too early. Spike's now planted, and maybe another one to challenge. His name is Wit, and he'll find that takedown. Fallex, though, takes advantage yet again. A 3K already. Doesn't expect the corner, though, and no one now will fight back on the other side of this site. Senior Carl versus 2. We've seen him clutch before, but this time it's denied by Owen. Reliable yet again. 7-7 now.
The damage done here by NAOS, but ultimately still GameLab comes out on top. And you know, I was talking about a story a while ago from the Insider video of NAOS where they were like, you know, for the last series at least versus MVP, this is Senior Carl's debut. That still show that we're still the team to beat. And, well, obviously he said that in Filipino. And you can see that here, really, at NAOS. They come out with something to prove for them to pick Haven in the first place with Senior Carl, but you can still tell that there's some growing pains, and to use an English word with Filipino tendencies, it's kind of like testing is what they're doing. Testing.
You do realize testing still means the same thing, right?
No,
in the normal way to say
people use it differently in
you just said it with the Filipino accent.
Testing.
Come on. Testing. Asim. Wow, we're learning vocabulary today. And now NAOS, they're going to have the firepower that they need to try and go for more of a stronger approach towards the C side. A dash in immediately. We see it from Ja getting that platform position. So things pretty clear here for NAOS. GameLab will go for the retake instead.
GameLab. Let's see how they convert here on the retake. Going to be difficult. They got the blades on Fallex though, so it's going to help them a bit more with this retake in terms of initiating that contact first and foremost. Fallex flying up above, but is simply swatted out of the air. Oh, but look! The aftershock gets Senior Carl off the drone.
Too easy though with the frags, and Papi Chulo and Ja are in position to get those takedowns. GameLab.Alpha. Now they go for the defuse. Rich is... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he had the better angle, but Mojer realizes what's the only spot in this spam that we're not shooting? Oh, over there. And we'll get the round there.
It was a good idea there, though, for him to be just a bit off of the spike. You can see him towards the furthest angle he could be, but... Well, I mean, that's what you're supposed to kind of plan it. Corner a bit more.
You know, in other games that we don't talk about.
Yeah.
When you're flying high in the sky and you're dealing with hit scan, you kind of don't want to do that. Because you'll just get taken down.
What do you do? You drop?
You use a jetpack, but you don't have that there, so you know.
You get a pocket sage.
You get a pocket sage, exactly. No mercy for him, though. And well, now as Esports, they're going to continue with this trend. The fault line's into play. Owen tries to play with it, but Mojer will just deny him of any kind of those rat shenanigans towards short yet again. Al Jones there as the spikes planted. Seems like for NAOS, yet again, they're prepared on that A side, and they do find that once playing towards Heaven, Dritch has the back on away. No flanks necessary. NAOS is just keeping them contained.
I'm not sure if that was an observer bug or just delay or lag, but you saw the fault line there kind of connect a bit late on Owen Cutie from the team fault line. Rolling Thunder just to buy them even more space, even more time on this gun round. And I think it's well put because to gain this round will put them in such a great economic advantage here in this half. But Fallex, he gets the kill, runs out of ammo on the spam. That's why you don't have to mag dump in that situation there, Drop. And then now they have the timing. Senior Carl gets it, but they ran out of it. NAOS have more than enough time off the Nano Swarm, and GameLab simply do not.
Yeah, and you can see it again, that GameLab.Alpha, they had a good pushback from the Rolling Thunder, but they had so little room for error, right? And the fact that they took too long to kill, I believe that was Ja towards Graffiti, didn't allow GameLab.Alpha the space that they needed. They couldn't clear out short as well as time was running out. And of course, the Nano Swarm, the icing on that cake for NAOS Esports. So this is even better for NAOS. You mentioned it. The money is looking good. The economy is very sound. And now they have a clear advantage over the heroics that GameLab.Alpha will try to pull this time.
See if those heroics are going to come true once more. Different ask to do it on the defense here. They're not exactly sure where the fight is going to come. Now at least they're aware of this seaside presence. So there's a small gap. Folex just can't find it though.
Yeah, they're trying to be a bit cheeky there, but GameLab.Alpha has been spotted by NAOS anyway. Even forced to use the dash because it's not full coverage. And NAOS, they understand that this game has been defined by these thrifty rounds, so they're happy to play it safe. Wait for any over-eagerness from GameLab.Alpha, if ever.
You're over-eager.
About what?
Not life.
Like what? What am I over-eager about? I love Valorant. You want me to be hyped up like that?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna be hyped up like this bunny of Aeonix. Aeonix, that bunny's gonna get angry once he starts shooting, but Ja now exposed, and Ja found out by Aeonix. Mojer 2 told you it was gonna be hype, and GameLab.Alpha, they're ready yet again. Dritch providing a bit more cover. Wits will fall down pretty easily. And GLab, they're very glad with these decisions so far. They're just finding NAOS coming into their sightlines. Maybe another one here as Senior Carl's on the opposite end. The hammer! Was that the axe brought out? Aeonix though smites them down. Boogie's there to finish the job off. And the flawless comes in for GameLab instead.
What a round here from GameLab. The timing, they were ready for that push coming towards A. And Aeonix in the forward position could hear it coming. Dreech prepared with a fault line. It connects both. Perfect shot on the Ja, then the swing on the Mojer here. Once more, these ecos.
He got stabbed, right? I'm not sure if Dritch actually made the melee connect. I was even confused. Is that the axe? Is that the hammer? I can't tell, but either way, he ran at the guy with the knife out. GameLab's pretty wild, not gonna lie.
The Wild West from GameLab so far. They're looking to take what's theirs. Now, so they got a round to buy up here, but if you lose this, it's them going to be on the thrifty. So see how they convert. Oh, this is a big ping off of the information there. They almost get the kill, but now it's at the ready to punish off with a swing.
Yeah, now it's at the ready indeed, but Bogey plays towards that backside, all left now to Aeonix. He had that impact before, can he do so yet again? 2 targets low on the HP, a burst now to get rid of Job, but Senior Carl tags and bags him. 10-8, NAOS refused to lose there.
Enemies bag, put it in a box. Sir, you got a tote bag? No, I don't. All I need is paper. Write it down. NAOS, off of a round like that. They get the scan off a job, and they knew that the reaction here automatically for a team like GameLab would be spam the smoke or try to get the punish, right? They see that duelist running back. They kind of maybe assume that the site would be a bit more empty than it really was. And now it's just prepared for the swing. No flash, no follow-up of utility here for GameLab, and the dry peak just gets shut down.
Yeah, no 2 peso surcharge there. Instead, it's your lives gone. NAOS Esports now. A chance here to start running away with this game unless we get another incredible round from GameLab.Alpha. A looking to be a target. It does seem like it's Dritch the one playing towards heaven, I believe. But the fact of the matter is, this is the least resistance NAOS can actually have to deal with so far. Only problem, GameLab has ultimates ready for the retake if ever.
Ults out here, as you said, for GameLab. But with NAOS having ults of their own, we've seen them be able to successfully kind of stop these retakes off of GameLab. We saw it on Fracture a while ago. Now, there is no Rolling Thunder, which was a crucial point of that, but the Hunter's Fury could be big. Trade out immediately here by Wits as they take down Job.
On Boogie getting now all the way towards Hell. Fault line though still gets a connection. Throws the dart instead to just garner that intel. Smokes away the way. GameLab still in position in these corners. But Senior Carl, 1 by 1, trying to flush them out. Owen goes down, and NAOS is on the rotation. They pulled so many of the defense already, and they can go for that C site here.
Rotate here for NAOS, as you said, free. Mojer at the forefront to catch off any rotations. Folex, is he ready for this? He gets a tag through the wall as well.
just sends Mojer back scrapping, which is the right idea in this case. They have that lockdown, but do you use it now?
Yeah, it's a possibility for Ionix, but now as they have the Hunt is Fury to answer back if ever. Trying to find a different angle, flush out that garage especially, GameLab. Eventually all these players will converge towards the site. We've seen from NAOS how effective their long hold has been. And let's see if they can do so yet again. You also notice Wits nearby towards the Cubby. Boogie now looking to peek things out first and foremost. Nano Swarm, 2 by time. Turret's gonna be set up here and Boogie will swing it to take down. Ionix also on the board. Mojer though with the stall, with the deny. And with 5 HP, he's getting the kills that they need. Now he realizes Folex is on that site. The fake, the peek. Can't go for the defuse whatsoever. Mojer buying so much time with what little life he has. And because of it, it's a breath of fresh air and a round 1 by NAOS yet again.
What a good read here in the play of the cards by Mojer. He knew that 1v1 that the tap is probably just that, a tap. Not an actual commit on the defuse, maybe not even a half. You know, there's no way Folex was gonna stick to that. He didn't even peek it, he waited for the second tap of that spike. Heard that it was still on the full defuse state, and there's nothing GameLab could do in that case. You know, maybe if they were able to take that deep kind of grass control and place that lockdown to flush out the deep long, things could have been different, but just in hindsight, those things are so difficult to pull off.
And this is why you have Mojer now on that Sentinel role. He's incredible in these post-plant scenarios, incredible on the stall in the mind games, and just well played from map to map. He's trying to do so yet again, and well, sing his praises even more, why don't we? First takedown onto the round, denying Dritch from any kind of angle. NAOS is just holding back. They know that these sheriffs are deadly, and they'll respect it enough to play defaults instead.
You know, I remember us, I don't know if it was during work or out of work. I think it was out of work, where we were talking UI, RAF, I did a whole bunch. NAOS, what would be the thing, as Ionix gets a kill, to make them, you know, the team that one could argue as the best Filipino team, even over maybe a team like, you know, Team Secret? What could help them get to that same height? And we were talking about they could just be one roster change away from doing that. And I wouldn't say that's necessarily true just yet, but these steps, I think they're in the right direction.
Yeah, nice speech there, and I do agree, honestly. We'll see if NAOS can continue on with this kind of form, especially with Senior Carl. Boogie, though, finding the timing onto one, finding the shot onto another. But that's all the hoopla he'll get there. This is it. NAOS is on series points.
Point.
All a bunch of hoopla.
You see you're a avid enjoyer of the sponge.
Well, if you hang out with Asarai enough, like you was telling that story, it kind of just rubs off the wrong way for you.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Guys,
Asarai, what comes to mind immediately is like Ben.
No, look. He had that life as a shoutcaster for 30 seconds. That is not true. He left out many parts.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry. We'll have an expose one day.
Forgot his right arm workout.
Yes. His most favorite workout. But then again, guys, arms looking to flex here for Ja especially, and the rest of NAOS. Ionix now backing on away from that long angle. Close contest thanks to the alarm bot. But NAOS knows if they can play this smart, find those small openings, that's their best chance to win this game.
But they burn both of the nano swarms from that, and that's like literally every single piece of Killjoy utility they've got now. The alarm bot as well. All they've got now is that lockdown. Potentially later, you can hold on as well. Rolling Thunder comes right in the face. Oh, and Cutie able to still get the kill, hiding in plain sight. Boogie on the trade. And now slowly respond here off of Senior Carl, but GameLab are doing a good job of stifling this.
Oh, and Papichulo's there, but Dritch will find the trade. And now the Rolling Thunder. Dritch, why do you have your hammer out?
He was jump peeking it. He didn't think he would be there. And Papichulo has the right read. A classic Papichulo situation. In another clutch, the master himself. Can he deliver another masterpiece?
Here we go again, the mind games there from Papichulo. Now, though, stumble at the start there, Black and Blue, with Owen smack dab in the middle, completely ignored by the entry. But Papichulo, he's been renowned for these moments. Ionix, though, no slouch either, being that newest addition for GameLab.Alpha. He's now creeped on over towards the site itself, and the higher ground is the best ground for Papichulo. Clutch delivered as per usual, and from the ban to the pick, now it just makes it click.
Yeah, just
nothing too out of order there for Poppy Chulo.
Hey! Wake him up! Wake him up!
Him. He's like, oh, that was a game. Well, it certainly was. At least, I think it was a good case here for GameLab for them to have those type of rounds. Like, what was that? 2 thrifty rounds, I think they converted. There's
a lot of them in the first half, that's for sure. Especially the share shots there that we saw from Boogie, keeping them alive in some of those bouts. Ionix getting multi-kills as well as Owen. But in the end, it's still the NAOS victory that is, I'd say, affirmed. Well, from the wake-up, from the sleepy time that they had from GameLab.Alpha to Zol, now it's the wake-up call by NAOS to GameLab.Alpha as they take that 2-0 win. You can see Thrifties, they did come online. I don't think the game counts that other one with the 2 hero rifles as the Thrifty, but we do. And really, that first half, it was so back and forth. But coming into the second, it feels like NAOS has eventually adjusted to what GameLab was able to do, play the rotation game really well. And I'd say the reserved nature of NAOS, right? Especially in those last few rounds, expecting the share shots to come online from GameLab, it's the biggest reason why they won that map.
I mean, it's a really stylistical nightmare here for GameLab to be going up against a team like NAOS, as you said. A lot more patient, a team that really likes to slow that pace down. When GameLab, they like to play off that tempo, they love to play off that momentum, and they just aren't able to get that in arguably, no, not even arguably, probably the best team in shutting those type of things down. Like what we saw in a lot of these kind of defensive rounds where NAOS were just so ready to trade off of each other. We saw that there towards that A side with, Wits and Poppy Chulo and Mojer all trading off of each other. And those things are very difficult to try and outgun, but still a valiant performance thrown out here by GameLab.
I feel like I've been conditioned by GameLab though to just expect the melee to be out all the time. And even I was like, even here the last round. And of course, the last one standing, the great Poppy Chulo, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Every single clutch delivery that he has are black and blue on time, just like Grab Unli.
I realized something, Dax, with this as Poppy Chulo delivers that win on NAOS. We got Poppy Chulo. We got Senor Carl. What else do we need? We're gonna need some more kind of nicknames here in Spanish for these friends.
That's true. Well, I guess they're speaking a different language right now, but the language we understand here from NAOS Esports is victory. It just has been a clean sweep so far of every single competitor that they've had. And correct me if I'm wrong, does that mean that they're gonna be 6-0 now, right? So they have one more opponent left. And, well, they're the only ones that can really stop this perfect rampage.
I'm looking at... Who haven't they played? SR Nakage.
Yes, that's the only one left.
Team dead last.
No. No, come on. We've seen things like that happen before in the PH scene.
Yeah, true.
Let's not forget what NAOS did against one of those teams way back when. But guys, we'll throw you over to the panel as we reminisce. What a series, though, from NAOS. And we'll see you guys on the other side panel. Take it away.
Kufi. Munti ko na makalimutan kung ano yung tandem ninyo. Kufi. Official na ba? Kufi na.
Kufi na ba tayo? Apparently, yes. Kufi na.
Siguro nagko-compensate naman yun kasi sa hype and energy pa lang ni Rico, para talagang nagkukufi si Rico and all the time. But as I say that, saktong-sakto yan. Dahil ang hype din ng matchup natin kanina dito, Rico, sa Fracture, ha?
Honestly, it started off almost equal, almost even. And I feel like ganun talaga yung simula talaga ni NAOS. Parang kailangan pang ang tawag mo dito, parang i-on mo na yung engine, tapos painitin, and then after they're ready to go. And that's the reason why despite the very close start, it just feels like NAOS just has a lot of mastery pagdating sa mapang ito.
Yeah, I feel like overall, Icebox not in the picture, but Fracture seems like not a bad option for NAOS Esports because they still continue that dominating performance that they have when they're playing the ice map here on this more attacker explosive map, especially with Senior Carl making plays like that. It's very hard for Glab to get any future rounds the moment that the momentum started shifting into the hands of NAOS Esports.
And not to mention, sobrang consistent talaga ng NAOS when it comes to Fracture. And on top of that, hindi pa to nilalabas ng maraming teams. I think a lot of teams are not as comfortable going into this map. At yun na nga, pag-usapan natin yan. Owen QT just absolutely knifing the heck out of Senior Carl. What a way to welcome him indeed dito sa ating NAOS team, no? Pero dito kasi sa, kanina sa Haven, nakita natin nakakaiba yung approach ng NAOS dito. Nothing too surprising from them, pero I would say, Fluffy, na ang solid pa rin talaga. Naging consistent sila, especially towards that end, na gusto na nilang i-close out yung game.
Yeah, I feel like overall the mastery that these veteran players on NAOS really have is really showing on an older map like Haven, which I'm sure even on their own old respective teams, they've really played a lot. You can see Ja able to get 3-4 Ks, and even when Glab tries to do something, NAOS always happens to find the answer.
And I think that's what's scary about going up against NAOS here. And the fact that, two players, yung dalawang initiators, yung nagtuos dito sa series at especially sa mapang ito. And of course, oh my gosh, I'm not surprised that it's Senior Carl being the MVP.
Partida, nasaksak pa siya sa lagay na yan. And I think yun pa yung nag-fuel sa kanya to perform even better. Siyempre, kapag ikaw nasa posisyon na yun, pag nasaksak ka na gano'n, bad trip ka, di ba? Gusto mo, ginaganyan nyo ako. What if durugin ko kayo pagdating sa game? And that's exactly what he did. Pero so far, what are your thoughts on the performance of Senior Carl as a whole dito sa NAOS, Fluffy? Kasi so far, pangalawang matchup pa lang natin na nakita natin siya dito sa team na to. And so far, so good yung addition niya talaga.
I mean, he feels like the perfect fit to end that puzzle for NAOS Esports. He brings the consistency, because even in the last game, 25 kills on that Sova, top fragging on top of that NAOS squad. They already have that solid defense, but now their initiator also has the same firepower as he did formerly play also Duelist. And it's just another dynamic that really brings up the game of NAOS. So whatever they had before, this is on a different level.
Oh nga, it feels like his integration dito sa NAOS sobrang seamless. It feels like the team really adjusted super well. The fact that it kind of looks like, wow, it feels like he's been there for a while now. So I think that's a really good sign for Senior Carl coming into NAOS as a squad.
Ganda talaga. Saktong-sakto yan as we go into the match standings so far, or the tournament standings rather. Kasi makikita natin kung gaano kaganda yung addition talaga ni Senior Carl dito dahil 6-0 na ang score ng NAOS Esports. Kung last split ang Oasis Gaming, ang goal nila is to become undefeated, have a flawless run for their split 1. Ngayon naman, so far so good on the side of NAOS. Yan yung na-achieve nila and they're hoping to take it all the way pagdating dito sa playoffs. But dito naman, Rico, makikita natin may mga shaky teams talaga tayo. And at the very bottom right now, Rambutan ni Tatay is really struggling. And I'm not quite sure if may chance pa nga bang makasama sila sa playoffs.
I think that's the scary part, right? Your fate is basically decided sa results din ng yung fellow squad. And as you can see, they've already played 6 games already in comparison to the ones that like Zol and SR Nakage that still have 2 games in their belt upcoming. So pwede pa nilang i-overtake itong si MVP Esports na if they can't win the several upcoming games, then medyo it looks a bit dicey for them.
Yeah, speaking of upcoming games, tomorrow, of course, we have Game 1 and Game 2, starting with NCG versus Zol and Glab versus APH after. And like Laika and Riku mentioned, these few games are going to be very impactful because they overall affect the standings of everyone. And of course, every team in VCT really wants to avoid being that bottom 2. Rambutan ni Tatay especially is counting on a lot of these games for them to get any chance of really getting out of that bottom spot.
Yan. Good luck na lang talaga sa kanila and hopefully mawala na yung slump nila dito. We're really hoping for the best kasi best case scenario para sa ating lahat naman, gusto nating nakikita na balanced yung scoreboard natin kasi that means na even yung playing field and pinubuga talaga lahat ng teams dito yung makakaya nila. Kaya nagiging ganun yung mga results. So we're hoping na somewhere down the line, makabawi pa tong mga teams natin. But for day number 11, that is it over here at the panel. Pero bago namin i-close yung show, nais namin magpasalamat sa Riot Games, of course, pati sa Mineski Philippines for making VCTPH Split 2 happen.
And don't forget, if you want to celebrate your great wins with great food, enjoy free delivery every month. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
And of course, VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Thank you so much to our sponsors and of course, thank you so much sa lahat ng nanonood. Kita-kita ulit tayo bukas for day number 12. Siyempre, pagkatapos ng 11, number 12. Magaling tayong magbilang.
Match point?
No lies.
Good point. Match point na bukas. Ayan, here again on the panel, it has been Likeable, Fluffy02, and of course, Riku. Kita-kits ulit bukas. Nabubulol na ako. And have a great night, you guys. Kain na tayong lahat. Bye-bye!
Bye!